All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for tuning in. This is the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro and Live Like Zander Junior Pro. This is the official call for today, Thursday, February 26th. We're going to kick things off at 8 o'clock with the men's QS round of 96, heats 13 through 16. We're going to go right into the men's QS round of 64, heats 1 through 16. So we got about 20 heats on store for you today. All these heats will be 25 minutes. Currently in the water, we have definitely a bump up in the swell. We're looking at anywhere between 4 to 6 foot with possibly some 8-foot sets. The dominant swell this morning is the swell from the east-northeast with a solid north swell pushing through as well. Plenty of surfing on action for you today. Surfers out there making the most of it. So stay tuned. We're going to get started in about 10 minutes with the round of 96. Stay tuned. All right, free surfers, you got about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, free surfers. You want to catch the next wave and come in, please. It's not easy to paddle in when it's this size. You can already see the waves starting to clean themselves up. It's going to get a little more lined up, a little more wally. This is indicative of the beginning of a swell. A lot of water moving around. The set kind of moves around. Once it settles down, we're going to be in store for some smoking surfing today. All right, free servers, we got about 4 minutes. All right, free servers. Got about 2 minutes. So just to give you guys a heads up, servers, when the sets come in, the rip is going to pull quite hard. As I've been telling you guys all week, we need you to stay clear of the lineup. There is a sweet spot out there where I will try and put you. If you go too far, you're going to be in the lineup. If you don't come far enough, you're going to be in the rip. The current is going to pull you out. Most of you are very intelligent servers and you'll be able to figure out where you are, but I just want to keep you out of the lineup. Thanks very much. We're going to do a quick horn test. This is not... All right. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Servers in the first tee. Just hold your positions. Free servers. Paddle in, please. All right, guys, make your way to shore, please. We got 1 minute to start. 1 minute. Server in the first tee. Kick out and paddle out. You got 30 seconds to start.
I'm gonna be right back. Yeah, man.
Free servers, you need to paddle in. All right, guys, we gotta go. Paddle in, free servers, paddle in. Don't wait, there's nothing coming. Turn and paddle in. Come on, guys, paddle to shore. We're holding up the event now. Seconds to start. Free server, paddle in. Go paddle out.
Day 3 brought serious fire to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro and Live Like Zander Junior Pro, which is presented by Diamonds International. With the bar set high after day 2, competitors raised the intensity at Soup Bowl, delivering bigger scores, sharper maneuvers, and non-stop action. Chelsea Twat's debut was impressive before the home crowd. Talia Swindoll posted an excellent score, and Alan Cleveland's return to Barbados added to the spectacle. Local surfer Louis St. John also shone bright, keeping his campaign alive against the rising talent. Swell is building tomorrow. This could be historic for Barbadian and international surfing, so make sure you're following us, www.worldsurfleague.com. It's on.
Okay, good morning and welcome to the broadcast. You are tuned in to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS Men's 6000. We are in the last 4 heats of the round of 96. Coming up in this heat in red, we have Max Asher, blue, Becca McCart, white, Brian Perez, and in green, Rafe Gooding. 25-minute heats on store for you today. Currently in the water, we have a dominant east-northeast swell with mixed up with a north swell. The north swell is pretty substantial. Long period north swell. Waves are anywhere between the 4 to 6 foot with some 8-foot sets. Currently we have an incoming tide. High tide will be around 11 o'clock this morning. We should see conditions and the swell getting a little bigger and better as the day goes on. Immediately following this first round of 96, we're going to be going into the round of 64. So good surfing all day long coming up for you. Hope everybody sticks around all day and have some good barrels pushing through this morning. That long period swell is taking a little bit longer to come, but plenty of scoring potential. Heats today will be 25 minutes. So we've 3.5 minutes gone by in this first heat already. All right, white, he's setting. Brian Perez drawing first blood, throwing it up in the lip. Nice little lip line floater. Sticking with it. Maximizing that scoring potential all the way down to the inside. Throwing up that last turn. Brian Perez, 26 years old from El Salvador. Been out here for about a week and a half now, surfing really good. Definitely a standout. Surfer in red on the outside. He's going to roll into this smaller one, and he's going to go up and out the back. That's Max Asher, 20 years old. Best result so far this year was Morro Bay, where he came 25th. This is the final event of the year. We're going to be awarding Challenger Series qualifications, 7 on the men's side, 4 on the women's side. And each qualification will get a wild card. So there will be 8 total surfers from North America, 8 total men surfers from North America, and 5 total women surfers from North America qualifying for this Challenger Series coming up. As the surfers on the outside, a little bit of a rip to contend with. So priority yet to be established between blue and green. So surfer closest to the curl will have right away over the other. And we're going to watch green roll in on this one. This is Rafe Gooding from Barbados. Out onto the open face. Going to wait for this one to stand up for him. Eyeing up that north section. Throws it up. Floats the section. Working it to the inside where he's going to want this one to reform. Gets a nice little reform ahead of him. Goes up, bangs it off the lip, tons of spray. And on the outside, White, bottom turning, nice big slashing turn. Eyeing up that north section, hangs on. But that wave's going to run away from him, and he's going to go out the back. So now waiting on a score for green and also the second of White. White's first wave coming in at a 4.6 with 19 minutes and 5 seconds to go. So first of green, 4.0. Working on the second of White. So we watched this replay of green. It was a smaller inside wave, and he kind of just hangs out, waits for it to wall up in front of him. Checking that first turn, eyes up this north section, pushes out the fins, but then the wave gives him a little bonus section on the inside, indicative of a north swell. So just the size of the wave is kind of what held that score down for him. So second of White, 6.33 as we watch this replay. First turn right up in the power source, and then throws it up vertical in that oncoming north section. So just 2 turns on that for White, but 2 quality maneuvers. Puts that score up in the good range. As we watch blue on the outside, this is Becca McCart using priority. Just hanging out, waiting for this one to wall up. Throws the fins, drifts the fins, and goes down. So he's going to look to throw that one away. All right, with 17 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So coming up in heat number 14, Nadav Atar, Gabriel Griffin, Tommy Granger, and local boy Jason Oliver. This is his backyard. He is no stranger to big waves. He's our local version of Jamie O'Brien. So White, your last wave was a 6.33. Your first wave was a 4.6. You're in first. Green, your first wave was a 4.0. Blue, your first wave was a 2.5. You are in third position. You require a 1.1. Red, you are in fourth position. You require a 3.5. 16 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. We watch blue up and right, and nice little slash in the pocket. Bringing it out onto the open face, cutting back to the power source. As he's working it to the inside, waiting for this little reform. He's going to get one more turn, throws it up vertical. Last of blue, 3.3. So blue, you go to second. Green, you drop to third. Green, you require a 1.8. And red, you are fourth, you require a 5.3. 15 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Green gives way to red. Red hot priority. Max Asher goes up vertical and just gets face planted. We apologize for not having the score graphic up on the screen, as we are experiencing some technical difficulties. I will try and update the audience at home as much as I update the surfers. Currently in first position is white, followed by blue. Green is in third, requiring just a 1.8. And red is in fourth, requiring a 4.8. 13 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Experiencing this rip, pushing through the lineup at Soup Bowl. On the inside, blue, up and riding. Becca McCart with a nice inside runner, north section. That's that little barrel I was telling you about, the Groms love. Those little north sections just sneak in underneath everybody. So the surfer in blue was actually just sitting outside of that rip area. So last of blue, 2.4, does not factor in. Green still requiring that 1.8. Priority is with the surfer in white, scratching hard to get into this. He can't get in, so priority change. Green, first priority. Red, second priority. White will go to third. So a little bit of a blunder by White. Thought he was going to be able to catch that, but there is a rip pulling through the lineup right now, so the wave kind of tricked him. The wave stood up because of the current running out, and he just couldn't get in. This is completely indicative of a new swell. A lot of water moving around out there. Lineup kind of hard to find, but when these sets do come, they go right through it. 11 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. So White, he's going to roll into this one. So a little cover up. Sticking with the power source. We're following White. Slashing his way all the way to the inside. Throwing it up. Nice little fin drift. And he goes out the back. So he is the current heat leader, sitting on a 6.3 and a 4.6. Green was up and riding behind him. So I will give you those two scores as we watch this replay of Green. This is Rafe Gooding from Barbados. So Wave just short little peak. Down carve in that section. He is only sitting on one wave, which is a 4. They're requiring a small score to move up into second with 10 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. So waiting on all right, last of White, 4.6. So that does not go in your score line. You are still in first, waiting on the last of Green. Last of Green, 2.87. So Green goes to second. Blue, you are third. You require a 3.5. And Red, you are fourth. You require a 5.8. 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. All right, surfer with priority. Red, Max Asher, he's going to roll into this one on his backhand. Coming out onto the open face, going up vertical, just managing that one maneuver. Was a critical maneuver. He is currently in that 4th position. So with just a 1 and a 0.5 on the board, that will certainly go into his score line. Green eyeing this one up. Rafe Gooden up and right in, has a north section ahead of him, drives it hard off the bottom, goes up in the lip and comes unglued. Last of Red, 3.3. So Red, you now require a 3.5. So the two surfers on the outside, White and Blue. Blue holding priority over White. 7 minutes remaining. The situation in the water is White first, Green second, Blue requiring a 3.5, and Red requiring a 3.58. Local time is 8:20. We have a high tide coming up at about 11. Ocean still trying to settle down. This is a brand new swell. Blue, he's going to use priority, roll into this one. Beckham McCart going up. That lip line floater has that north section ahead of him. He's going to try and get back out onto the open face. Driving hard off the bottom, goes up in the lip. Nice looking wave. Can't hang on to that cutback, and he goes down. So we watch this replay of Blue. First turn was a little lip line check, and then eyes up that north section, pushes out the fins, comes around the section. Nice turn right there, straight in the power source. So situation, Blue goes to second. Green, you drop to third. Green, you now require a 3.5. Red, you require a 4.2. So last of Blue, 4.17. Blue, you go to second. So Green's going to roll in. Rafe Gooden and try and get out ahead of this first section. Throws it up vertical, floats it. Can he get out onto the open face? He's going to get one more maneuver. Bangs it off. And he's still going. Little bonus section down in the rip. With 3 minutes and 11 seconds, he's going to call it a day. That's a long paddle out. As we watch White, he is the current heat leader. Brian Perez, wow, big turn right in the critical section of the wave. Out onto the open face, that north section. And he's not going to be able to get back out ahead of it, but all the work was done on the outside. So last of Green starting to trickle in with 2 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. As we watch Red. So last of Green, not enough to change the situation, and Red goes up and down. So last of Green was a 3.13. Not enough, you still require a 3.5. So 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Last of White, 7.5. White, 7.5. As we watch this replay of Green, wave just didn't have the chunkiness of some of the other sets. Spent a lot of time behind the white water. Hoping that it would reform on the inside. Just give him that little section there, but then wave never really did much after that. And here we look at this 7.5 of White. You see, he comes hard off the bottom. It goes right up in the most critical section of the wave and bangs it off that north section. So just a two-turn combo for White, but well worth the score of a 7.5. If he could have connected the dots a couple more times, that would have went into the excellent range for sure. As the whole horizon starts to shift. So Surfer in Blue currently in second position on the outside by himself. And he lets this one go. $50 seconds remaining. So Blue, gonna let that one roll through. Mm. $15 seconds. Red red. He's going to roll in. We're counting it in 5 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 1 as Surfer and Red still rolling. With a nice little quality maneuver right there on the end section. Let's see what the judges think about that. So Surfer's in the next heat. Stand by, we're on a short hold waiting for this last of Red to drop. So last of Red coming in at a 217. Not enough, so situation remains the same. Surfer in white, Brian Perez taking the win, followed by the surfer in blue, Becca McCart. So those two surfers will be advancing, surfing later on this afternoon as we're going to count this one in 3, 2, 1. All right. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. We got some surfers scrambling to see who's going to get into this wave. Up and riding, this is Red. Nadav Atar, he goes up and down. So this is the Barbados Surf Pro. Blue's going to turn and burn. Here we go. Free fall, the drop. So that was Gabriel Griffin. I am joined, my name is Zander Venezia. I'm joined here with Nick Donowa. He's going to help me call the play-by-plays. What do you think so far, Nick?
Man, the swell is rolling in. I heard it all last night pounding on the shore.
All right, coming up in this heat in red, Nadav Atar; in blue, Gabriel Griffin; in white, Tommy Granger; and in green, Jason Oliver. Local boy Jason Oliver. He is our local version of Jamie O'Brien. Yeah. Blue, did your leash break or you just came off? You need a caddy? Blue, do you need another board? Yes, no. Does Blue have a caddy? Gabriel Griffith, he broke his leash. Can somebody send him a leash? Run down to the beach with a leash. So Gabriel Griffin needs the board caddy. If somebody can help him out, be much appreciated. He needs a leash.
All right, Soup Bowl showing its teeth already. We've seen a couple hollow ones. Blue dropped out of the sky. Just couldn't make it in the barrel. I guess the power of that wave just popped the leash. So I guess somebody's there waiting for him on the inside. Can hook him up with the leash.
Somebody can help out Blue with a board. We thought it was a leash, but it's actually a board. As we watch Red up and right in Nadav Atar. As we pick up with White, that was his first maneuver. This is Tommy Granger. So that will hand priority to the surfer in green. Jason Oliver sitting on the outside as we stick with Granger. You got 21 minutes, Gabriel, 21 minutes. You got plenty of time. All right, here we go. Local boy Jason Oliver up and riding. Throwing it up in the lip, working it out onto the open face. That signature bottom turn. As he works it all the way to the inside, don't fool your foot. If out here was 10 foot and bar, then my money would be on him, no matter what the conditions are. Local boy from Barbados, lives right here. This is his backyard. So take note, surfers, check your equipment, make sure that everything is on good and tight. It wasn't his leash that broke, it was the string that holds the leash on. So just make sure you check your leash. Those strings do get chafed every once in a while. You will never notice it until it breaks. So he's going to be out in the lineup with plenty of time. 19 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Last of red coming in at a 2.5. Last of white coming in at a 3.0. Here we go, red. This is Nadav Atar. He is the runner-up of the World Junior Championships this year, taking place in the Philippines, placing second. Only one person beat him, Dane Henry, who is the champion. Taking out the win in SoCal this year. So he is the current points, the current rankings leader in the junior tour. Currently ranked 36th on the QS. Has some decent results. He still is a junior. Last of red, 3.83. Red goes to first. Green, your first wave was a 3.1. You are in second. White, you are currently in third position. Your first wave was a 3.0. You require a 0.11. And blue, you are fourth. You require a 1.6. All right, well, we have a little break in the action. You're all caught up on the scores. We are going to send it down to Amaya. She's standing by with Brian Perez. Take it away, Amaya.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here with Brian Perez from El Salvador, who just won Heat 13 in the round of 96 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. How are you?
Good, good. Just stoked to be here again. The waves have been pumping every day. I come here early, like 2 weeks before the contest start. I stay with Seth and Tommy, and stoked to be here again. And so grateful to surf this wave so good. And yeah, stoked to be here again, and let's go.
I'm so happy to hear that you got here early and stayed with such a wonderful family, you know, local heroes over there, and you have a great coach right here. I mean, you look like you had so much fun over there. You displaced quite a bit of water. I think it's low tide now. You push everything back out.
Yeah, for me, this way is perfect. Like, I like to put some power on the way, so stoked to have sunrise today. I was waiting last 3 days, hopefully the way, and then we had this perfect day today. So stoked to have good wave with 4 people in the water, 25 minutes, and yeah, let's go. And super grateful to have John here, and with the family, Tommy and Seth, super stoked to they be support me so much, and stoked to be here too with Ross. He made the hit yesterday. I was so stoked. He was ripping the whole hit. I was inspired by him. Well, let's go. Tomorrow is my time.
Yeah, I mean, we love the excitement for sure. And congratulations, you did great over there. What a way to start the day. And you're going to be surfing again this afternoon and maybe a little bigger waves. Let's see how the day shapes up. You want to say a little something, friends and family back at home?
Yeah, gracias a toda mi familia, Puro Surf, a toda la gente que me está apoyando en El Salvador, súper agradecido, al Comité Olímpico, a Indes y nada, gracias a todo el pueblo salvadoreño.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck for the next one. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Amaya. So while we were on that short break, there was a priority change. The priority order goes white, blue, red, green. White, blue, red, green. Priority order. So red's going to hold this one under priority. So he will go to fourth priority. Green will move up to third. White, he's going to roll into this one. He just pushed away, Nick, huh? Some water moving around out there. The lineup is a little bit tricky right now. This is a new swell. Still settling in.
What I find is going to be interesting today is going to be just what we saw happen with Jason. If those guys don't paddle with intent and get in, they're going to lose that priority. The priority is going to play a key today. Boom, that's blue.
Keep going.
He's wrapping around. He's going to bring this one right to the inside. I think he's looking for a small score to advance. And he's just wrapping it. Sees the wall just extending in front of him. Nice bottom turn. Clicks it off the top. I think he's happy with that ride. We'll wait to see what the judges reward him with. We're just about 14 and a half minutes remaining. The priority stands right now at green first, red second, and white third. In first position, we have Nadav Atar. Second is Tommy Granger in white. Tommy, you need a 3.34 to take out first position. Third is green, local boy, Jason Oliver. Jason needs a small score of a .17 to go to advancing position. Waiting for that last score for blue to drop in, and then we'll give you another situation update.
So we're still waiting on that last of blue to be calculated with 13 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. As we watch the outside green, no ride. Oh, and that wave just borrowed off. So a little bit of a miscue. Last of blue, 4.1. Blue, you go to second. White, you drop to third. You require a 2.5. And green, you are fourth. You require a 2.4. Red, you are currently in first, sitting on a 3.8 and a 2.5. 13 minutes remaining.
All right, about 12 and a half minutes remaining. Priority right now sits in green first, red second, white third, and blue fourth.
This heat is still wide open, Nick. Very small scores on the board. Nothing, something just barely touching the fours. So just some fair range scores as we watch green. He's going to roll into this one. Jason Oliver coming out onto the open face, going up in the lip, and he can't hang on. Just requiring a 2.4. But no safe surfing will get you through these rounds.
Yeah, everybody's looking for a small score. Small twos.
Yeah, everybody's still looking for their number one score. All of these scores are backup scores.
Yeah, we had some drama early in the heat with blue, wasn't it? Or that
Yeah,
was the last heat, or there was
No, this one. He
yeah, man. He's
broke his leash rope cord and had to come in, get his board, but he's back out. 25-minute heats, plenty of time. The wave he came in on is actually his backup score. A 1.43, that's the wave he came in on. As we watch the ocean moving, nobody's in position.
We hear the whistles. The whistles are telling the guys out there something's coming.
This is that long period north swell. You see one wave catching up to the next. This wave's going to hit the reef on the inside and just barrel. Look at that barrel. Nobody's even turning for that one. Now what happens now is when there's so much water on the reef on the inside, it's all going to start pulling from right to left on your screen and making a drastic exit through the rip. He's not even going to hear me. So priority for blue has been suspended. Let me tell you, that is absolutely the scariest thing you will ever experience, is seeing that set in front of you, knowing it's going to break right on top of you. You don't know whether to try and duck dive, ditch your board, swim down. You don't know what to do. As we watch green, local boy Jason Oliver coming out onto the open face, little down carve. Sticking with it. He's going to get some more opportunity. It's going to reform for him. Pushes out the fins. So I just want to invite Teddy, our local meteorologist, going to give us an update on the forecast for today.
All right, thanks, Lou. Yeah, this is exactly what we were expecting, right? So that last set that just came in, as you mentioned, some long period swell from the north. We've been tracking for a few days. It just kind of hit up north St. Martin about a day or so ago. But, you know, we've been talking about this for a few days now. We have long period from the north, another somewhat long period from the northwest. We've got strong east from the trade wind swell. And that's what happens when you have these three swells that all converge at the same place, same time. It gets real chunky, it gets inconsistent, but it gets peaky. And it comes in at outlier sets, right? So that's exactly what we're seeing. It makes the forecasting a little bit difficult because you have what's called interference, constructive interference, destructive interference, and different wave trains coming together. So I think this is what we're going to get a little bit better as the tide goes out. And expect a little bit of the similar surf tomorrow. Wind should increase, the swell should die down a little bit, but I think it's going to be tide dependent, where the better waves are going to be where there's less water on the reef. What do you think, Lou?
Yeah, I think so. You know, it's a pretty good forecast. You've been spot on so far. So we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. I mean, I sit here waiting for the outliers like that last set. We got another one coming. Is that going to hit on the inside?
Yeah, as we're watching red, he's going to roll into this one, but he's going to get steamrolled by it, and he's going to up and out the bat.
Yeah, he pulled a Teddy. He does exactly what I do. Takes up on the wrong wave and gets stuffed.
You'll notice that white water was double overhead as we watch blue paddled for that one. So priority will be on the outside with white. So you expect these swell to stick around for tomorrow into the weekend?
Yeah, so we do expect this swell to linger. It hung around the offshore buoys for about a day, so we can expect that. Some decay in the swell, so it's not as big as it is up north in Puerto Rico in that area. But there still will be some long period in the water tomorrow, and then transitioning to mostly shorter period wind swell, but still big, not small. Bigger than earlier in the week going through the weekend. So it should be fun, should be, interesting place. Got to find out where to sit. It's moving around a lot out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of current, so that I do know settles down a lot when the swell starts to settle in. So we're looking for some exciting surfing later on in the afternoon. Thanks very much for your forecast, Eddie.
Yeah, of course. We'll talk tomorrow.
Thanks for joining us. We'll look for you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
Last score for green was a 2.2. You still require a 2.4. 6 minutes remaining. Blue, you are currently in second position. Green is still in third. Green requires a 2.4 and white requires a 2.5. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
Blue needs a small score of about 2.23 to go to first. Oh, watching white. Nice hit under the lip and then just free falls straight to the bottom. This is local boy Jason Oliver.
Going up in the lip, nice top turn. Working it out onto this north section, coming at him. Throws it up. He's going to get around it. Has to go down on his belly. But we're going to wait for him to finish this wave. Then the judges are going to work on that score for white and then green. So white only requires a small score. So we watch this replay of white. The smaller wave. He sees the north section, sets it up, and comes down just under the lip. So a pretty technical maneuver. That's going to change the situation with 4 minutes remaining. So last of white, 517. White, you go to first. Red drops to second. Blue, you are in third, requiring a 2.2. And green, you are in fourth. You have a wave coming. So blue with priority lets it go. I hope you all are taking note that a lot of these waves are rolling underneath these surfers. That is that north swell. And red, he's going to roll in on the second priority, throws it up big and comes down. So still waiting for that score for green and for red. So green, a 2.93. So you still require a 3.24. Blue, you require a 2.2. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. White, you are in first position. Your last wave was at 517. 2 minutes remaining. Priority, blue has priority. He's going to roll in. Here we go, up and right, and he only needs a small score. Little check turn, throws it up in the lip. So he's happy with just that. He doesn't need a very big score at all, as red's going to try and answer back. Sends it up. He's going to get back out onto the open face. He's got some more wave to work with. Finishing maneuver, and then on the outside is white. He is the current heat leader, and he goes out the back with 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. So working on 3 scores as we watch this replay of red. Big smash on the north section. keeps his composure, gets back out on the open face, and then just pushes out the fins. So Blue's gonna most definitely go. So Blue, your last wave was a 4.53. That momentarily puts you in first with 35 seconds remaining, waiting for his score to drop for Red. Red, you are currently in third. White on the outside. He just dropped from first to second. He wants to try and regain that top position. With 15 seconds remaining, as we're sticking with White, not really much offering on this wave. And 10 seconds. So we're going to call this one in. 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 14. Surfers in the water, please stand by. We're on a short hold. So last of Red, 5.5. Red goes to first, drops Blue to second. Last of White, 2-2-3. Not enough. Situation remains the same. Red first, Blue second. You will be advancing into the next round coming on later on today. Surfers in the next heat, please stand by. All right, we're counting this one in. In 3, 2, 1. So the heat has now started. All right, coming up in this heat in red, Dane Libby. In blue, Reed Platanius. In white, Cole Saffel. And in green, King Nicole. So a little bit of a blunder there from green. No harm, no foul. Caught away before the horn. Back in the day, that would be a penalty, but he does not get penalized. He just has to start in whatever priority he will end up in when he gets to the outside. Oh. All right, so green will go to fourth priority. Okay, block on blue, so blue goes to fourth, green goes to third priority. All right, blue up and right, and so that is Reed Platanius. As we watch this replay of blue. Just a couple of quick turns. Not going to earn him too much, but it will get him on the board. 3.3 for blue. Watching white. Cold. Nice top turn, but can't quite hang on. As we watch red, Dane Libby. That was the money turn. Digs a rail and goes down. So surfer in red, Dane Libby currently ranked 45th. Managing a 9th in Virginia Beach. That was his best result for last year. As we watch blue, Reed, big vertical snap, finding a lovely gem of a wave, 2 vertical snaps. Not done yet, because this is going to give him something all the way to the inside, another vertical snap, and a 4th one. So we're going to see the best of the best for the day so far. That is surely going to be the best wave surfed. He's currently ranked 83rd, finishing 17th last year. As you watch this replay.
Queuing up this replay, gets a lovely vertical hit. Comes around to the north section, lovely another hit. Snaps it in the pocket, he's waiting for the inside. Gets another hit, and he finishes with a vertical stab on the inside. That's a well-surfed wave. That's Reed Platanius.
All right, last of blue, 6-8-3. Blue, you go to first. Green, you drop to second. White, you just require a 0.15, and red requires a 0.75. So just some very small scores on the board with 18 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Sure. I'll do it on the beach.
No, just read it yourself and let me know what you think.
Okay. I'm like saying to myself, this is real long for me to read. All right, let me see. No water cannon, broken board, tries to enter the water, backboard.
What's going on? Okay. Blue?
What?
Rain. Rain up.
Not now. Are they ready for the interview, or? I heard her talking too. I'm off the meeting. I'm off. I think, but you need to swim in. If you break your board or reach there, you start.
Okay, we're gonna cut to the glass. The last heat winner. Take it away, Amaya.
I'm here with Nadav Atar representing Israel, who just won Heat 14 of the round of 96 in the QS 6000 men. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. That was a super sketchy heat. Definitely not the way I wanted to surf it. But yeah, I'm stoked that last wave came through and I managed to manufacture on it and get the win. And it's all up from here now. Yeah, leaving this heat behind. Looking forward for the next one. Super stoked I get another shot at it today. And yeah.
A little grindy for sure, and you were telling me you're so stoked to get to surf this wave at this size. Quite more consistent than the previous years you surfed here. And I mean, it looks like it suits you because that was a massive turn you put over there and pushed you in the first place. So congratulations on to the next round. Are you excited to surf again this afternoon, and what's the game plan?
Yeah, I'm stoked. Like I told you before, like it's a lot bigger today. It's the first time I surf this wave with actual swell, and I feel like I don't know it. So just gonna watch heat, see where people sit. I felt like I was really good at this wave until today, and yeah, I'll just look back and take the positives away, and then keep going to hopefully have a great week here.
Yeah, good luck for the next round. Congratulations once again. You want to say a little something to friends and family back at home who hopefully are watching you, getting through that heat, and maybe for sure very proud?
Yeah, to my family, my friends are probably not up yet, but my family who are watching, I love you guys. Sorry for the scare there. לכולם בארץ גם תודה רבה. עלינו את המקצה הראשון ומתרגש לשבוע, שיהיה לנו פה שבוע חזק וטוב, מייצגים חזק, אז יאללה, תודה רבה. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, back to live action. No raves were ridden while we were on that break as we watch White. He can't negotiate that white water and goes under. So currently in the lead is the surfer in blue, sitting on a 6.83 and a 3.3, followed by the surfer in green. As we watch blue, he is the current heat leader. He's trying to back up that 6.83. Going up vertical. He has a lethal backhand.
Definitely be happy with that backup score coming in so quickly. Now he has time to get out the back and sit and wait for quality wave. Queuing up the replay here. Lovely open face carve, and he gets a good upside down hit on the north section. A little chattery on the inside, and he finishes with a vertical hit. Conditions looking a little bit bigger today. Not quite as big as we expected yet. Thinking this well could possibly be still filling in towards the middle of the day. Lovely vertical hit on the north section as we see this replay here of Reed. And he finishes with a lovely vertical hit, throwing buckets of water.
All right, last up blue, 4.83. So that goes into your score line. 12 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Still slow going for red, white, and green.
Okay, situation is 11 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue is in the lead with 11.66 average. Sorry, heat total. Second is green. Third is white. Priority sits with surfer in red. Looking out the back, seeing some lovely lines approaching. These inside double ups are standing up quite straight. Surfer in green taking off. Slide behind the peak, gets the north section. Lovely hit there. That's all she wrote. Bomb on the outside. Surfer pin drops down through there. I think he's might wear this set on the head. But that is soup ball for you. You got to be under it quickly. Luckily, he's actually got out really easily. Swells are stacking out the back here. We're starting to see what this swell is really looking like. White is up. Nearly loses the fins on that bottom turn. Races down the lane. Gets one nice hit there with a little drift. A little bit more of a lateral wave. We'll see how the judges bring in that score. Okay, 9 minutes and 48 seconds remaining. Soup ball starting to show her teeth here a little bit. More lanes approaching. Just read up again. Couldn't quite navigate that first maneuver. Okay, so to run down the scores here, surfer in blue leading this heat with 11.66 heat total. Surfer in green is in second with a 6.27 heat total. Nice little thread in that little tube very easily. And a nice finish. Surfer in red, probably locking in his best score for this heat so far. He'll be excited to get back out there to back that up. We will update you when that score comes in. Okay. Oh. Looking at the replay, red gets actually quite a square little cover up, not as deep as he would like. Carving back to the pocket. Another little hit at the north section and falls up.
All right, guys, I'm going to give you a full rundown. Hold tight. Blue, you are in first. You have a 6.83 and a 4.83. Green, you are second with a 3.3 and a 2.9. Red is third with a 4.23 and a 0.93. You require a 2.0. White, you are fourth. You have a 2.7 and 1.5. You require a 3.5. 7 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Priority, green, blue, white, red. No priority for red as yet.
Oh, Trying for a little late take off there. We'll swatted him down like a fly. Yeah, you want to be kind of early to the party today when you paddle out a wave.
All right, coming up in the next heat, Jake Davis, Darshan Antikiri, Italo Macinas, and Franco Raj. We apologize for the technical difficulties for the audience at home, trying to get the graphics up on your screen, working diligently on it as we watch King Nicole. He is currently in second position, and red on the outside. Dane Libby, he is the top seed in this heat. Currently ranked 45th, holding down a 9th in Virginia Beach. So as we watch this replay of Green, sets up this nice first turn, right in the pocket power source, 13 years old, surfing years above his age. All right, last of Green, 4.8 for Green. Last of red, 117. So red, you still require a 3.9. White, you require a 5.5. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Surfers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. Please stay down on the channel.
Surfer in green, elected to take a small insider here. Just in and out. Okay. Time is 3 minutes and 39 seconds remaining. Football looks so deceivingly calm and clean right now.
Yeah, the rip's starting to settle down there, Simon, between Soup Bowl and Parlor. Was pulling quite extensively earlier. A couple times it actually worked its way down into the lineup, really causing a lot of havoc. That's when the treadmill starts.
Definitely can see the north and the swell today. You can see waves are popping out way down the reef as well.
So 2 minutes remaining, surfers. Heat still a little bit open. As we watch red, Dane Libby, he is looking for a score, and he goes down as that north section gets the better of him, and White on the outside. He's going to roll into this one, pull straight in the barrel, just a little bit, not deep enough. But that wave went fully square. As another one blew, he lets it go, but he's going to give it to Red. Look at this wave just reform on the inside. There was tons of scoring potential on that wave. With 1 minute remaining.
Red elects to take a little cheeky north beat corner and still get two major maneuvers.
Yeah, and he caught the wave on the inside. That wave would have given you, that wave had 8 points written all over it. You're on the outside with that first turn.
That last takeoff straight in the barrel was kind of impressive. I'm sure the surfer wished he was a little bit deeper and was able to complete that wave. That was quite a technical, tricky takeoff. All right, cue last of Red on the north beat. Then the first maneuver, and the end section, getting a lovely end hit. So just two maneuvers there.
But it was, that wave had broken on the outside. Both surfers on the outside let it go, and he picked it off on the inside. So if you get that wave from the outside, do two maneuvers on the outside, you're looking at a hefty score. So counting it in, 5 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. So that ends the heat. We are in a short hold. Still working on this last score for Red. So that could possibly have been a big mistake, as surfer in green could have certainly caught that wave and let it go. So servers in the next heat, we're on a short hold. We're still working on the last of Red. So currently, blue is first, green is second. Red, having caught that last wave, which we're working on, doesn't need much of a score. I apologize for the technical difficulties. All right, last of Red requires a 3.9, drops at 3.27, not enough. Stand by, surfers. All right, counting it in. 10 seconds. We need a... Chris Clark.
All right, this is Red. Just snap it on the top. Just doesn't want to run over his compatriot there. The wave kind of dies out. We got about, heat just started. We're on 24 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. A couple short rides out there. Guys are waiting to establish priority.
All right, coming up in this heat in red, Jake Davis. As we watch blue, Darshan Antakiri from Costa Rica, just one maneuver. So coming up in this heat, red, Jake Davis. In blue, Darshan Antakiri. In white, Italo Macinas Dixon. And in green, Franco Ratunas from Argentina.
We're hearing the whistles. Usually that's a good indicator of something coming.
All right, first of red, 217. Last of blue, 3.0. So for all of the audience at home, we are having some technical difficulties. We will bring the scores for you as soon as possible, but I will do my best to update all the scores as best I can.
All right, just about 20 minutes remaining. 20 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. We got blue in first, red in second. Both guys got some small scores. Still waiting for white and green to waiting for either white or green to pull the trigger to get a full priority rundown. But still early. 19 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
As we watch white scratching to get into this one, he's going to let it go. But look at the scoring potential on that wave as it rolls across the reef all the way to the inside. Don't mind, it's a smaller wave. That wave has plenty of scoring potential on it. As we are watching the lineup, surfers are jockeying for position. There is no priority between white and green. So surfer closest to the curl will have unconditional right of way. We're going to watch white. He's going to roll into this one. Italo Macinas Dixon goes up and down. So while we have a quick break in the action, we're going to send it down to the glass. Let's hear what Reed Platanius has to say. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
And we're back here with Reed Platanius representing Canada, who just won heat 15 in this round of 96 in the US with 1000. How is it over there?
It's so fun out there. I was like trying to hold back not to go way up and try and find a good one, but kind of surfed a smart heat and got 2 scores at the start and then played defense. But really stoked. I have another heat later to try and really show what I got.
Yeah, we can't wait to see that. I mean, Subol is providing. Must be so fun for you all to get to surf it at this size. We know the last few years it was a little smaller, so we also stoked to see you all surf and perform in these sort of waves.
Yeah, it's just so fun to like surf out there with 3 other guys. I don't really get that many waves in the free surf, so to have like my pick of the lineup for those 25 minutes is so fun.
So, yeah, congratulations. You did great over there. Caught the right waves and got the job done and on to the next round. How are you going to prepare for it?
Yeah, go home, make some breakfast, a couple more coffees, and lay on the couch and probably watch for a bit and then come back down and support my buddies.
Sweet, yeah, stay in the shade for sure. The sun is brutal, so keep on going and good luck for the next round.
Thank you. I just want to say hi to my mom and dad. They got up early this morning back in Canada to watch, and thanks for waking up at 3 a.m.
Thank you for that. All right, see you on the next one then.
Thanks.
So definitely starting to come together. There's a lot cleaner. A lot more wall on the wave. There's going to be a small score as they start to trickle in. There's one more score to drop. All right, first up, green 2.0. So slow going in this 16 feet in this round 96. In blue, you are in first position, sitting only 3.5 as we watch red, Jake Davis up and riding. So much technique as he looking at this inside grower. One big turn, another slashing off the top, floats the section. And he can't quite hang on to that finishing maneuver, but that will certainly send him to first, only requiring a 1.3. So once that score drops, I will update the situation. But currently in the lead is a surfer in blue. So last of red, 6.5. 6.5, Jake. You go to first. Blue, you drop to second. Green, you are third. You now require a 1.5. And white, you are fourth. You require a 3.2. 15 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Priority is with blue, then white. So blue rolls under this one. White scratching to get into this one, and he lets it go. That wave's still going. Still going. Right.
Stance, as we would say, a horse stance. All right, another one rolling through. They must have something they're looking in particular for, Lou.
I don't know what it could be. But that's like 5 waves in a row that have just rolled off the reef.
So almost anything you could really wish for. It's like a kid in a candy store. Which one do I take? Which one do I take?
You know, yep. So white from behind the peak. Want to make a little announcement to all the competitors and also all the spectators and visitors. This is not the normal, we're very close to the equator. This is not the normal sun. And a lot of you competitors are going to be surfing all day long. And you don't realize it, how much you're sweating because you're in the water and you're wet. But dehydration is a serious thing in the Caribbean. So just bear in mind, keep drinking water. You might not feel it, but you're dehydrating your body tremendously. You're being in salt water, you're being in the sun, you're sweating, you're not realizing it. So just make sure you drink plenty of water, stay hydrated, and do your best. Thanks very much. That was Green. Does a ballet move and comes unstuck. So situational water, red first, blue second, green is third, and white, here we go, Italo Messinas kind of loses the fins a little bit. All right, last of Green, 2.6. Green, you go to second. Blue, you drop to third. You now require a 1.6. And White, you drop a 1.9. You now require a 2.7. So red first, green second, blue is third, requiring a 1.6. And white is fourth, requiring a 2.7. Green on the inside, up and riding. Big wrapping re-entry. Another big slash off the top. Another big top turn. So that's more like it. Finally catching the waves that given the scoring potential. So 3 solid maneuvers. He's just getting on a couple of twos as we watch this replay.
Oh, that's perfect. Poetry in motion. Deep bottom turn, straight to the top, clicking it, coming right back down. One pump, back up, throws the fins out, ejection, loving it.
That last turn was definitely the money turn. That's going to be the best of the heat, or get very close to it. 6.87 Green, 6.87. So green first, red second, blue is third. Blue requires a 5.6, and white is fourth, requiring a 6.7. 9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro presented by Diamonds International. This is the men's round of 96. This is the final heat. We're going to be moving right into round of 64. As we watch Green up and riding, he is the current heat leader. Just dropped a 6.87. Looking to back that up. Perez at 6.87. With just a 2.6, so he's looking to up that requirement as we watch White on the outside. So working it onto the open face, and he goes out the back, not picking the best waves. So we're going to be moving right into the round of 64 coming up, and that we're going to be seeing Luca Macinas, Teo Grani, Alan Cleland, and Tommy Zahalka. So that is a stacked heat. Luca Macinas, a former World Tour competitor. Alan Cleland, a current World Tour competitor. So from here on out, it's the big boys coming up. All the top seeds for the event will be surfing. Eight minutes remaining. So last of green was a 3.2. So that ups your requirement. So red, you are currently in second position. To regain the lead, you need a 3.5. And blue, you are in third. You require a 5.6. White, you are in fourth position. You require a 6.7. 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Red, he's going to pull the trigger. Here we go. Up and right and under priority. Jake Davis. He's been coming here since he was a junior. And that was a long time ago. He's almost 30. As we watch White, Luca Macinas on a better looking wave. And he's going to kick out the back. Doesn't quite seem to have the right setup on that board because he keeps sliding out. So I don't know if he's lost a fin or if his fins are just too small. All right, last of red, 277. So a little paddle battle between red and white.
Oh, we're seeing some water turning up here.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Looking across the parlor too, I'm looking at probably 12-foot sets over there, and the swell is actually pumping right now.
As we're watching blue, he's gonna roll into this one on his backhand. He's gonna wait for this to stand up, throws it up vertical.
Still going on the inside. Another snap, and he's out of there. That was a well-surfed wave. By the time the surfer got to his feet, you could see the air just dropped out from underneath him. Lovely little air drop. That's all right. Cue that the replay. Gets a little down curve to start. And a lovely hit on the north section. Takes his time, gets a snap in. And the finish here gets another snap. And elects to get out. It's about 4 major maneuvers.
All right, last of blue, 4.6. You now require a 4.61. 5 minutes remaining. Servers in the next heat. You are free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel.
Waves are non-stop here.
There's green up and right in. Wrapping it back to the power source, throwing it vertical up in the lip. He is the current heat leader as he surfs right out of the screen.
Lovely turn there. And a tidy little finish.
All right, he now finishes that wave, so we do apologize for that. He is the current heat leader, sitting on a 6.87 and a 3.2. Blue, he's going to go on this inside. As he's up and riding, going up vertical on the first turn. Throwing it up, can't hang on to the finishing maneuver. He goes down. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining as White up and riding. Wrapping cut back. He's going to stick with it. Wave not offering much, and he goes down. So 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. This leaves the surfer in red on the outside by himself. He sees what's coming. Paddling to put himself into position. He's going to turn and burn on this one. Here we go, red. Jake Davis up and riding.
Ooh.
Nice wrapping cutback. Going up vertical. Working it out onto the open face. He's going to look to close this one off strong. He's got another peak ahead of him. Throws it up and completes the maneuver. 3 minutes remaining.
It's a well-surfed wave there by surfer in red. Jake Davis. Picked a quality set wave there too.
So last of green, 517 green. Last of green, 517. Strengthens your lead a little bit, but we got a score for red coming, so that may flip-flop and really, really, really increase the requirement for blue and white. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. As we watch this replay of red.
Lovely open face carve there. And he gets another vertical hit. Carving it back to the pocket, seeing the end section, just sticking with it. And a vertical hit down the inside. So that is a well-surfed wave by Jake Davis.
All right, white. All right, last of red, 533. So red, you still remain in second position. However, that increases the requirement for blue. Blue, you now require a 716. And white, you now require a 9.8. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. Green, your last wave was a 517. You are in first position.
Situation is 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining.
All right, coming up on 45 seconds. Red up and riding. He's looking to regain that first position. And he goes up and out.
I think we're about to see some bombs hit this reef. I'm seeing some lines moving. Big sets moving.
So blue, as the surfers on the outside starting to shift around, they see it coming. Green. This is the monster set of the day. Here we go. He's scrambling to get in. Free falls the drop, pulls in the barrel, and goes out the back. But there's 3 more behind, guys. There's 3 more behind. Look at that wave on the outside. Went completely square. As the heat comes to a close, servers in the next heat, please stand by. We are going to be on a short hold. This one's going to close out with green taking the win, followed by red. So Franco and Jake will be moving on into the next round, coming up a little later on today. But that was the set of the day right there. 5 solid waves. I would say those waves touched 8 feet. Yeah.
I think this might be actually the beginning of what is going to be a pretty incredible day of surfing. And some pretty heavy waves turning up. Based on the predictions expected, that is more looking like what should be consistently happening here today. Maybe a few bigger. But on the low tide, Soup Bowl is going to be really opening up. So
once again, for the folks at home, we do apologize. We're having some technical difficulties on the webcast. I will update your scores for you as much as I can, keep you abreast of what's going on. All right, counting it in, 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. So we are in heat number 1 in the round of 64 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro Men's QS 6000. This event is presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados. Coming up in this heat, we're going to see Luca Macinas. He is a former champion out here. Teo Granny, Alan Cleland, also a former champion in the junior side. He is also a current CT competitor. And Tommy Zahalka. So this heat has just started. No waves have been ridden while you're on that short break. We do apologize for the technical difficulties, not being able to bring you the scores. I will update you as much as I possibly can. 24 minutes straight up, so a minute has gone by in this first heat in the round of 64. No waves have been ridden. So we just had the biggest set of the day roll through right at the end of that last heat. That's more of like what I was expecting to see. It is coming through. It's a long period swell, so it is taking some time. But once we get past that high tide mark, the tide starts to drain back out. We should be in for some more action. Potentially could see some decent barrels. So surfers shifting around, putting themselves in position. Blue's gonna pull the trigger. Tail Granny. Big wrapping cutback. Hits the oncoming section, can't hang on, goes down. Green eyeing up this one. Rolling in. Tommy Zahalka. Sticking with it. Just trying to maximize that scoring potential. He's got a couple more maneuvers. And the wave shuts down and he goes out the back. First of blue, 2.0, as we watch red. Luca Macinas, he knows what he's looking for out here. He's been coming here for quite some time. He's a two-time champion. in this very event, winning it as a 5,000 and also as a 3,000 back in the day when we used to have it at Drill Hall. So while we wait for these couple of scores to drop in, we are going to send it down to Amaya. She's going to talk to Franco, the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Amaya.
I'm here with the winner of Heat 16 in this round of 96 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000, Franco Ratunas from Argentina. How are you?
Good, yeah, I'm happy I made that heat.
You were just telling me first time in Barbados. How are you liking the waves?
Yeah, I love it here. This is an event I've always wanted to come, and I was in a bit of a break, so I had the opportunity and decided to come, and I'm happy I'm here, scoring some good waves, and definitely hard, but once you get the good one, the wave is super fun.
Yeah, definitely some big ones coming through. I mean, it's so cool to see you all surfing these big waves. How is it compared to where you're from?
Oh, where I'm from is super small beach breaks, so not really like it, but I always like these kind of waves, some bigger, more push, so I'm excited.
Well, I mean, you did show that you can surf these waves, so congratulations. You must be so stoked to go on to the next round. You want to say a little something, friends and family? They must be so happy to see you get through as well.
Sí, un saludo a toda la gente que me está apoyando ahí en Argentina y vamos con todo para la próxima más tarde.
All right, thank you so much. Good luck on the next one.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, back to live action. So while we were away, we had a couple of waves scored. White 357, green 3.3. So early going in this heat, surfer in white, Alan Cleland is in the top position, followed by surfer in green. Green is sitting on a 3.3, and he's up and riding. And he digs a nose and goes down. So blue, he's going to look at this one. Leaves it. Nobody takes it. So here's the replay of red. This was just a 1.4 for Luca. As blue's up and right in live action. Nice wrapping cutback. Ooh. Little top turn in the power source. A little more energy in that turn and throws it up big to finish.
Surfer in blue showing some power and class there, real comfort. Belting some turns. Kept his rails cleaning. Really enjoyed watching that, queuing up that replay. He picked this one up quite deep. Was able to get first opening carve, opening up his shoulders. There's a little check snap in the pocket, gets hump up for a second. Then lays down a huge wrapping cutback. Green is up.
All right, back to live action with green. A couple of maneuvers on the outside, can't hang on to that north section. So that was Tommy Zahalka, currently ranked 121. Didn't do very well here last year. He's already made it down to the round of 64. As we watch this replay of green. So it comes off the bottom. Just pushes out the fins, but then kind of gets taken out. So that's going to be just a 1.1. So last of blue, 6.5 for blue. So blue first, green second, white is third, requiring a 0.89, and red is fourth, requiring a 3.04. 16 minutes, 40 seconds, 45 seconds remaining. So white with priority. He's going to roll in. Alan Cleland. Nice down carve in the pocket. Out onto the open face. Throwing it up. Comes over with the lip. Hangs on. He gets back out in front of it. Lovely top turn. Banging it once again. Finishing strong. So he is currently in third position, only sitting on a 3.5, which will certainly become his backup score. Backup score for the time being, I should say.
Waves are looking really good at the moment. Faces are clean. You can notice there's a little bit of rip in the middle of, or I would call it high rock right now.
There we go, red. Luca Macinas up and riding. Former CT competitor. Floats the north section. He's going to stick with it. He's going to get more opportunity on the inside. It's going to reform for him. One more turn, throws it up big, pushes out the fins, completes the maneuver. So last of white, 6.0 for white. So we're going to work on this score for red. So white first, blue second. But I have a score coming for red.
Some healthy scores, some really good exchanges going down here. Sun is out. The drones are out. Soup bowl is turning up.
All right, last of red, 517. Red, you go to third. You now require a 3.3. So white first, blue second, red third. Red requires a 3.3. Green is fourth, requiring a 5.1. 14 minutes remaining. All right, coming up in this heat number 2, in this round of 64, Ellie Temperi, Will Dean, Matt Bain, and Adam Bartlett. You gentlemen should be checked in, ready to go. There's 13 minutes remaining.
Okay, time check is 12 minutes and 26 seconds remaining.
All right, coming up on that 12-minute mark. As from here on out, all of the heats just get stacked. We have another 15 heats coming up to round out the day. 11 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Red is up and riding. Just a quick in and out. Situation. White, you have a 3.57, and a 6.0. You're currently in first place, holding second priority. White, you have a total of 9.57. You're sitting on a 6 and a 3.57. You're in the lead with second priority. Ten minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
White, you are first. Blue is second. Blue requires a 3.07 to go back to first. Green is in third. Green requires a 4.28. And red is fourth, requiring a 3.3. 9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Oh, we got the scores back up for you, so please pardon the technical difficulties, but we're back online now. So as you can see, the score is up on your board with 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Surfer in white, you're sitting on a 6 and a 3.5. Surfer in blue, you are sitting on a 6.5 and a 2. Here we go, watching red, up in red, and Luca Macinas. Currently in that fourth position, just requiring a small score to move up. So thank you very much for ironing out those technical difficulties that we have been experiencing throughout the morning. Blue, you are in second position with a 6.5 and a 2.0. You require a 3.07 to go to first. Red is now in third. Your last wave was a 2.77. You require a 3.34. Green is in fourth. You require a 4.28.
Ocean's taking a little break here to breathe. Faces are looking clean, sun's coming out. Non-stop swell today. I'm thinking today might be one of the best days of the window of the contest.
Red looking at this one on the inside. Working out to the north section, throwing it vertical, completing the maneuver. This is one of those little inside runners. Another vertical top turn. It's going to finish it strong. Luca Macinas pushes out the fins.
Well surfed wave there. A little inside nugget, a little double up. 6 minutes, 11 seconds remaining.
All right, last of red, 607. Red, you go to first. White, you drop to second. Blue, you are in third. You require a 307. And green, you are fourth. You require a 535. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. So green coming off the bottom, going up in the lip, and he goes out the back. All right, 5 minutes, surfers. Servers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. And so red, he's going to look for the very similar wave to what he just had, and he goes out the back. He's sitting on a 607 and a 517. As we got the graphics back up on the screen, you see that coming up on that 4 minute mark. So red on another inside, going up vertical, throwing buckets of spray, sticking with the power source. Another vertical top turn as green getting in the mix with a nice top turn. So scoring red, scoring green. So last of red, 393. Last of green, 277. So green, you still require that 535. Coming up on 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Servers in the next heat, just hold your positions right there, guys. Thank you.
Situation is 1 minute and 16 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue is up, a little caught behind there, a little too deep. Lots of waves coming through here. Red with a committed paddle here, deep. He's caught behind. Well, I think this swell is starting to arrive right now. Green is up. Nice snap in the pocket there. Nice little roundhouse cutty. Electing to stick with it. White's on the outside with a late airdrop. Green's still going with an end hit. Okay. I missed that window, sorry. Okay, we will update you, but that was a couple waves ridden, so we will update you when those scores do come in. See if the situation did change.
Yeah, it always goes like that at the end of the heat, the big, massive exchange. But we got the watchful eye of our head judge up here, and they're just making sure that every wave is accounted for and has its eyes picked out.
Yeah, but they were waiting for these last scores. Like three waves were ridden at the end.
All right, counting this one in. All right, 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. All right, we are live in heat number 2, and this round is 64. Coming up in this heat in red, Ellie Temperi; in blue, Will Dean; in white, Martin Bain; and in green, Adam Bartlett. We saw the 2 World Tour surfers in the former of Luca Macinas and current Alan Cleland taking first and second. As we watch green on a pretty sizable peak, going up vertical in the lip. Adam Bartlett getting upside down on that first maneuver. Wave kind of bending out to sea a little bit on him. But that first maneuver was pretty critical. As we watch red, this is Eddie Temperi on a good-looking wave, coming hard off the bottom, throwing it vertical up in the lip. Can't hang on, but let me tell you, if he did, that was progressive, that was innovative, and that was radical.
Blue is up and riding, getting a first open carve here. There's Will Dean, surfer in blue. Little redirect at the north section. And the inside section here, lovely layback jam there. That was a radical maneuver. Oh, the faces are looking clean on some of these waves, and the guys are really starting to lift their performances.
All right, last of green, 4.0. Last of blue, 3.5. Last of red, 1.5. So
red is up. Lovely hit in the pocket there. That's all she wrote. That was a mid-size, well, almost an insider. Surfer knows that didn't have all the scoring potential down the line he wanted. Green wants the situation update.
Green, your last wave was a 4.0. You are currently in second position. Blue, you are third. You require a 0.5, and white is fourth, requiring a 4.0. 21 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Last of red, 267. So early going red in first, green second, blue third, white fourth. White, he's going to use his priority. Matt and Bain. Throws it up in the north section, completes the maneuver, gets back out onto the open face. He's going to want to finish strong, throws it up, buckets of spray, and completes the maneuver. So with 20 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, he's going to get himself on the board. That's going to shift priority to the surfer in green, followed by red, then blue. So green with priority. All right, last of white, 5-3-3. So white goes to first, red to second, green, you are third, you require 8.17, and blue, you're fourth, requiring 8.67. So we got a little break in the action. We're going to send it down to hear what Luca Macinas has to say about his last heat. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
And champ Luca Macinas from Peru, who just won this first heat in a round of 64 in a QS 6000. How is it today?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. The waves are super fun today. It's a lot bigger than the days before. A little tricky though, like not all the waves are good, so you have to choose the good ones, and yeah, happy to make it.
Pretty close heat until the end. You want to walk us a bit more through your headspace during that heat?
Yeah, I feel like I start very bad. Like my first wave, I fall, so I start from behind, and then I was just trying to get like maybe like the medium size, like not like the set waves. So I feel like I did a really good job in the end, just trying to find whatever I can just to do a couple good turns and get like a 6 or a 5. So it worked in the end, so I'm stuck with that.
Yeah, you stayed pretty active and it did pay off. Congratulations. How are you going to get ready for the next round?
Just same thing, always just surf in the afternoon, just keep surfing and having fun. The waves are super good. I love this wave. I always love to come here and surf this wave because it has a lot of power. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm just going to stay and do the same thing every day.
Sweet, perfect. You want to say a little something, friends and family back at home?
Sí, quiero saludar a toda la gente de Perú que me está viendo, que siempre me apoya, a mi familia, a mi novia, a sus gatitos, a mis amigos y a todos mis auspiciadores por siempre apoyarme. Saludos.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, back to live action. All right, last of green, 267. So green first, white second, red is third. Red requires a 267, and blue is fourth, requiring a 1.8. 17 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. As red takes off, fades away a little bit. Wrapping cut back. Setting up this inside, floats the section. He's going to get around the white water and get some more opportunity. Another wrapping cut back. And finishes with a nice top turn. So that's probably going to be his best. But probably just barely. There wasn't anything real critical. .83 red, 483. All right, coming up in the next heat, Blair Barton. He is a Live Like Zander champion. Sam Reedy, Jairo Perez, and Charlie Martin. So the two youngsters are going to be taking on the two veterans. There's 16 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Surfer in red, currently ranked 13th. So he is in a potential qualifying position, as we're going to qualify 7 men and 1 wild card. We've seen people come from a lot further back than 13th. So at 15 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, this heat is still wide open, with third and fourth just needing some small scores. White needing a 1.3, blue needing at 318. The wind seems to be backing down a little bit. Ocean seems to be coming together. Nice lines coming in. As we're watching Green. Green not able to get into that. He was in third priority. So not really any.
Oh my God, dude. My buddy made a bunch of them, man.
Want to just send a big shout out to my good buddy Rodney Archer, one of Florida's finest, Palm Beach Sheriff. Thank you very much for your little gift you gave me. Glad that you're here. Surf fanatic. Hope you get some good waves. So waiting on a score for White now. He is, so White 2.2, White goes to first, red drops to second, green, you now require a 3.5, and blue, you require a 4.0. So priority shifts to red and blue. First priority red, and he's gonna look at this one, he's gonna let it go, blue's gonna hold it. This was a mistake because this is a good wave. Here we go, blue up and right, and Will Dean going vertical up in the first turn, completes the maneuver, and just not able to get back out in front of the whitewater. It was either run that section and hit the inside a couple of times or go for that big turn on the outside. So we're going to see where that goes, what the judges think. It was a big maneuver, but you could see that he was thinking about one or the other as we watch red up and riding on a smaller little inside wave. Surfing it well, coming off the bottom, nice wrapping cut back. Another little redirection. The lip line floater and pushes out the fins. So he likes that, but we're going to wait to see what they think of this blue score as we watch this last blue. As live action, green currently in that third position, big turn. He's going to redirect, try and get back down that face, and not quite managing it. So we're waiting on a couple of other scores. So waiting on blue, green, and red.
Our current last replay of green. Solid wave and hooks it in the pocket, belting a lot of spray. He rode it to the North Peak, didn't make the inside connection. Replaying last of red. Red picked up a little inside corner, but he picked it up quite deeply. Was able to get quite a few carves done. Roundhouse cut back. He's eyeing the inside section, gets his check snap. And a lovely hit and hit. He liked it. That was actually a well-served wave. And it grew.
All right, still waiting on a last of green, but red drops a 3.8. Green drops a 4.6, so green second, white is third, white needing a 3.27, and blue is fourth, needing a 5.10. Last of blue, 1.63. So the surfer in white, letting that one roll through. Blue's gonna catch it. Here he goes, under priority. Big Florida re-entry. He can just barely get around that. Surfer in blue, Will Dean, is the reigning Live Like Zander champion. As we watch green, currently in that second position. Nice top turn. Red, you are in first. Your last wave was a 3.8. 10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Can replay last of blue, big hit. This is Will Dean. He had to bail out of that, knowing he couldn't make it around that section.
So last of blue, 3.8. So blue, you require a 4.8. You are in fourth position. 9 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. He's just completely out of rhythm. Something's wrong. White on a good-looking wave. Coming out onto the open face, throwing it up on the north section. The wave's going to run away from him.
Gobbled him up. Right on the outside.
Red up and right in. Little down carve slash. Working it to the inside, looking for that last final maneuver. He's setting it up, bottom turn and throwing it up hard. Opening up the shoulders and pushing out the fins. He is the current heat leader, sitting on a 4.83 and a 3.8.
Last of red here. Carving it, first maneuver. Doing a little layback jam there in the
He looks for that last. So Charlie Martin, your call to check in. 8 minutes remaining. Charlie Martin, you need to check in. You have 8 minutes remaining. Last of green, 233. So situation, red first, green second. White is third, requiring a 3.2, and blue is fourth, requiring a 4.8. 7 minutes, 35 seconds. All right, everything is in. Last of red, 5-2-3. So red, you strengthen your lead. Green, you are in second. White, you require a 3.2. And Blue, you require 4.8, and Blue is up and riding. Will Dean, little slashing cut back. Sticking with the high road. Throwing it up vertical, looking to finish strong. So 644, he's only sitting on a couple of threes. So 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. That effort was a little better for Dean as we watch this replay as he rolls out onto the open face. Puts a little more effort in that second cutback, eyeing up that lip line and finishes strong, pushing out the fins. Little fist pump, he likes it. So last of Blue, 4.2. 4.2 for Blue. Blue, you now require a 4.34. 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Green, way out on that lip. All right, servers in the next heat. Let's please stay down on the channel for me. Thank you very much. All right, just under 4 minutes remaining. Situation remains the same. Red first, green second. Blue, you are third, requiring a 4.3. And white fourth, requiring a 3.27.
Some tidy surfing going down here. It's quite a pleasure to watch these guys. Here's some quite polished performances going down. Seeing a lot of comfort in the guys surfing, some late takeoffs. The guys are figuring out some of the small growers that you can take all the way down the reef. Yeah, surfers in the next seat, you could park it right there. Blue.
Yeah, white, you need to go back just a little bit in the next heat, please. All right, so white up and riding, coming off the bottom, going up in the lip, going upside down. Martin Bain, another big vertical turn. Out onto the open face. He loves it, and out back is Red. He is the current heat leader. Big wrapping cutback. And we're watching red continuing down the line. As red continues, he finishes strong. Green still rolling. So 3 surfers catching waves in white, green, and red, leaving blue on the outside with priority by himself with 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. But we got 3 important scores to work, really 2 important scores to work, because white had a good wave, but then green answered back. So let's see where that goes. With 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining, the question is this youngster, Will Dean, going to get a chance as we watch this replay of red as he comes around that first section and really goes hard in that first lip and then really puts it on rail for that cutback, sets up this inside section and just goes to town on it. Thought he was done there, but he just kept going. Well, so then if we can cue up the white and then the green. So white is trickling in. White, 593. So right now you go to first. I still have a score for red and blue and green to come in as we watch the replay of green and blue on the outside. This is live action. So everything just got turned upside down. So 15 seconds remaining. And we're waiting for red and then green with 5 seconds remaining. In 3, 2, 1. So next heat, we're on a short hold. We got some scores to work on. Last of red, 527, but it's this green score that we're waiting on. So we still got scores to drop to see where this is going to go. If we could just cue up that last of green, that we can have a look. There's a pretty important score here for green. So servers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We're on a short hold. Those of you in the replay booth, if we could just cue up that last of green. All right, this is the replay of the last of green. So you see that first top turn. It's pretty strong, but then the wave kind of get a little fat on him. He liked it, but let's see what the judges think. So he is currently in that third position. So the surfer in white, he dropped a 593, so he went to first. So the judges are still deliberating on this. So it's going to be between green and red because white cannot get leapfrogged, so he is safe. It's whether or not green is going to go ahead of red. There you go. You see camaraderie there on the beach. Congratulations to each one of them. All right, scores trickling in. All right, green, you require a 5.9. You drop a 6.0. Turn the heat, go to second, drops red to third. So taking the win, surfer in white, Matt and Bain coming in second and advancing Adam Bartlett. So those two servers will be coming up a little later on in the day. Servers in the next seat, please stand by.
Red, wanna hear about this new super feed stink?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
Okay, we are back to live action. Coming up in this heat, in red, Blair Barton, and he is up and riding. He is also a former champion of the Zander, Live Like Zander event. Also a very good friend of Zander. They grew up together. As he's working it to the inside, way on the outside, this is White Jairo Perez from Costa Rica. So this is a battle of the old veterans versus the young guns. So coming up in his seat in red after this replay. Take it away there, Simon.
Yeah, he picked up a very deep one here. Was able to get one hit, just a little lip line, hit and try to drive down the lane, but he realizes he cannot make that wave. I had to get out. So that's only one outside maneuver. Waves are really looking nice. Some of these faces are clean. I'm seeing a little rip on the outside here, but it's not actually in soup bowl. This is a pretty big indication of how much water is actually sweeping by this reef. The water is coming in. It has to get out somewhere. Blue is up. A little too late. Likes to go left on this one. Gets one hit and he's out. I'm not sure. Surfers will be scrambling right now. Trying to find position. Red is up. This is tidy hook in the pocket there. A little late to the north section, gets stuck behind.
Okay, so we got the two 35-year-olds, Charlie Martin and Jairo Perez, versus the two 20-year-olds, and Blair Barton and Sam Reedy. So first of red coming in at a 4.67, backed up with a 2.6. Blue, your first was a 2.17. White, your first was a 3.0. Priority is sitting on the outside with the surfer in green, yet to open his account. So early going, red first, white second, blue third, green fourth. 21 minutes remaining.
Oh, green is eyeing up a lovely little nugget here.
There we go, green up and right, and coming hard off the bottom, going straight up in the lip. Has to get over that little rib. But the waves are just looking better and better and better. As we're rolling on to this high tide, just about 15 minutes will be full high tide. So conditions are definitely cleaning up a bit. Wind is going a little bit more to the right, which would be a little bit more side shore. Sets are taking a little long, but definitely more than enough scoring potential out there. 25-minute heats, giving each surfer every opportunity to showcase their skills.
All right, queuing up last of green. Picks this up way up the point. Lovely open face curve. Has a little rib in it, has to navigate around it. Gets a little carve back into the pocket. And bingo, he gets a hit in the north section. It's a little chattery. Just does a little roundhouse cut back, redirect. Just trying to finish now at this point. One little tap on the white water, and that's all she wrote. That's a well-surfed wave. That's Charlie Martin.
So just waiting for that score to drop, and then we'll update the situation. All right, last of green, 5.33, 5.33 for green as we watch blue up and right, and Sam Reedy from Costa Rica throwing it up on that north section, pushing out the fins, completing the maneuver and going out the back. All right, Sam Reedy currently ranked 23rd. While we were waiting for those scores to drop, I'm going to send it down to Matt Bain. He was the winner of the last heat. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
I'm here with Matten Bain from North Carolina, winner of heat number 2 in this round of 64, continuing his campaign in the QS Men's 6000. How was it over there?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy out there. Just the waves. I've never really surfed a heat where the waves are that consequential, kind of. I'm from the East Coast, so over on the East Coast we don't really get much waves like that. And yeah, it was a really fun learning experience to be able to go catch a few waves out there with the boys.
I mean, the craziest part was what you just told me. It's the first time you're riding this board in the contest in a heat in such heavy waves. So
yeah, it was my first time riding this board in the contest. The waves finally got big enough for it, and yeah, I want to thank all the guys over at Lost and my surf shop back home, Surf City Surf Shop. Shout out to them, and yeah, they've gotten me dialed with all my equipment this year, and yeah, I'm really stoked to keep it going.
keep it going. You took that wave towards the end of the heat, showed some engagement, and took the lead. So on to the next round. How are you going to prepare for this afternoon?
Yeah, just watch a few heats and just rest up and hydrate, because it's really tiring. Even though we're only out there for 25 minutes, it takes a lot out of you. So yeah, just rest up and get ready for tomorrow and see what tomorrow has in store.
Yeah, I bet the current turned up as well. So congratulations once again, and good luck for the next round. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So while we were on that break, we had a surfer wave for the surfer in blue, Sam Reedy, dropping at 4.73. So currently in first position is red, second position is blue, third is green, and fourth is white. Green, you require a 1.5. White, you have a wave coming. Red, Blair Barton up and right and on his backhand, going vertical up in the lip. Negotiates that lip line re-entry quite well, composing himself and kicking out the back. Kind of got hung up a little bit on that first turn, which will probably keep the score down, but still going to be a good score. The solid wave.
And that was a quality wave there. Queuing up the replay here, loss of red. Gets one big hit there. Yeah, it's a little hung up, so he's a little late on the second one and wasn't able to connect around that. But that's still two major maneuvers.
Yes, I mean, he kind of lost his rhythm on that first turn. Kind of got stood up a little too much. Don't know what happened. Maybe there was a little wobble in the wave. Something threw his timing off. That earned him a 4.13, Red, 4.13. So, Red, you're still in first. Blue second. Green is third. The last of White was a 3.27. So White, you're in fourth. You require a 3.6. 15 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Green, you are in third position. You need a 1.5. A little bit of a rip starting to roll down into the lineup. Doesn't seem to be too much. I can see the backside of it already. But it definitely is going to chatter up the face as we watch White. Jairo Perez up and right in. Kind of free falls the drop, goes up vertical. Looking for one more maneuver, just manages a floater as we watch Red on the outside going left. And he goes out the back. We watch this replay of White. Kind of caught him off guard, that drop. He didn't really expect it to lift up so much on him. Composed himself, got a nice top turn, but then his timing was a little bit off on that second re-entry. Doesn't require a big score to move up into that advancing position. So last of White, 3.47. So White, you now require a 3.44. Green, you still require that 1.5. 13 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. As we watch Red way up inside. Once again, kind of got a little bit fumbled on that bottom turn. As we watch Blue, he's going to roll into this one. Going up in the lip, right in the power source, banging it off the north section. He's going to try and stick with it. He's going to get back out ahead of it. He's got a couple of reform. Kind of mistimes that last turn, but was able to ride out of it cleanly.
That was a tidy finish in a little bit of a difficult section.
Yep, that's Sam Reedy from Costa Rica.
Surfed up. Looking at the replay here, this was a very good quality wave. It's a lovely jam in the pocket there. It's a large wave. Bangs the North Peak. Back to live action.
Live action, Charlie Martin trying to answer back. Big wrapping down carve. Up in the north section, can he hang on? Yes, he does. That was a critical maneuver and finishes strong. So he's looking to answer back Reedy.
That's three major maneuvers there. That was a good exchange.
Very good. A solid wave now rolled through the lineup with nobody on it. As we wait for this score for Blue and for Green to drop.
All these waves, that seems to be quite solid right now. All right, Q&A replay here. Last of Green, Charlie Martin. Sizable wave. Huge carve underneath the lip there. He gets a big hit on the north section. Eyes the finish. And a little layback jam.
And live action, White, Jairo Perez. That was the first maneuver. Working it. Slashing it. Nice wrapping carve. Yeah, that last wave of Green, that first maneuver, he really held the rail on that big down carve.
White just finished off a mid-sized wave. That might keep the score down, but that was some tidy surfing. He's a small guy. He made it look big, but it was definitely a foot smaller than the other two guys' waves. Lovely first hit. Eyes the north section. He's driving down the lane. Just gets a little tail up there and drift it. Carve back to the pocket. And wraps it back around. Lovely carve there. Eyes the finish. That's a lovely hit. Red is up. Live action.
So live action, red. Big turn. Another big turn. This boy has got an electric backhand. As he's working it to the inside, another vertical turn. And a fourth one, so 4 solid turns.
Red just picked up a very good, clean face. He's going to probably get a good score for that. I'm not a judge, but those were some clean, seamless surfing. 2 outside critical hits. Let's see the replay here. Picks this thing up deep in the point. Lovely big carve in the pocket, belting spray. They get straight out underneath the lip there. Does a lovely little check snap back, waiting for this wave to reform. Cutting it back to the pocket, just setting up this inside. Nice vertical hit there. And then a tidy finish. So he has 4 major maneuvers. No bubbles in between. He'd be happy with that.
So still waiting on that score for white, starting to trickle in. 5.13 white, 5.13. So white, you require a 5.6. However, red has a wave to come. Last of blue, 6.0. So the last of blue was a 6. So we're now working on red. And it's going to be a good one. Last of green, 7.5. So green goes to first, red drops to second. Sorry, blue drops to second, red is in third, but red has a wave to come. All right, last of red, 7.93. 7.93 for red. So red goes to second, blue drops to third. Blue, you require a 6.6. And white, you are fourth, you require a 7.48. So green first, red second, blue third. Blue requires a 6.6. White requires a 7.4. 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
Blue just picking up a choice inside wave here. Lovely wrapping carve on the North Peak. Sam Reedy. Hopefully he gets out in front of that. Got a little hung up on that last wrap, but that's 3 major maneuvers done.
Yeah, I want a big shout out to Cordy Bartonen, Blair's mother. She's watching from North Carolina. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Owen Moss, Dylan Horde, Tommy Layson, and Tanner Sandvig. That's coming up immediately in the next heat in about 6.5 minutes. So local boy Tommy Layson, let's see if he can showcase his skills on these waves. As we're seeing Soup Bowl really turn on. This is Soup Bowl at its best. Solid sections out there. Wouldn't say it's the biggest, but it sure is lining up good now. We are right at a dead high tide. Sets are taking a little longer than yesterday, but it's a lot cleaner, a lot better, a lot bigger, with 6 minutes remaining. All right, as we watch this last of blue, nice top turn right there in the pocket. Big wrapping cut back, sticking with that power. Got plenty of wave ahead of him. Just wants it to reform. And he just can't get around that last section. So last of blue, 5.37. So blue, you still require that 6.6. As we watch the previous of white, just managing that one top turn. And this is live action. As we watch white on the inside. Big wrapping cutback, banging it off the white water. All right, servers, 5 minutes. You can paddle out 5 minutes. Please stay down in the channel. We check out this replay of Hyro. Kind of got a little hung up on that first turn, threw off his rhythm. So that score just earned him a 3.83, so that doesn't go into the score line. So he's still looking for that 7.48. So coming up in this next heat, we're going to see Owen Moss. He's currently in the 5th position in these qualification. Holding down a 9th position at Pismo Beach, a 1st in Virginia Beach, a 5th at Jacksboro, a 9th at La Marginale, another 9th at Morro Bay. So some good results for this young server. I think he spent 2 years already on the Challenger Series at the age of 21 years old, so he's ripe for that. 2 minutes 20 seconds, Blair. So Dylan Horde also sitting around that 32nd spot. His best result was here last year where he was 13th. And our youngster from Barbados, Tommy Layson, only 17 years old. As we're going to watch Blue coming from way deep on 3rd priority. He's not going to make that section. He was way deep. So that was just a north peak. So with 1 minute 30 seconds remaining, White is going to scratch into this one. Pulls in, he borrows, stands up tall, even though he's only 3 feet tall. Throws it vertical. Oh, blows the air. So a couple youngsters in this next heat, and Tommy and Tanner, 16 and 17, as we watch this replay. Hyro just stood up tall. He really wasn't too deep. And then throws the double hand grab and almost makes it. As Blue, he's going to pull for this one. That wave was about a foot tall when he started paddling. Big wrapping cutback. Another wrapping cutback. Servers in the next heat. Hold your positions, guys. Thank you. Reedy working it all the way to the inside. Blows out the fins. Can't negotiate that finishing maneuver. He is currently in that third position. I think that wave needed to be a little bit bigger. A couple more major maneuvers on the outside would have potentially got him close to that score. As look at this wave coming in. There's nothing there, and all of a sudden it just, the whole bottom falls out of it. Green, Charlie Martin pulls in, he borrowed just a little shampoo. He is the current heat leader with 1 second remaining, and that ends the heat. So this heat is going to get closed out. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. So taking the win, Charlie Martin from Guadeloupe or Martinique, I can't remember which one, but he represents France. And placing second in red, Blair Barton. So Charlie and Blair will be moving on, surfing a little later on today. Servers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We're on a short hold. We are back to live action. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro Men's QS 6000 event. This event is presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados. I am Zander Venezia. I'm paired out here with Simon Coles for the play-by-play action. We are in heat number 4 of this round of 64. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the broadcast. We currently have about a 4 to 6 foot east-northeast dominant swell with an underlying north swell. The swell has settled in quite nicely. Wasn't as big as anticipated, but that's the way it goes sometimes. Plenty of scoring potential as we watch the surfer in blue, Dylan Horde, pushing out the fins, drifting along that lip line. So that score is just going to come in a mid-range, 3.5, 3.5. So getting his feet in the wax, getting his muscles loose, getting ready to do battle. He has another 23 minutes and 30 seconds remaining as we watch White up and riding. Tommy Layson from Barbados coming out onto the open face, going up vertical, and just pushing out the fins a little too hard, and the wave runs away from him. Tommy's 17 years old from Barbados. Has a bright future ahead of him. One of our up-and-coming young stars. So coming up in a couple of heats, we have Joshua Burke. And he's going to come up. He's coming up in heat 6. As we watch White. Tommy coming out onto the open face, setting this one up, looks at this north section, going up big, pushing out the fins, and he just can't hang on. That north section is a beast to hold on to.
That white water was critical.
As the surfer's jockeying for position on the outside. Red, he's going to roll in. Owen Moss, no stranger to this wave. Been coming here a long time. So all three surfers with waves on the board that will hand priority to the surfer in green. And he's on the outside by himself. So last of red, 357. Last of blue, 3.5. Last of white, 267.
Yeah, Lou, I actually saw Owen here at the end of last year. He was here for the biggest swells we got last year. He was here for about 2 weeks. He served Super Bowl about as big as it gets. He's been really putting in quite a bit of time here. He was here with the Colapinta brothers. It was a Quicksilver trip.
He's been coming here since he was about 10. Right young age. All right, while we are on this little break in the waves, we're going to send it down to Charlie Martin. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
I'm standing at glass with a fellow Frenchman, Charlie Martin from Guadeloupe, who just won his heat number 3 in a round of 64 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. Had fun over there?
Yeah, so fun. So happy to be here and finally some waves. So stoked to be surfing some real waves.
I mean, you scored a solid 7.5 over there. You look so comfortable when waves get big.
I feel better, and I really love Super Bowl. When it gets that big, it's really how it shows up his teeth, like you said. So, yeah, it was good to be out there, and hopefully we get some more waves like this.
Sweet. I mean, can't wait to see what the rest of the week brings for sure, and I'm excited to see another Frenchman just going through heats and, you know, just winning and getting through. So nice to see that. Tu veux dire quelques petits mots pour la famille en Guadeloupe?
Ben, merci à tous ceux qui me suivent et Zora connaît le Guadeloupe. Hein. Big up.
Big up. Thank you.
And thanks for the also. Big up. Yes, I.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again.
Live action. So already going in this heat. Surfer in white, Tommy Layson holding down the lead, followed by the surfer in red, Owen Moss. Blue holding down that third position, and fourth yet to open his account. So just some insignificant scores on the board. Red, your first wave was a 3.5. 3.5, you were in second. 19 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Blue, your first wave was a 3.5. You need a 0.08 to move into second. So red, Owen Moss, under priority, floats the first section, comes out onto the open face. He's going to look to get down on the low road. He gets there. One wave catches over onto the other as he works it to the inside. Speed floater, and then a nice finishing maneuver. So I don't think that wave, that score is going to creep up too high. It'll definitely go into his score line as he only does have one wave ridden.
Some major waves are here today. Super Bowl really is quite powerful.
Look at that wave. He no let go. Jeez on. And on the outside, this is Blue. Coming around the section, going up vertical, free fall drop, back out onto the north section. He's going to get back out in front of it. Eyeing up this closeout section, banging it vertical, one more maneuver. So that's Dylan Horde, currently in third position, but not for long.
It was a well-surfed wave. Major maneuver on the first outside maneuver there was a hefty one. Late drop, hooks it vertical underneath the lip there. There's a little air drop, hits the north section. There's a little check snap there, waiting for it. It's another little hit on the inside and just tags the white water to finish. That's a nifty, kind of tidy finish there and a foam climb. Key would be happy with that.
All right, blue still waiting for that score. All right, last up blue, 5, 6, 7. So blue goes to first. Red, you drop to second. The last of red was a 4.23. White, you are third. You require a 5.13. And green, you are fourth. You require a 7.8. 16 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
Okay. Got a couple scratches here. Green is trying to get to his feet here. Bit of a smaller wave. Sticking with it. And then decides to get out. Well, bearing in mind from my perspective right here, I'm sitting probably about 25 feet above sea level. It's a lot bigger than it looks from the beach. And Soup Bowl has a lot more power than most people anticipate. Sometimes we get very desensitized to, you know, the raw power of this ocean, this Atlantic Ocean. Seeing the paramedics being quite busy trying to help surfers. There are lots of waves on offer today. All right, 14 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. I think that's red. You're asking for a situation update. You are in second with a 7.80 total. You need a 4.95 to move to first. Priority sits with red. Second priority is with blue. Third priority is with green. Green is up again on another insider. He's getting a little backside hit here. And a foam claim. He elects to get out. Red on the outside, turning on a bomb. Ooh, tries to navigate. Straight under the lip takeoff. Okay. I think we have a board change situation. Red is actually looking to the beach, waving for help and paddling in, so I don't know if that's a board break or buckle. And any caddy for red? That's surfer Owen Moss. He's scratching hard to get sure. He will not want to waste any time. Anyone with a backup board for him? Yeah, it looks like he's on half a board. Thank you very much. Okay, that's surfer Owen Moss there, taking a very late drop straight into the barrel. Time is
Owen, you got 13 minutes, Owen. You got plenty of time. 13 minutes remaining. So, Owen, you're in second position. White is in third, requiring a 5.1. Green, you are in fourth, requiring a 5.7. 12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
Okay, driver of S8806, driver of S8806, Adran Batara, Adran Batara, S8806, we need your car moved, please.
So green up and right, and as we watched the heat leader, Dylan Horde, surfing that last wave as surfer in green looking for a score.
Look at this. Look at this. Sets are pumping. Yep.
All right, here we go. White, he's going to pull the trigger, scratching hard to get in. Tommy Layson pulls in, he borrowed, comes out cleanly as that wave spit behind him. Nice down carve on the north section. He's not going to get another maneuver, but he got borrowed. That's the only barrel we saw for the day.
Clean barrel too, quite a well. Lovely square, big open barrel. There was no bottom turn into that. That was straight pulling in up and under. I'm not a judge, but I think that was cleanly executed. Look at Tommy here, rolling in quite late. Straight into it. Not the deepest barrel, but definitely a chunky, sizable set wave.
All right, Owen, you have 10 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. I'm waiting for a score for white. Green is currently in third, needing a 4.8. So blue, looking at this one, taking off a little late behind the section, comes out onto the open face, and he goes down. So that's going to give priority to surfer in red, Owen Moss, as we wait for this score for white to come in. So watching green, going up vertical, sending up vertical again. A little bit of a smarter wave, but does two major maneuvers. As we watch red on the outside, Owen Moss driving hard off the bottom, going vertical up in the lip, and he hangs on to that major maneuver. And watching white on the outside, banging it vertical, wrapping cut back, out onto the open face, flicks the fins, floats the section. All right, so 8 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Last of white, 593. So white goes to second, but we got a wave coming for red, which we're seeing on the replay right now. Previous of white. The barrel of white was a 593.
There's a nice second wave, scoring wave for white here. With a tidy finish. That's Tommy Layson of Barbados. We're still waiting for that last wave of you to...
So still waiting on a wave, the last of white and the last of red and green. So the previous of white was a 593. Last of green, 377.
Yeah, these are two critical scores we're waiting to lock in here for red and white.
So waiting on still white and red. Red had that big maneuver on the outside. So last of red, 683. So red goes to first. However, we are still waiting for the last of white. So 7 minutes remaining. Last of white trickling in. So last of white, 643. So white goes to first, red goes to second, blue is in third. Blue requires a 5.4, and green is fourth, requiring a 7.2. All right, surfer in blue, you went from second to third. You require a 5.4, Dylan. 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Red, you are in second position. If you want to regain the lead, you need a 5.53. Blue is in third, requiring a 5.4. Green is in fourth, requiring a 7.2. 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So red up and right in Owen Moss. Checks the first turn, looks at the second turn, throws it up vertical, bangs the north section. He's going to get back out onto the open face. And his foot just slips off and he goes down. So that's uncharacteristic from Owen Moss. He is looking to better a 4.23. So let's see if he can at least manage that.
I think he's probably easily done that.
Currently in that second position.
It was a well-surfed wave. Maybe that board changed. He didn't have the time to wax that board.
All right, last of red, 4.83. So that does up the requirement for blue. Blue, you now require a 6.0. And green, you now require a 7.8. 4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. So surfers in the next heat, you are free to paddle out. Just stay down in your channel. So red, if you want to paddle out there, you're fine. Just kind of paddle to your left. The current's going to take you that way anyhow. Thanks. All right, coming up in this next heat, in red, John Mel, Kai Granny, Caleb Robson. As we watch in blue, up and riding. Kind of got a little bit squirrely in that white water. So the fourth surfer in the next heat is Titus Santucci. 3 minutes, 15 seconds. White, you are in first position. Your last wave was a 6.43. 3 minutes remaining.
Priority sits with green, second priority with white. Time is 2 minutes and 43 seconds remaining.
So priority is with green, followed by white, then red, then blue. And they're all going to get smashed by this one. Servers in the next heat, just hold your positions there, guys. Thank you. $50 seconds. Servers in the next heat, just stay there, guys, please. This one just winding down. I'll give you more than enough time, I promise. We're going to wind this one in 3, 2, 1. So this heat's going to end the way it was. Surfer in white, Tommy Layson taking the win, followed closely by the surfer in red, Owen Moss. So those two surfers will be advancing coming up a little later on today. So surfers in the next heat. We're going to count this one in 10 seconds. All right, we are back from that short commercial break. Coming up in this heat, we have John Mell in red, Kai Granny in blue, Caleb Rapson in white, and Titus Santucci in green. So no waves were ridden while we were on that break. The heat has just started, but the waves are absolutely pumping.
Cooking. This is good soup bowl.
This is proper soup bowl. It don't get much better than this.
The only thing that could change this here now would maybe be an offshore or slightly side shore wind, but this is good, powerful surf. You're seeing these scores go up the excellent range. Guys are throwing water to the sky. This is what we wanted to see, you know. It's actually a lot more settled than expected.
Yeah, the rip is really pulling. We're watching this set roll in. Who's going to take it? White up and right, and this is Caleb Rapson from Barbados. He's just a little bit behind that section, can't get around it. It was almost as if he could have gone through it, though, because that wave really hit the reef and went square. And down on the inside, this is Kai Granny. First turn up in the lip. Nice inside turn. Banging it vertical. Working this last section. That wave was sleepy on the outside, but hit the inside and just ran off.
Surfer in blue just capitalized on that long canvas of a wall it gave him. That's a series of powerful, well-executed backside surfing. That was a treat to watch. Caleb Really tried a very big late one there. Just a little bit behind, unfortunate. Caleb is no stranger to big soup bowl. He's very comfortable in the barrel. Sure, he's be eager out there to showcase his backside barrel riding skills for you. And we have a situation up here. This is Surfer in Blue. Your score is locking in. That's like
617.
That's a 6.17 for Surfer in Blue. Early days in this heat, that will put him in first.
All right, watching red, John Mel. He knows his wave well as well. Here we go, up and riding, flicks the first turn. Going vertical on that north section, coming down cleanly. He is currently sitting in that number 8 position. So he wants to keep that qualification spot. 21 minutes and 7 seconds remaining. So Surfer in red, John Mel, will get himself on the board. Holding down a 5th place finish last year.
Bombs out the back.
So Blue's gonna roll in on the shoulder. He goes up and out the back. And look at Parler. That wave just rolling across the reef.
Solid set waves.
You know what's strange, Simon? Yesterday, when the tide started to drop out, the waves got bigger.
Yep.
And it looks like it's going to do the same thing today. As you watch Caleb Rapson, he's going to stall for the barrel. He gets pulled in under the hood and comes out cleanly. Can see that happening from the time he took off. Local knowledge.
Well, I didn't want to tell you his game plan, but I kind of knew what exactly would have been. Caleb's strength is his backside barrel riding. He can just sit on the foam ball. He does it every swell.
Yep, he loved that wave. So that's local boy Caleb Rapson.
And I think that's the deepest barrel we've seen so far, or one of the deeper ones. All right, queuing up for that score locks in. We're going to cut to the glass with a man, last heat winner. I think Tommy Layson.
I'm here with our local hero, Tommy Layson, who just won heat number 4 in the round of 64 in the QS 6000. Oh my God, how is it over there?
It's super fun out there. The waves have showed up today, and it's kind of firing, so really happy to have a heat out there.
You managed to find a little shade as well?
Yeah, a little barrel from the takeoff. But yeah, I mean, the waves are so good. I was just having so much fun out there. And it was a hard heat. Owen Moss and Dylan Horde, they both ripped, and Tanner. And I knew I had to surf good and get good waves, so I waited and tried to get the best waves I could.
Well, tough heat, but you made it, and you showed them some local knowledge, started up the barrel counts in there, and we're so proud of you. Daddy is here. All the sponsors always cheering you on and behind you and supporting you. We're all supporting you. We're all very proud. You want to give a little shout out and a little thank to everyone as well?
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone here in Barbados for all the support. It's very nice. It's amazing. So thank you for that, and also thank you to my sponsors: Quicksilver, GWM, iRe1, Chemistry Surfboards for these amazing boards, FCS, 2 Pats Hawaiian Sauce, Zed Surfing Adventures, Bearwire Surf, and Von Zipper, and yeah, just thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much. What a talented boy we got here. We're so proud, and congratulations, and good luck for the next round. You.
Right, back to live action. That is local boy Tommy Layson. So also from Barbados in white in this heat, dropping a 7.0 on that barrel ride was Caleb Rapson. He's currently in first position. Last of red was a 5.70. Last of green was a 2.5. As we watch this barrel, he stalled for it from the takeoff. Doesn't really completely disappear, but he traveled a long time in the barrel. Blue, you are in second position. Red is in third. Red requires a 1.1. Green is in fourth, requiring a 4.3. 17 minutes, 15 seconds. Blue, if you want to go to first, you need a 1.8. So everybody paddles over that one. It's just a big peak. So White scratching hard to get into this one. Caleb Rapson going vertical and going down. He's looking to back up that 7-point ride. So he'll go to the back of the line in the priority order, but he is in the front of the line leading the heat. Red, he's going to look at this one.
Surfers are scratching.
Here we go. John Mel coming around the section, going up and loses the fins.
Oh, he tried to jam that in the pocket so hard.
And Blue's going to pull the trigger on the outside. Going vertical. Getting a little hung up on that second turn, cutting it back, waiting for this one to reform. Another big turn.
Oh, that wave split in half there, but the damage was done. This heat has some very good goofy footers. Battle of the backsiders, let's take a look. Last of Blue here. Huge outside hit, airdropping. And then another hook underneath the pocket. Redirects, comes to North Peak. It's a vertical crack, belting water to the sky. And then just a little check turn to finish. Seeing a little bit of a current out there, a little bit of a rip, a little bit of chatter. The wind is...
All right, last of Blue, 8.0. Blue goes to first. White, you drop to second. Red, you are third. Red, you now require a 2.5, and green, you are fourth. You require a 7.8. 13 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. All right, here we go. Blue floats the first section out onto the open face, and he comes unglued. So he's just looking to back up that 617 and not going to do it with a floater re-entry on the outside. So that was more purpose work than a blunder. So priority sits on the outside with the surfer in green, followed by red and white. And we're looking at White. So he's in third priority, but that was a decent wave, and it's going to hit the reef and just roll through the reef. So coming up next, we're going to see Joshua Burke, Michael Dunphy, Victor Camarina, and Laird Lavick. So you boys, gentlemen, you should be checked in, ready to go. White going to pull the trigger. Here we go. Caleb Rapson, he's a little bit too far behind. once again, he was in third priority, so not really much loss there. He will remain in third priority. Well, maybe not. It's up to the priority judge. $11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So surfers in the next heat, you should be checked in and ready to go. You're going to be about 11 and a half minutes. That will be heat number 6. Blue, you are still in first. Your last wave was a 2.23. White now requires a 7.18 to move into the lead. 11 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. You have an 8 and a 6. 8.0617. So this is heat number 5 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. Presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions. We're going all the way up to heat number 16 today. That will close out the day. Not exactly sure what we're going to be doing tomorrow, but we are far down into this draw on all divisions. So we're going to have some shorter days coming up, culminating everything on Sunday. Want to take maximum advantage of the best waves that we have. The waves should stick around just like this for the rest of the event. Maybe drop off just a little bit, maybe go to the right just a little bit, but nothing substantial. All we got to do is hope for the wind. The wind is the key. White, you are in second position. 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Surfer in red is in third. Red requires a 2.5, and green is in fourth, requiring a 5.7. 9 minutes remaining, 9 minutes. Blue, you are in first position. You have an 8 and a 6.17. White is in second, requiring a 7.1 to move into first. All right, green holding priority. Santucci is going to pull the trigger. He's rolling in. Here we go. Up and right in. Big wrapping cutback. Wave not cooperating. Kind of went a little fat on him. So the ocean seems to be taking a little break. Got a flurry of waves the last 3 heats. Tide now starting to pull out. All right, 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Surfers in the next heat. You got about 30 seconds before you can paddle out. You can paddle out now if you want. Just stay down any channel, please. Situation in the water remains the same. Surfer in blue in first position. White in second position. So surfer in red sitting with priority. John Mel requiring a 2.5 as we watch surfer in green taking this wave under priority. Titus Santucci, nice wrapping cutback, pushes out the fins. Showing control with 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. John Mel currently sitting in that 8th position. Got plenty of time. Waiting for this last of green. He's only sitting on some small scores as we watch this replay. Takes off far behind the peak. This will definitely be his best. Coming up on 4 minutes. So last of green, 4.0. So green, you go to third. You require a 4.2. Red, you are fourth. You require a 2.5. All right, 3 minutes as the rip pulls down into Soup Bowl. That is not a good sign. All right, 1 minute, 45 seconds. As we anxiously await this next exchange of. So Red, he's going to pull the trigger. Here we go. Red up and right in. John Mel, he's currently ranked number 8. Out onto the open face. Sticking with it. He's going to wait for this inside reform. He gets it, goes up vertical. Floats the second section and closes it out. So with 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining, priority is with the surfer in white. Green is going to roll into this one. All right, scores for Red starting to trickle in. Last of Red, 4.57. Red goes to second. White is in third. White now requires a 3.27. White up and riding. Next heat, hold your positions. Next heat, hold your positions. "20 seconds remaining as we're going to wait for this last of White. Next heat, hold your positions. Counting this one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So servers in the next heat, stand by. We are on a short hold. We have some scores to drop. So the last of White requires a 3.27, drops a 2.83, not enough, stays in third. So surfer in blue and red will advance into the next round. So surfers in the next heat, hold your positions. Counting it in, 5 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. So green up and right in. This is Laird Lavick. The heat is live, guys. The heat is live. Pan to the outside, please. Thank you very much. So coming up in this heat, we're going to see in red Joshua Burke from Barbados, Michael Dunphy in blue, Victor Camarino in white, and Laird Lavick in green. As we watch White up and right, and this is Victor Camarino putting on a big show yesterday, working it to the inside, throwing it up vertical, pushing out the fins, but can't hang on to the finishing maneuver. So as we watch red, Josh Burke, local boy, here we go. He knows this wave like the back of his hand. Straight into the barrel, out cleanly, out onto the open face, big down carve, throws it vertical up in the lip on the north section. I can hear Mr. Burke hollering from here. And blue up and riding. Lovely down carve, out onto the open face, big floater re-entry. Is Michael Dunphy. He is a champion out here a couple years ago. Big slashing cutback. What a heat we're going to have on hand for us. Well, well, well. As the sets just rolling through. There have probably been 40 waves like that. As we watch Josh Burke on this replay, straight in the barrel, completely disappears. Coming out onto the open face, grabbing the rail, burying the rail in the water and really holding it, then smashing that north section. So he's going to open his account in the excellent range for sure. He was completely gone. So first of white, 4.0, first of green, 1.1. We're looking at that replay of red. We can get that on our screen one more time, that replay from red. The judges are looking at the replay, but I would like to see it as well. And then blue, we're watching blue here as well. So if you could cue up that last wave for red, that would be great in the booth. All right, first of red, 917. 9.17. First of blue, 7.0. So red first, blue second, white third, and green fourth. So I'm going to welcome Bodie Robson into the booth with me. Bodie, I tried to get you in before the heat started, but it started with such a bang, I couldn't do it. As we watch this replay, a Burt once again completely disappeared. And that was the money turn. That grab rail straight into that re-entry earns him a 9.17. So a couple of 9.5s and all 9s, nothing under a 9.
Yeah, well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're tuning in from. I hope you are being entertained. The bowl is waking up. And when the waves turn up, the surfers turn up. And that's our first look of the competition at local boy Josh Burke, setting down a marker, showing his intent. And the first real, oh, not the first, but one of the most incredible barrels of the competition so far.
All right, once again, just want to remind everyone, we got the official Live Like Zander contest t-shirts on sale under the tent. Proceeds from that will go to aiding and assisting underprivileged and disabled children throughout Barbados through the Zander Venezia Trust. Also, want to remind everyone, all are welcome up on the beach. All are welcome up under the tents off the beach. Anybody wishing to come into the tents, you're more than welcome. It's free of charge. We have all your food and beverage needs under the tent as well. So once again, if you do bring anything onto the beach, we beg you, do not leave anything but your footprints. So this heat starts off with a bang. Josh Burke dropping a 917. Michael Dunphy dropping a 7.0. So just around that excellent range and one over that excellent range. So Dunphy, he's going to pull to this one. Red is going to pull for it, but Dunphy's going to leave it. So priority is on the outside with the surfer in green, followed by white, then red, then blue. As the waves really start to clean up. As long as that rip stays out of the lineup, we're looking for waves just like this all day long. Here we go, Josh Burke paddling it for this one. That wave was a half a foot when he started to paddle for it. That wave could hit that priority from Josh. So Josh will go from third to fourth priority. But sometimes those waves hit that reef and draws all the water up off the reef and they just grow. Coming up next, we're going to see Kai Kushner, Sebastian Williams, Carlos Munoz. He's the reigning champion. And Tomas Pathany. So you boys, gentlemen, you should be checking in, ready to go. Have about 18 and a half minutes remaining.
That's another stacked heat. And that's all we're going to see from here on in is stacked heats. And we're only in the round of 32.
So coming up in two more heats, we got Bruce Mackey, then Jacob Burke in heat number 9, Warren Povey in heat number 10, Louis St. John in heat number 11. Another standout from yesterday, Russell Winter in heat number 12. Green, you are in fourth position. You require a 5.8. Your first wave coming in at a 1.1. You are in priority with 18 minutes remaining.
Well, if any of the foreign competitors knows this wave, it's Michael Dunphy, who's been coming here a long time, Lou. As you said, former champion, always dangerous at the bowl. Started off with a strong 7 of really well surf wave.
So red's going to give way to green. Green up and right and a little bit too far behind the peak.
That was a good sell by the local boy.
Here we go, red. He recognized that one. All right, we got a little break in the action. We're going to cut down with Kai Granny. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Amaya.
Hi, we're here with Kai Granny representing Panama, who just won Heat 5 in this round of 64 in the QS men. Did you have fun over there?
Yeah, the waves are sick. I'm psyched to have put two waves together, and for sure the best Super Bowl I've surfed out here, like in the contest. And yeah, I'm glad to make it. The surfers out there were ripping, and I'm glad to catch two good waves.
Yeah, everybody is ripping, and you show up some really good, solid backhand surfing, scored an 8-point. You must feel so pumped for the next round.
Yeah, I'm psyched. I just want to keep it rolling. Focus on myself. I'm staying with a sick crew out here, Teo, Jim, and Cannon, and yeah, the vibes are sick, and the waves are fun, which is like the sickest thing for me. So yeah, I'm psyched.
We love to hear that. We love that you all are having so much fun and scoring some beautiful waves for contest waves. So that must be really good. So are you gonna get some shade this afternoon and prepare for the next day?
Yeah, I got my friend's Cannon's heat coming up, so I'm gonna probably stay here and watch that. And yeah, I'm just psyched. I want to shout out my mom, my dad, and my little brother. Love you guys.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next round.
All right, we are back to live action. While we were on that little short break, you could see in that split screen, surfer in red, Joshua Burke. A little miscue, caught the wave from way up inside and really didn't have much on that wave. As we are live, blue up and riding. Nice wrapping cut back. Michael Dunphy, he is the 2024 champion out here. He was also here when that big swell came a couple months ago. White, your first wave was a 4.0. You were in third. You require a 3.0. 15 minutes and 10 seconds remaining as we look at this replay of blue.
Lovely wrapping cut back right into the power source from Dunphy. Staying on rail, super smooth. Here he just waits for the wave to build up and then nicely extending that back leg, blowing out the tail for a point of reference. Well surf wave, that'll be a good backup score, Lou.
So green in second priority. Big down carve, hangs on, but wave not really has much to offer, kind of wobbly. So that will put surfer in white with priority and followed by red. So last of blue, 5.0. So blue goes to first, red drops to second, white is in third as red pulling for this one. Can't get in, so white is in third position requiring a 6.0. Green is in fourth position requiring 8.9. 14 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. So last of green, 2.5, so that cuts your requirement to 7.5.
Yeah, the surfing green just getting a little hung up in that section. Tried to give it all. Managed to ride out, but by that point in time, lost all his forward projection. And that was all she wrote on that wave, reflected in the score.
So the current heat leader, Michael Dunphy, he currently sits in number 26 on the rankings. Best two results was a third at WRV and a ninth in Virginia Beach. So Dunphy is from Virginia Beach originally. He lives in New Smyrna Beach now. I was there when he won the Virginia Beach contest, and it was an amazing. Here we go, Josh Burke up and right, and once again coming around the first section. Really holding that rail. So just that one maneuver, I think he was looking for that barrel that never materialized. So 3/33 for Dunphy, and then the third and the ninth. So he's always done well here. He is currently in the lead. However, Josh Burke only requires a 2.83. He does have a score dropping, and it was a decent maneuver, really held the rail a long way, completed the maneuver, but the wave didn't offer much, so he kicked out the back. All right, last of red, 3.0, so red goes to first. And blue drops to second. White, you now require an 8.0, and green, you require a 9.5. As we watch that replay on the screen again from the 917 from Burke, that first barrel.
We got green.
Green up and riding with a big lip line floater. Free falls down to the bottom. Not quite sure how the judges are going to see that, whether it was complete or not. Red giving that a little look, decides not to. He's going to hold on this one, though. I can bet you. I know what it's going to do. He knows what it's going to do. It's going to line up. And here we go. Josh Burke up and riding, looking to get rid of that three. Goes vertical up in the lip, out onto the open face, slashing all the way to the inside, looking to finish strong. Pushes out the fins, and the wave leaves him behind. So that's going to probably better that three. Not probably, it's going to better that three for sure.
I think you can certainly say it will better that three with two really aggressive maneuvers on the outside. Just coming a little unstuck as he pushes to squeeze all the extra points he can out on that little inside section. But once again, Josh using that local knowledge. He knew how that wave was going to hit the reef and line up. As we're coming up on 10 minutes to go, guys. 10 minutes in this heat.
All right, last of red, 4.17. 4.17 for red. So he extends his lead over second in blue. So, Michael, if you want to move up to first, you need a 6.35. Surfer in third is white. You require an 8.0. And surfer in green, you are fourth. You require a 9.5.
Yeah, we got coming up to 9 minutes to go, and some significant scores required to see some movement in this heat. That's the result of Josh dropping that 9 hammer.
Green, you need a 9.5. You are in fourth position. 9 minutes remaining. Green rolling into this one. He was in third priority. He will move to the back of the line. So white with priority lets it go.
That was a nice looking little wave, Lou.
Yeah, nice wave, but not really a set wave, and he is looking for an 8-point ride. I would think he's more looking for two waves because he is sitting on 2 4s. If he can drop a 6 or a 6.5, he's only going to need a 3.5 or 4. As we watch blue with a higher priority, Michael Dunphy up and riding. Nice big wrapping turn out onto the open face. He's going to set up this inside, rolling his way through it, throws it up, completes the maneuver as Burke on the outside pulls in another barrel. Comes out cleanly, loses the fins, wave had, as we're watching green, lovely down carve right there in the pocket. So he's looking to throw away the low score.
All right, that was a good exchange.
As we were watching blue on the screen, red was on the outside. If we can cue up that replay, they get a little cover up. There we go. This is the last of red. Josh just stalls it right under the barrel and gets a nice first wrap, but then kind of loses it right there on that foamy part of the wave. Wave had like a little rib in it and kind of put too much air under the board, and the board skidded out. Nonetheless, he will get a score. So waiting for red and waiting for green with 6 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, just seeing the effects of the rip running through as Josh got a little bit of a bobble, forced him to extend his leg. I think he did well just to stay on his board there, to be honest. Most of us would have come unstuck.
So coming up in the next heat, Kai Kushner, Sebastian Williams, Carlos Munoz, and Tomas Pethany.
Scores trickle in, Lou.
Scores dropping in for red, 4-7-3. So that strengthens your lead just a little bit more. So Surfer in white, you are still in third, requiring a 9-1-7. And Surfer in green, you require a combination 13.17. So last of blue was a 6-1-7. So red first, blue second. Green third, requiring a 9.5, and white fourth, requiring a 9.17.
Five minutes. Next heat, you're free to paddle out. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Kai Kushner, Sebastian Williams, Carlos Munoz, our defending champion, and Thomas Partene. You guys are free to paddle out as we see red setting, coming from deep, throwing it vertically into the lip, free falling out. Another nice gouging turn. He sets up again, attacks the lip line and comes unstuck. So Josh Burke's been surfing really aggressive, but just seems to be losing it a bit on the final maneuver. However, a lot of the work has been done on the outside. We also saw Surfer in green take off and go on a left during that exchange, what we call splitting the peak. As we approach the final 3.5 minutes in this heat 6 in the round of 64.
Want to send a big shout out, my good buddy Josh Pate, his wife Candy Pate. Welcome to the beach. Hope you're enjoying the surfing. We will see you in a little while. All right, Red's coming in at a 5-1-7. As Green with third priority scrambled for that one, so he will go to the back of the line. As White with priority, gonna let it go through.
So Josh dropping a 5.17, just pushing up the requirement slightly for a surfer in blue if he wants to take over the lead. As we come up to 2 minutes.
So priority change, blue first priority, red second, white third. After review, blue goes to first priority, red second, white third, green fourth.
All right, we're approaching the final 90 seconds. Priority sitting with the surfer in blue. Michael Dunphy, a regular here in Barbados. He was down here, managed to catch some of that magic swell. I personally got some good footage of him getting shot, both here at the bowl and over at Box by Box, what we affectionately call Zealand. All right, final minute. Next heat, just hold your position. Yeah, White taking a look, using his third priority. He throws it up into that section, oncoming section, makes his way around, tags another oncoming section, but picks the nose and goes down in that little convergence zone. As we're seeing red setting on the outside, but he gives away to higher priority in blue. Surfer in blue, throwing it up into the lip, a nice wrapping carve. Oh, attacks that section and gets annihilated as we go 2-1. A little fireworks to end that heat. Some heavy water coming through, and we're going to wait for a couple of scores to drop.
So surfers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We're on a short hold. We're waiting on the last of red, blue, and so red comes in, white comes in, 287. So we're waiting on this last of blue.
Yeah, we just saw Michael Dunphy getting attacking that lip. That's what we call fully committed. A little mistimed. Takes it in the face, but he'll come shore with a smile. Never see Dunphy not smiling. As we go, counting in the next heat. Stand by, guys, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So coming up in this heat 7 in the round of 64, we have the surfer in red from the USA, Kai Kushner. Want to give a shout out to Warren, his dad. Surfer from Mexico, Sebastian Williams, one of the standouts last year. He's in blue. And then the surfer in white is our defending champion, Carlos Munoz. No need to say what he can do out here at the bowl. And here in green, Thomas Patinet from Costa Rica. Heat is live. We want to say hi and welcome to everyone tuning in locally and all over the world. Hope you guys are enjoying the views, enjoying the waves, enjoying the vibes. And we're going to enjoy some lunch here in the booth. I'm sure you guys can hear the clicking of plates as usual. All our surfers sitting quite deep at the moment. I think people have barrels on their mind. We're starting to see a little bit more of that north swell coming through once in a while, opening up those hollow sections. Positioning is key. All these guys have been surfing the bowl for quite a while now. Forecast looks good for more swell tomorrow throughout the weekend. A little less of that dominant north, but we'll still see in pulses. As the surfers are taking a look, we're seeing something set up on the outside. And it looks like the surfer in red, Kai Kushner, is going to pull the trigger. He's coming from deep, throws it up into that section on his backhand, makes his way around. Nice wrapping carve, setting up this turn for the last attack, and he rides out. So strong start for Kai. Oh, as we see surfer in blue having a look on what looks like a bomb. He's coming from deep, and he pulls out. Didn't quite hit the reef the way he was looking for it. Surfer in white.
Wow, he's coming from deep. Carlos Munoz, boom!
That's all she wrote.
That was Richter. That was Richter. The spray was up in there.
Look out in the back, Nick. Look out in the back.
It's coming from the corner. It's starting to set it up now.
All right, we're going to watch this replay of Carlos' big slash off the top. As live action, we come into surfer in green, Tomas Pataning. So still waiting on his scores for red and white to come in. Nice little hit on the finishing maneuver for green. So priority change, white, blue. Priority change, white, blue. All right, with 20 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Servers in the next heat, you should be checking in. Kanoa Igarashi, currently ranked number 5 on the World Tour. He's going to take on Bruce Mackey, Rex Hennings, and Manuel Salmon. You guys should be checking in and ready to go. All right, first of red, 6.5. First of white, 5.33. First of green, 4.0.
Sunny skies and waves on the horizon. You couldn't ask for more. As the tide starts to drop out, we're going to start to see some more room on the beach. I see Tent City has started to begin. And just from now, we're going to go hit it to the glass with Amaya with the winner of the last heat. Take it away.
Green, your last wave was a 4.0. You're in third.
He's still talking. I'm standing at the glass with our local hero, Josh Burr, who just won his last heat in the round of 64 in the QS 6,000 men. What a way to open up your campaign, a 917. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you want to start, I guess. I got that wave, and I was trying to back it up really quickly, and I just somehow fell out of sync with the ocean, and then fell on a couple of good ones, so I got to figure that out. I'm happy to get the 9, but I would like to do better to finish the heat off, for sure.
Well, it's a pretty decent start for sure. You know, get a couple little barrels under your belt. Must feel sweet. I mean, your home break, all the crew, the family, everybody here to cheer you on.
Yeah, hopefully the waves keep coming. I think tomorrow's going to be pretty fun too. There's a lot of east in it, so hopefully that settles down and we get some more north, because that will make the wave better. And yeah, thanks to everyone on the beach and Barbados in general, my family and friends, of course, and everyone that supports me. Enough love, and I couldn't do it with everyone that does so.
Right. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Everybody is so proud of you. And yeah, good day.
Thank you.
Back to live action. While we were on that break, we saw your heat leader, Kai Kushner. He waited for that last score for him to drop. He was on that wave. If we can cue up that replay. Here we go. This is the surfer in red, Kai Kushner. Just check that first turn, but gets nice and squirrely on that one, pushing out the fins, going up through the lip, keeping his composure, working it to the inside. Just waiting on that finishing maneuver. He's going to want to show the judges that he is in full control. Oh, he goes out the back. So wait for the judges to drop that score. He is currently in first. That is the lone score remaining.
That was a well-surfed wave. I think we're going to see a nice score to reflect that. A little sleepy on the very first maneuver, but then two nice major outside maneuvers. As you said, completing the wave. Scores are dropping.
All right, last of red, 5.43s. Red, 5.43. So red first, white second. Green, you are third. You require a 1.34. And blue, you are fourth. You require a 4.8. 16 minutes remaining.
It's been a slow start to the heat for our surfer in blue. One of last year's standouts, just finding his spot in the lineup. Swells are shifting around, and where you position yourself for takeoff is crucial. Priority set him with our surfer in white, defending champion, with the unmistakable golden locks. As we see blue looking at a little insider. We're approaching 15 minutes as we see green pulling the trigger on a nice looking wave on the outside. Nice wrapping turn down into the lip. Throws it vertical. That was a better turn. Makes his way out onto the open face. Making his way down to the inside. One last turn. And he will finish off strong. So that's the surfer in green from Costa Rica, Tomas Patanay. As we see the replay here of, looks like this surfer in green making his way off the top. Nice turn, staying in control. That was a way more aggressive turn, redirecting the board, showing some fins. A little check turn. Nice another little carve, just trying to stay with the power source close to the white water as this wave develops its way onto the inside, but doesn't really get much more. So we will wait for that score to drop as we approach 14 minutes.
So Sebastian Williams currently ranked 18th on the North America Tour. Last of green, 5-2-0 green. You go to second. White, you go up to third. You require a 3.8. And blue, you are fourth. You require an 8.67. 13 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. So last year's runner-up was Sebastian Williams, losing out to Carlos last year. As we watch red, Kai Kushner, he's your heat leader, going vertical up in the lip and just, I don't know, it looked like he just pushed a little too hard on that inside rail and got caught up in the whitewater. He was trying to fade that turn to set up the next bottom turn, and he just got swept off.
Did you see how the face of that wave grew as it hit the inside wall there, ledge there, Lou? Kai ending up on a pretty steep vertical face there.
So we're going to be looking to qualify 7 surfers and 1 wild card into the Challenger Series from North American region. So there's a lot on the line. As we watch blue, Sebastian Williams, he doesn't even like the looks of this. And he's going to go out the back. Him and Carlos doing battle last year, went wave for wave. And it came down to the last wave of the heat.
Yeah, Sebastian looking a little out of sync there today.
All right, coming up on 12 minutes.
Our surfer's taking a look. We're looking at that surfer in white. Carlos Munoz pulling the trigger with priority. Deep bottom turn, throwing it up into the lip. Nice snap. Makes his way around onto the open section. Extending the legs, blowing out the tail a little bit. Now he's just waiting for that little setup section to run down the line and milk it for all it's worth. One snap and hey, inside cover up. That's probably the the barrel closest to the shore I've ever seen at Soup Bowl.
So Carlos looks to be in fine form.
Very stylish surfer as we look at the replay, Lou.
Yeah, he comes hard off the bottom, right up into this lip, pushing out the fins. This looks like another magic board he's on. This is a different board than what he was surfing yesterday. It looks to be an epoxy. Generating so much speed.
Yeah, Carlos just invented a new barrel section.
So last of white, 4.9. You go back to second. Green, you drop to third. Green requires a 5.04. And blue, you are fourth. You require a 9.43.
We just saw surfer in red using his priority, playing a little defense, just keeping the surfer in blue off of that wave. I think he might have been sold a bit of a dud. And the priority will shift now to surfer in green and then blue. So 9.5 minutes, give you a full situation rundown. Surfer in red, you're in the lead. You have a 6.5 and a 5.43. Surfer in white. Oh, as you see, surfer in blue.
So blue up and right, and this is more like it. As he works his way out onto the open face, he's still got plenty of time, 9 minutes. He's going to look to maximize this score as best he can. Surfer from Mexico, currently sitting in that 18th position on the rankings. He's eyeing up this last section. He wants to maximize his score. Big reverse spin around, blows out the tail. So that's Sebastian Williams. He has 6 offers. And now this is his replay as he looks down the line. Big rail gouge, flicking out the fins. Nice wrapping cut back. 3 major maneuvers, and they were all different. So last of blue, 5.27 blue, 5.27. You now require a 4.9. 5.27 blue. Your last wave was a 5.27. You require a 4.97. 8 minutes, 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it was good surfing from the surfer in blue, cutting into that requirement, taking a long time to really get off the mark. But with 8 minutes to go, he'll get back into the lineup. He's giving himself a shot at advancing this heat. A 4.97, a very manageable score. But let's see what the other surfers do, because they're going to be trying to up the requirement in the meantime. Surfers are repositioning themselves. There's been some good waves in this heat, but we haven't seen any of those big chunky north sets yet. I think one would be due not too long. We seem to be seeing them every 20 odd minutes or so. As we see some movement, something rising up here outside. Surfer in green has spotted it. He's moving out. Have one a little out of position there. Saying a big hello to all our viewers from all over the world. Tuning in from all over the States, East and West Coast, different time zones, all over Europe, Central America, the rest of the Caribbean, our local supporters. We hope you're all enjoying the broadcast, enjoying the surfing, enjoying the sights. We know some of you are at home and it's a little cold, a little icy. Guys over in New York been getting hammered with some snow the last few days. So we hope that the Bajan sunshine is permeating through your screens and making everybody feel warm and fuzzy. 5 minutes to go. Next heat, you're free to paddle out. That will be heat 8. Kanoa Igarashi, first look at our CT surfer. Kanoa's brother's been coming here for years. As we see white up and right in, he gives way to higher priority in red. Nice gouge off the top lit line. Wrap in turn, waiting for this wave to set up and go a little more vertical. Another aggressive snap, wrapping it back. And setting up that little inside peak to throw it vertically 12 o'clock once, twice, and again, strong surfing from young Kai Kushner. That's our heat leader looking to extend his score and push up. Look at the replay here, Lou. This is Carlos first, and as you see, gives away. That, folks at home, is an example of a surfer giving way to a surfer with higher priority. And we're watching young Kai, who's really, really at home here in Barbados. Comes down, is one of the crew, spends a lot of time hanging out and training with Josh and Jacob, rolling around. So he is very familiar with the bowl. Once again, shout out to Warren. I don't know if you're here this year, Warren. I haven't seen you yet. But wherever you are, buddy, hope you're well. And your son is out there ripping.
All right, here we go. White up and right in. All right, last of red, 493 does not factor in So surfer in white, Carlos Munoz, taken to the air. Two minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Priority sits with the surfer in green, then blue. Green, you are currently in third. You require a 5.04. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
If we can have another set come through, we could definitely see some movement as blue is taking a look at this one. Sebastian Williams coming from deep, making his way around that section, throwing it up into the lit line. Nice wrapping turn, staying on rail. Another wrap back into the power source and throws it up. Buckets of spray. Another little turn, waiting for this wave to set up and give him a little bit more. Sebastian had a tough start to this heat, but he is finishing strong and he's feeling it. With under 2 minutes to go, that was definitely his best wave.
As we watch this replay.
Lou's called it, but I won't say what he said yet.
Nice big on the rail turn. Another one setting up this inside. Comes around the section and goes right up in the lip, most critical section of the wave, straight into another cutback. Working it to the inside, finishing strong. So this is going to shake things up with 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. And we're watching surfer in white. He's going to go. No, he's not. He leaves it. So 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. Next heat, hold your positions. All right, last of blue, 8.5. Blue goes to first. Red, you drop to second. White, you are now third. White, you require a 6.6. Green, you're fourth. You need a 6.7. 39 minutes remaining, seconds remaining. So red has higher priority. Comes around the section, goes up vertical. Kai Kushner, another big turn. Out onto the open face. 20 seconds, and Munoz is going to answer back. So Kushner finishes strong. We go back to white. White smashes that north section as he works his way to the oncoming. Counting it in, 3, 2, 1. That ends the heat. So no ride for blue, but we got some scores to drop. Oh my goodness gracious.
Wow, 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 Lou.
All right, surfers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We are going to be on a short hold.
And we are going to be looking at some replays of some of the best surfing we've seen all day. That heat finished with fireworks.
So every surfer answering each other. So we're waiting for 3 scores, green, white, and red.
Blue dropping the high score of the heat with an 8.5 and then being followed up by some amazing surfing out behind. So let's see where the judges go. They will be taking their time. There's a lot to do here, folks. So we're going to give them some time. They're going to need to look at these waves multiple times, deliberate, find points of separation, and try to drop accurate scores for all these guys who absolutely ripped that last set.
If we look at this first, red right up in the most critical section of the wave and goes straight into another bottom turn and another big hit. Sets up this inside section. 9.27 for red. Red goes to first. So we're waiting now on a score for white as we watch his replay. Drops the wallet, pushes out the fins, out onto the open face, smashes that north section. And then finishes strong, so he needs a big score. So Kai Kushner dropping the hammer with a 9.27. Going back to first. But now we're waiting on that score for white. So last year, the two finalists were Sebastian Williams and Carlos Munoz, and now the two of them are battling for second. So is blue going to hold them off, or is white going to leapfrog and turn the heat?
I would not want to be one of the judges now. This is going to be tight.
Okay, last of white requires an 8.45, drops a 7.87, not enough. So Sebastian Williams remained in second position. He will advance. So taking the heat win, Kai Kushner in red, and advancing also will be Sebastian Williams in blue. We're going to count this one in 5 seconds. In 3, and 2, 1. So the heat is on. We are live.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed that. That's all we can describe as fireworks to end that last heat. Probably the best exchange of high scores we've had to end a heat. Well, all buzzer beaters. Congrats to the two surfers advancing. Kai Kushner surfed one of the best heats I've seen him surf here at the Bowl.
All right, coming up in this heat, this is heat number 8 in the round of 64. In red, Kanoa Igarashi. In blue, from Barbados, Bruce Mackey. In white, Rex Hennings. And in green, Manuel Selman.
Well, this will be our first look at Kanoa Igarashi over here at the Bowl in competition. But I want to say how good it is to see Bruce Mackey back out there in the jersey representing Barbados, one of the island's top surfers, definitely one of the standouts here at the Bowl, knows this wave as good as anyone else. Super stylish surfer and one of the nicest guys in the lineup. So good to see you back out there, Brucey. Rex Hennings has been ripping all week. And we're going to take another look at Manuel Selman. So another stacked heat.
There we go, watching green from way deep as Manuel Selman. So he will automatically go to 4th priority. Watching white and red. There we go, white. This is Rex Hennings going up vertical. Can't quite negotiate that inside section. So that is going to leave surfer in blue and red on the outside.
All right, while we have a little break in the action, we're going to cut to the glass with the winner of last heat, Kai Kushner. Take it away, Amaya.
And we're here with the winner of Heat 7 in the round of 64, the young Californian Kai Kushner. Had fun over there?
Oh, yeah. I knew I needed that last wave, so I had to go big on that last wave. Everyone ripped in that heat, so I had to give it my all.
Yeah, you guys were so busy in the end. So many big scores dropped, and, I mean, you dropped the wallet over there, full-on hammer, backhand attack, and a 9-point. I mean, come on, what else? Made it through the heat, big names, and are you stoked and psyched for the next round?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. Just taking it heat by heat, gonna go relax, get some ice bath. But yeah, psyched to be here.
Psyched to be here. I mean, can't wait to see you on the next heat, shred some more waves, and yeah, congratulations. We're so stoked for you. You want to say hello? Hi, friends and family, coach right here. The sponsors, maybe?
Yeah, thanks to my coach, John Daniels, everyone supporting me. Thanks to my sponsors. Yeah, let's keep it going.
Let's keep it going. Congratulations, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
All right, we are back to live action. So just to catch you up on some scores, surfer in blue dropping a 4.0. Surfer in white dropping a 2.5. Green just an offer. That will leave surfer in red, Kanoa Igarashi on the outside with priority as Green's going to roll into this one. Selman going vertical out onto the next section. Another vertical snap and a little floater re-entry as we watch red on the outside. Up and riding. This is Kanoa Igarashi. Stalls for the barrel, pulls in cleanly. and comes out going up vertical and can't negotiate that north section, so he goes down. Kanoa Igarashi's currently 7th on the championship tour. He's also a silver medalist winner in the Olympics. As we watch this replay of Salmon, he just goes vertical right in that pocket. Another vertical snap in the pocket.
Want to see this replay of Red now. He's going to pull up this handbrake. Bang! Look at that. Oh. When you know what's happening, you can just pull up that handbrake and you know you're going to get covered. Comes out.
So last of green, 5-8-3 for green. So working on the last of red. Last of red, 4.83 for red. So early going green first, red second, blue your third. Blue requires a 0.84 and white your fourth, requiring a 2.3. 19 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Green, your last wave was a 5.83. You are currently in first position. 17 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. All right, coming up on that 17-minute mark. Situation in the water, green first, red is second, blue is third. Blue just requires a 0.84, and white is fourth, requiring a 2.34. So coming up next, we have Hayden Rogers, Jacob Berg, Ethan Hollander, and Kepa Mendia. So you got about 16 and a half minutes to go. You surfers should be checking in as we have reached the halfway mark in this round. So 8 more heats on store for you after this heat is finished. Local time is 1:03 in the afternoon. We have a falling tide right now. Low tide is around 5:30 this afternoon. All right, watching white. Rex Hennings with priority. Throwing it up vertical. First maneuver. Out onto the open face. Ducks into that little inside barrel that the Groms just love. So 15 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. So last of white, 317. So white, you go to second. Red, you drop to third. Red just requires a 0.84. And blue, you are in fourth, requiring a 1.67. 14 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we should have a lot of people tuning in for this heat. We got a CT surfer against one of our local boys who knows this spot when the waves be jamming. That'd be Bruce Matrup Mackey. Yeah. Anything on offer whenever the bowl is jamming, definitely you'll see him out here trading barrels with all the local boys. If you're now tuning in on the web, want to say thank you for visiting us, visiting our shores via the web. Here's White. Drops in, takes it right to the top. Nice, a floater drop. Another vertical re-enter, tags the top there, boom, a nice little finish. Brings it down to the inside. Yeah, he's got a fan club under the tent. He's got a fan club under the tent. Yeah, so wherever you're watching from, we would always invite you, if you do have the time, to book your trip for next year. Find out when this contest will be on. And you can book your trip early. Get your spot on the beach, under the infra tent. Okay, waiting for White's last ride to come in, then we'll give you a situation update.
All right, so we're just waiting for the last of white. Previous of white was a 317. All right, last of white, 633. So white goes to first, green goes to second, red is third. Red, you require a 1.5, and blue, you require a 2.3. And green up and right in. Manuel Salmon going vertical up in the lip. Trying to get back out onto the open face. Not going to get there. All right, so priority order is with blue, then red, then white. White, your last wave was a 633. The last of green, a 433. So green goes to first, white drops to second. Red, you are third. You now require a 4.6. Blue, you are fourth. You require a 5.5. 11 minutes remaining.
Things just gone a little quiet in this heat for now, but we know the bull does that. As White taking a look.
White up and right in. Waiting for that wave to reform, and it does. He can't hang on to the maneuver, and he goes down. So a little bit of a seesaw battle between white and green. Ten minutes, 20 seconds.
Seeing two of our surfers just sat with one wave ridden each. This next exchange will give us a little bit better idea of how this heat is going to take shape as we come up to the 10-minute mark. And those of you at home can just enjoy some of the sights.
There we go, watching red. Here we go, red up and righting. Coming hard off the bottom, going right up in the lip, big down carve, slashing maneuver, cutting it back. Sticking with this one, waiting for the reform. Out onto the open face, another off the top, pushing out the fins and completes the maneuver. So we'll see where that score goes for red as blue on the outside. This is Bruce Mackey going vertical up in the lip, throwing buckets of spray. Another wrapping cutback kind of gets held up in the white water. He's going to complete the maneuver but lose the wave. So waiting for a score for red and for blue.
That was a nice exchange. As we see the replay, looking first here at surfer in red, Kanoa Igarashi just setting it up, making that bottom turn, throwing it up, blowing the tail just below the lip line. Nice wrap back to the white water as he waits for this wave to set up. Goes a little sleepy on him. And then now making his way to the inside and blowing the tail one more time as a point of reference. Little white water tag there at the end. And Kanoa will be happy with his second wave. But we're queuing up now. Bruce Mackey dropping from deep drop, straight up vertical. Look at the buckets of spray. Nice wrap in turn back to the white water. Now the big reel gouge gets a little hung up here in the white water and just make sure that he rides out to have a completed wave. So nice exchange, and we will leave it with the judges.
All right, back to live action, waiting on the last. So the last of red, 6:03. So red goes to first, green goes to second, white drops to third. But we have a wave coming for blue. That wave just hit the reef square. Still rolling through the lineup.
Mind surf that wave all the way through the inside. Scores trickling in, Lou.
Just waiting for this last of blue. He's gonna like it. Two more to drop. Seven minutes, 5 seconds remaining. So red, your last wave coming in at a 6:03. That puts you in first momentarily, but blue has a wave to come. So red up and righting, coming off the bottom, going up in the lip, pushing out the fins. Big rail turn, sending it up, throws the reverse, completes the maneuver, back out onto the open face, slides out the fins. Kanoa Igarashi, number 7 on the World Tour, right here in Barbados. So that was a well-surfed wave. Silver medal in the Olympics. So last of, here we look at this replay of red as he comes off the bottom, just taking his time with that first maneuver, but there he went right fully on the rail, pushing it all the way around, throws the reverse, completes the reverse, another tail slide, and then can't hang on to that finishing maneuver. So last of blue, 6.6. Blue goes to second. Green, you drop to third. Green, you require a 4.7. And white, you require a 4.2. So last of red, 6-8-3. So red still in first with that 6-8-3 that goes in his score line. Five minutes remaining. So surfers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. Just please stay down any channel. Coming up in that heat, we're going to see Hayden Rogers, Jacob Burke, Ethan Hollander, and Kepa Mendia. Blue eyeing up this. He's going to give way to green. Green first maneuver. Wave bending off a little bit. He's going to stick with it. And blue on the outside smashes two turns as we stick with green. And Bruce Mackey still going strong. So Bruce Mackey showing his style and flair. We'll cue up that replay, but blue went to town on that wave.
Yes.
Three major maneuvers on the outside. 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
So-
as we see, surfer in blue, Bruce Mackey coming in, taking a nice deep bottom turn, nice first turn, blowing it up in the lip line. Another big snap, buckets of spray. Nice attack on that whitewater section, making his way around to the inside. And from here, just keeping it smooth, making sure he gets the finish. 2, 3 major outside maneuvers as we look at the surfer in green. Nice vertical attack, but this wave goes quite sleepy. A little bit of a wrap back into the power source. Gets a little bit of a bobble there with the ridge. Manages to make his way back out. He gets a couple of little more small turns on the inside, just trying to milk a couple of extra points, but
All right, we're back to live action. I had a solid wave roll underneath all the surfers. Nobody could get on it. That's that long period swell. So they're pushing themselves back up in the peak. So still waiting for that last of blue to come in. So here we go, white up and riding. So white. All right, so the last of blue, 6-7-7. Blue goes to first. Red, you drop to second. Red, if you want to go back to the lead, you need a 6.5. Green, you are in third. You need a 7.03. And white, you are in fourth. You need a 6.54.
all right, guys, let's hear it for local boy Bruce Mackey. 2.5 minutes to go. He is your heat leader.
Two minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Priority sitting with the surfer in red, followed by your surfer in blue. So your top two surfers sitting in a strong position with the high scores and holding on to the priorities positions. But we know anything can happen at the bowl. As we
So
see.
red, he's going to roll in. Going to answer back blue. Big wrapping down carve. Coming out onto the open face. Another slash right in the pocket. He's going to line up this inside section. Here we go. Throwing it up, pushing out the fin, sliding the tail, and completing the maneuver with 1 minute, 35 seconds remaining.
There we go. Kanoa Igarashi showing us what CT surfing is all about. Maximizing every single turn. As we wait for this replay to queue up. Here we go. Mr. Igarashi coming from deep. Nice wrapping turn up in the lit line. Setting it up for another vertical lip line slash. Staying right in the pocket. Getting engulfed by the whitewater. Making his way back out. Little check turn as he waits for this wave to set up on the inside. Puts on the afterburners. A nice blowtail with a little right out.
All right, with 50 seconds remaining, last of red, 7.83. Red, 7.83. You go back to first. Blue, you go to second. Green, you now require a 7.5. White, you require a 7.0. 40 seconds remaining. Next heat, hold your positions. 20 seconds. So White, he's going to roll in. He's going to get one maneuver. Blows the fins, spins the reverse, and can't hang on.
Counting down, Lou.
5 seconds. Counting this one in 3, 2, 1. So
right.
surfers in the next heat. Please stand by. We are on a short hold. But this one appears to be locked and loaded. So green, last wave, is just going to be an offer. It's not going to be nowhere near enough. So we're going to end this one with surfer in red, Kanoa Igarashi, first and second, Bruce Mackey from Barbados. So those two surfers will move on into the round of 32 coming up later on in the week. So surfers in the next heat, please stand by. We're going to count this one in 10 seconds. In 5, 4. All right, so we're back to live action. We are here in heat number 9, and this round is 64. This is the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. Coming up in this heat, we're going to see Hayden Rogers in red, Jacob Burke in blue, Hollander in white, and Kevin in green. So Jacob Burke, younger brother of Joshua Burke, vying for his qualification into the Challenger Series.
Jacob has been on an absolute tear this year. He's been training hard. He's been upping his level every game as we see a little priority battle here. And here we see surfer in blue, local boy Jacob Burke getting covered up, using that local knowledge, coming out, big wrapping turn, carbon print of his brother earlier on, holding the rail. Another big wrap as it opens up for him. Wraps it back and looking for more. Just waiting for this inside setup before he turns on the afterburners. Whoa, hey, and blows the tail out, but the work was done outside. Let's hear it for Jacob Burke, Barbados.
All right, so Jacob Burke opening with a bang, just like Josh.
Same play, but Lou. Get covered up, come out, big grab rail turn. We know where Josh went. I think he got more work done after the barrel and the rail as well, so.
So yeah, we're gonna look at this replay. Pick this one down. You can queue up that replay. All right, the judges are typing. 733, 733 blue. So Jacob Burke opens up with a 7.33. And we're gonna look at this barrel once again as he takes off, goes around the first section and pulls in. Does a nice wrapping cutback, fully extended on the rail. There's a couple more turns on the open face. So the real difference between this one and the 917 is that 917 was took off straight into the barrel, and Jacob had to go around the first section and then pulled in. Nonetheless, 733 is a great opening score.
I feel like the 917 was a slightly bigger wave as well, Lou. And when Josh came out, slightly more vertical face where he grabbed that rail. So some points of difference, which was reflected.
We watch red, Hayden Rogers out onto the open face. Nice little down carve, throws it up, floats the section, completes the maneuver.
Strong start.
2 major maneuvers. So that's going to leave Kepa Mendia and Ethan Hollander on the outside. They're going to be battling for conventional priority. Surfer closest to the curl, which looks like will be Kepa. He's going to roll in on this one. Here we go.
Look at the wall.
Coming off the bottom, throwing it up in the lip, nice and vertical. Fully extended on the rail, banging it vertical once again. Sticking with the inside race course. One more closing maneuver, throws it up. Full control. So while he was up on that wave, White was also on a little bit slopier of a wave. Green definitely got the better exchange of the two. So all four surfers now will be on the board. Set up the situation from early.
4 strong opening rides, which, as we see the replay here of Green, Kepa Mendia, nice snap right in the lip line, coming around, nice vertical wall, grabs the rail. Judges like to see those little points of difference. Another nice little check snap there in the lip line. Making his way back, rebound off the white water and looking for more on the inside. Couple little check turns. And a nice little white water snap to finish. So strong start for Kepa. Scores dropping in. Last of red, you dropped a 6.0, which moves you into second place. Waiting on scores for white and green, and then Lou will give you a complete situation rundown. Priority sits right now with surfer in blue, then red, then white.
So scores here still trickling in for White. 3.0 for White. So now we're going to work on green. So green, a 6.67. So blue first with a 7.33. Green, you're second with a 6.6. Red is third with a 6.0, and white is fourth with a 3.0. 19 minutes remaining.
All right, we are going to cut to the glass with the winner of last heat. Welcome to Barbados, Mr. Kanoa Igarashi.
In the world, Kanoa Igarashi, who just won heat number 8 in a run of 64 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. Welcome to Barbados.
Thank you. That's my first time here. Having such a good time.
I mean, the waves are showing up for you. Did you expect that?
No, I mean, I heard everyone talking about how fun the wave is, and my brother would come here year after year, and he'd always come home with, just telling me how amazing this place was. So, this year my girlfriend invited me to come, and how can you say no to a fun ride and a sunny day every single day? So I'm just happy to be here, and competing is my favorite thing in the world. So best of both worlds.
I mean, you did great over there. I saw you found a little bowl to stall in, so you got a little taste of the bowl, maybe more to come, and you play the patient game over there, trying to build on that. So yeah, good stuff over there. I mean, you're a seasoned competitor at this point, but congratulations. And are you looking forward to the next days?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I mean, I didn't know what to expect. This is only my maybe third or fourth time surfing out here, and I got the barrel and I didn't know where I was, and I was just confused, and I felt like I messed the wave up a little bit, but I guess each wave I catch out there, I'll learn, and I'll try and figure the wave out little by little, and I'm just happy the free surfs have been kind of tough, so I'm happy to be out there with only a few people out. And oh, it's funny, I was out there and I just felt super nervous because I hadn't felt like I saw like good waves coming towards me. I didn't know what to do, so. But it was a good feeling. Anytime being in a jersey is good practice and another opportunity. So, yeah, they say the waves will be fun the next couple of days, so hopefully I can make as many heats as I can to surf more heats out at the bowl.
Well, we would love to see that. Congratulations once again. Anything else to say, friends, family? Girlfriend is right here supporting you. Being a little tough as a coach, but as she should, right?
Yeah, I have a tough coach, but hi, everybody watching, and thanks for tuning in. Hopefully we can get some more waves.
All right, congratulations. Thank you so much. Good luck.
All right, back to live action. It's a pleasure having you here. We're enjoying your surfing as much as you enjoy our waves. So while we were on that short break, the score for White dropped in at a 4.17, so he will go into second position, dropping the green surfer into third. Green, you now require a 0.50, and red, you require a 1.1. 16 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. So coming up in the next heat, Lucas Ostin, Wheeler Hasberg, Tosh Talbert, and Warren Polvey. You guys should be checking in, getting ready, getting in your quiet zone or your happy zone, whatever zone you want to get in. You will be coming up in about 16 minutes.
Just seeing this replay of our surfer in white's last wave. So, update on situation. Blue, you are in first. You sit with priority. White, you require a 317 to take first. Green, you need a 0.5. As we see, green, Kepa Mendia throwing it into two impressive turns. Finding that open vertical wall as he races off down the line, looking for more to finish. Little lip line glide, and that's a strong showing for Mr. Mendia, who is only looking for a small score. Here we go, surfer in blue, Jacob Burke using his priority. A little bit of a sleepy first turn, but it stands up vertically now, and boom! That's the kind of turn we like to see, making his way to the inside and negotiating that oncoming section. And he will ride out and complete the maneuver. So let's hear it again for local boy Jacob Burke. Watching outside, surfer in red, Hayden Rogers, throwing it into the up in the lip vertically, out onto the open face. It stands up for him again. And does he ride out? He's hanging on. Oh, he manages to ride out. That's some good core strength there from our surfer from the USA, Hayden Rogers. So another good exchange. So the judges are going to be deliberating on that exchange. In the meantime, for you guys tuning in at home, we're going to be queuing up some replays so you can see that action all over again. Some of the highest quality surfing here on display at Soup Bowl, Bathsheba, Barbados. Lou, I don't know if you managed to catch that exchange, but...
No, I missed it, but I'm sure we'll get to see the replay.
Those replays queuing up.
So last of green, 773. So green goes to first, but I still have a wave for blue to drop and also for red.
Here we go, the replay of red. Nice vertical tag of the lip, free falling out of the sky. Another nice wrap, and then it stands up and he throws it vertically one more time. It looked like he was gonna come unstuck, but he manages to ride out, and that's gonna be a solid score. As we see blue, Jacob Burke coming from deep, a little bit of a sleepy start to that wave, but how it stands up vertically, and here's the money turn, throwing the tail out, releasing those fins, making his way to the inside, and then tagging that massive incoming section and managing to ride out.
So while we were watching those replays, White had a smasher of a wave. So last of blue coming in at a 703, but I still have a wave for red and for white. All right, coming up on 12 minutes. So we're waiting for white and for red. Not sure which one they're going to do first. So scores trickling in for red, Hayden Rogers.
Here's the replay of white, Lou. This is the one to be missing the Blake. Nice attack on the lip there. Deep bottom turn, throwing the spray, making his way around that section. Wave starts to wall up for him again on the inside. And a nice strong finish.
So still waiting for that last of white. So last for white, 5.93. So situation, blue first. Blue, you have a 7.7 and a 6.6. Sorry, check that. Green, you are first. You have a 7.7 and a 6.6. Blue, you are second. You have a 7.3 and a 7. Red, you are third. You have a 6.3 and a 6. You require a 7.9 to advance. White, you are fourth. You have a 5.93 and a 4.17. You require an 8.43. 10 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Priority is with green, then red, then white, then blue.
So all our surfers sitting with pretty good scores here, all in the good range. And it's going to take scores of within the excellent range to create any movement here. So these surfers are going to be really selective.
There we go, Blues scratching for this one. This is local knowledge for you, folks. Jacob Burke in the barrel, out the barrel, in the second barrel, out the second barrel. And then he finishes strong. Jacob Burke paddled for that wave. Nobody even looked at it. It was about a foot tall. He knows this wave so well.
Sat in fourth priority.
When he paddled for that wave, not a single person even turned. Nobody saw that wave coming. Local knowledge at its finest.
Double barrel. I think that's the first double barrel of the event, and 2 clean entries and clean exits. As we're gonna queue up that replay, please.
Come on, guys. 2 are there. 1 more. Oh. 1 more score to drop. 9.67. As we look at this replay on the screen, first barrel sees the second one, pulls in the second barrel, and comes out clean. So 2 10s on the board, 2 10s and 3 9.5s.
Wow, Jacob Burke. Come on, guys, let's hear some noise.
From the second I saw him come out that second barrel, I said to myself, that's a 10. But 9.67, good enough. Jacob Burke goes to first. Green, you go to second. Red, you now require an 8.03. And white, you require an 8.47. 9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Well, 2 of the judges agreed with you, Lou, and I think that's the first 10 that we've seen. Not a straight 10, but I think that's the first 10 that any judge has dropped for the event so far. So we are seeing the scores slowly increase, and we're seeing heats now that you need to be scored in the excellent range to advance. 5s and 6s aren't going to do it anymore.
That's right. What is the most amazing thing is that Jacob was the only one that turned. When he turned for that wave, it was literally 1 foot. It was just a little tiny bump, and it just hit the reef and lifted straight up in the air.
No one looked at it, not even in the booth.
Nobody looked at it.
No one
Nobody
looked at it.
even
Until we
turned.
saw Jacob paddling, no one was paying any attention. That's the Berkey trade secrets right there.
6 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So surfers in the next heat. You guys should be all checked in and ready to roll.
Shout out to Jacob's dad, Alan, who's going to be sitting around somewhere with a little smirk on his face, feeling quite chuffed. That local
Green,
knowledge.
you're in second position. To retake the lead, you need a 9.2. Red is in third position. Red requires an 8.0. White is in fourth position. White requires an 8.4. 6 minutes remaining.
All right, we are coming up to the 5-minute mark, which is when the surfers in the next heat can get ready to paddle out. So we're going to shout out to Lucas Austin, Wheeler Hasburn, Tosh Talbot, and local boy Warren Povey. You guys can start making your way out to the lineup. Make sure you stay clear over to the left. Everybody's been doing a great job of that so far today. And good luck to you guys. Shout out to Warren, who's been on an absolute tear this competition, flying the local flag. And of course, Lucas, Wheeler, and Tosh have been competing here for quite a few years now, so everybody is going to be another stacked heat.
All right, coming up on that 4 minute, 20 seconds. Surfers in the next heat. They're paddling out already. So Jacob Burt putting down an excellent two-wave heat total. As we watch Green up and right and going up in the lip. Kepa Mendia working it to the north section, flying across that section, wrapping it up, going to set up this inside reform, looking for that last maneuver. And he finishes strong, so he is currently in second position, trying to up that requirement for the surfer in red and white with 3 minutes remaining. This is the round of 64, heat number 9. So we got 7 more heats to come.
All right, last of Green, you dropped a 5.83. 5.63. You dropped a 5.63. That does not factor into your scoreline as we see this replay. Coming in deep, throwing it up into that lip. Not a complete redirection, but nice wrap in turn, cut back into the whitewater. A nice attack on the up-and-coming north section there, rolling out onto the open face, turning on the afterburners and looking for that finish. A little bit of a check snap, and then a little whitewater rebound. So strong surfing from Kepa, keeping busy, but that does not change the requirement for the surfer in red, who is looking for an 8.03, or the surfer in white, who is looking for an 8.47 with 2 minutes to go, guys. Priority sitting with red, then white, then blue. As we come to the close of Heat 9, we're going to be rolling straight into Heat 10, after which we will have 6 more heats. We're going to be running the complete round this afternoon to 16 heats. And then we'll wait to see what the call is for tomorrow. But the forecast looks like plenty more swell on top. Mixed bag of conditions with some north swell still lingering around. Slightly more dominant east swell, but maintaining quite a bit of size, which will throw up some fun, challenging, and varying conditions throughout the day and throughout the weekend. As we are now under a minute, 45 seconds to go, as White is using his priority and taking off on this one, coming straight into a massive section, blowing the tail, but he comes unstuck. White giving it the Hail Mary, looking for a big score.
So watching Green, he's going to go up and out little victory lap, second place, advancing lap with 20 seconds remaining.
Red's got his eye on something out the back, Lou. He's 15 seconds to go, and he's paddling hard with priority. Will it reach them in time? This could be a changer. As we count down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So servers in the next heat. We're on a short hold. Please stand by. So this one's going to close it out with Jacob Burke taking the win, moving on into the round
Switch
of 32.
stance.
Followed by Green, Kepa Mendia. So Jacob and Kepa will be advancing into the round of 32. So servers in the next heat. Hold your positions. Counting it in. 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So coming up in this heat in red, we're going to see Lucas Ostin in blue, Wheeler Hasberg. In white, Tosh Talbot. And in green, local boy Barbados, Warren Povey. We are in the round of 64. This is heat number 10. We have 5 more heats after this one to go, and then we're going to call it a day. We're looking to finish sometime around 5 o'clock this afternoon. So going up to heat number 16 today, we'll be finished sometime around 4:45, 5 o'clock. As in this heat, we have Lucas Ostin. He currently ranked 15th, so he's still within striking distance. His best result for the year was at Pismo Beach, where he placed 3rd. He has a couple of 9ths, Outer Banks and La Marginal. And Wheeler Hasberg, he is currently ranked 19th, so he's also within striking distance. He has a 2nd place finish at Outer Banks and a 9th place finish at the Corona Pro.
Watching the surfers paddle. That one slips under them.
So as we start to see the rip kind of roll down through the lineup again. It's not going to last long, but it is going to lull out the waves a little bit. All right, servers pushing themselves in position. Here we go, Surfer and Green scratching hard to get into this one. Warren Povey, he's up and riding. He's going to come around the first section. He goes right up in the lip, out onto the open face, big wrapping cutback. He's going to get down to that reform section, throws it up vertical once again, and he can't hang on and goes down. Got to bend those knees, son.
Strong start there for young Warren. Just coming unstuck on that last turn as we watch him racing off down the line, making his way around that first section, throwing it up. Nice spray, nice bottom turn, wrapping it back, throwing a little bit of tail in there. A little bit more aggression with the back foot. And here he throws it up, but just comes down a little too vertically, straightens out a bit and comes unstuck. But Warren's got his feet in the wax.
All right, so that score coming in at a 4.0. So 4.0 for the first of green to get this heat started. 20 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. The wave had what he was looking for. He just wasn't really able to execute it. With 20 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, to be plenty more opportunities.
Yeah, just get that first wave out the way, shake off some of the nerves, get the blood pumping in your legs, and get ready to go out and send it on the next one. As we come up to 20 minutes to go. It is approaching 2 o'clock in the afternoon here in Barbados.
So White putting himself in position. He's going to pull the trigger up and writing. Tosh Talbot going up in the lip. And he doesn't like. And on the outside, Blue, Wheeler Hosberg. He probably could have made that barrel if he would have held tight. So that's going to give priority to red Lucas Ostin from Oceanside, California. Currently ranked number 15, top seed in this heat.
Well, just a series of small scores dropping. That opening 4 is not looking like a bad score for Warren anymore. As he will go back out and take out second priority behind, third priority. Priority sitting with red, then blue, then green. So no real scores of note just yet. As we see that rip going down through the lineup. Still so impressive, Jacob's read on that last wave with the double barrel. Imagine a wave that no one took notice of, nearly dropped a straight 10, Lou.
So Surfer and White with fourth priority, he's going to push way up in the point. Smart strategy as he now has first priority. He's going to roll in on this one. Smaller wave, throws the fins, floats the section and comes unglued, so he goes down. He is currently in second position with just a 1.5. So 17 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this heat. So coming up next, Jabe Sorkowski, Luke Weiler, Louis St. John, and Micaiah Bray. So you surfers should be checking in, be ready to go.
We see a little movement with the surfer in green. Warren Povey coming from deep, throwing it onto the lip. Another nice bottom turn. Nice cut back into the white water, and that's all she wrote. So Warren under priority, just keeping busy.
There we go, Lucas Ostin. Driving hard onto this north section. Pushing out the fins. And on the outside, Blue. Wheeler with a good looking wave. Is it gonna hit the reef though? Big turn right in the critical section. Big cutback. And he hits the closeout North Peak. And he hangs on to it, so hangs on to that finishing move. So he did good to hang on to that last maneuver.
I think that's the wave of the heat so far.
We've seen, as we watch this replay, this wave was just real wonky. And this was just really the only maneuver he had.
Nice blowtail, but just the one maneuver, as you say. Blue, this is the one we're looking at. Here's the turn, right in the pocket, almost dropping into the barrel. Compressing, throwing it up into the lit line again, and then a third major maneuver, attacking that oncoming section and managing to hang on to the right out. So that's looking like the wave of the heat. And Wheeler Harbor from Canada, Hasbar, sorry, from Canada, is going to be pleased with his start.
So last of red, 533. Waiting for blue. Last of blue, 8.0. So blue first, green second. Red, you're third. You require a 1.3. And white, you are fourth, requiring a 4.7. 15 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
So for the folks at home, once you start to hit that 8 and above range, is what we consider excellent surfing. Anything from 8 up to a perfect 10 is what is considered to be in the excellent range. And with those 3 big maneuvers out back, Wheeler Hasbro was rewarded with that score, which has set him out front.
White, you are currently in fourth position. You have a 1.5 and a 1.9. You require a 4.7. 14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So the rip has totally moved out of the lineup now.
Yeah, reef
Surfer.
started. All right.
All right. While we have a little break in the action, we're going to cut to the glass for the winner of the last heat, Jacob Burke. He's standing by with Amaya. Take it away, Jacob.
Welcoming yet another local hero, Jacob Burke, who just won heat number 9 in a round of 64, putting on a clinic over there. Excellent heat total. I mean, what else?
Nothing else. That's just what I wanted to do. So, yeah.
Showing off some real local knowledge over there. You started paddling on that wave. Nobody looked at it, and it just doubled up, and a double barrel and some turns.
Yeah, it's just classic soup bowl, you know. Some call it luck, but yeah, it was a fun wave. I saw it coming from far. I didn't want to move because I didn't want to alert anyone that it was going to be a good wave, so I kind of waited and then turned when everyone went over it. So, yeah, it was fun.
Well, really smart surfing over there. Good readings, good waves, good fun. Really fun board as well, right?
Yeah, yeah. Big shout out to AJW. Boards are feeling pretty sweet. So, yeah, I just want to get surfing more, you know, more heats.
Well, you are getting to surf more for sure on to the next round. And I know you're getting boards by somebody else, but you're also a very talented shaper, regular boards, but also just now started shaping Alayas as well. Wow, talent, boy.
Yeah, more mock sport, you know, just fun to surf a ancient technology, I guess, if you could call it technology, but a nice wooden board. I love it, super fun, and it helps with your surfing also, you know, teaches you a lot about rail work, so yeah, sweet.
It does, for sure. You're a very well-rounded surfer. You can surf anything. We love to see you, love the energy, love the family. Everybody's here cheering you on, sponsors, boards, family. I mean, congratulations. Thank you so much for the interview, and on to the next round. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, back to live action while we were on that break. The last of red coming in at a 6.83. So red, you go to first. Blue, you drop to second. You still have a wave coming. So currently, green is in third, white is in fourth. So last of blue coming in at a 5.6. So green, you are going to require an 8.16. And white, you require a combination of 12.16. 11 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. As you can get caught up on these replays at home. This was a 5.6 from blue. We're watching green up and riding. Warren Povey, nice quality turn. Another quality turn up and down. He's going to stick with it. He's going to give him a couple of opportunities on the inside. Setting up this reform. Going up vertical. Going up one more time. He's going to look to finish strong.
That's your surfer from Barbados, Warren Povey, guys. Well surf wave from young Warren Povey. Really putting it together in that one.
All right, last of green, 3.6. So green, you still require an 8.16. 10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Blue, your last wave coming in at a 5.6. You are currently in first position. As we are back to live action, Tosh Talbot, couple of major maneuvers as he's working it to the inside, waiting for this reform, and he goes out the back. So on the outside, blue and red, your first and second in this heat. So this is going to get red, white out of combination. So last of white, 5.63. So white, you now require a 6.5. As we watch this replay, the first turn, fully committed on the rail, nice turn, and then he throws it up in the lip, and that's really all the way through it. Was hoping that it would reform, but just didn't cooperate, so he goes out the back. So you see the breakdown of the judges there. How we arrive at that 5.63 as we drop the high, drop the low, and average the middle three scores. And we have a full panel of international judges up here. 8 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. So the highest single wave score of the heat being put down by the surfer in blue of an 8-point ride. Blue, you are in first position, 8 minutes remaining. Green, your last wave was a 3.6. You are in third. You require an 8.16. 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. White looking to pull the trigger on this one. Here we go. He's going to roll in. Tosh Talbot from way behind the peak, and he goes up and under. So he will give that third priority to the surfer in green as we watch. Surfer with second priority, he goes up and out. So he will give second priority to the surfer in green. So priority order is red, green, blue, white. So red is going to utilize his priority. He is currently in second position. He just catches the rail. So he goes down. So that's going to open the door a little bit for for green. Green requiring an excellent score. He's looking at this one. He's going to use his priority, up and riding. Wrapping cut back. Waiting for this inside. Another cut back. He's working it to the inside as blue goes up and out. Throwing it up, pushing out the fins. Priority white, red, blue. White, red, blue. 3 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Next heat, you're free to paddle out. Just stay down on the channel, please. White, you are in fourth position. Your last wave coming in at a 5.63. You require a 6.5. Last of green, a 4.10. You now require an 8.0. 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
Yeah, green just cutting into that requirement slowly, but not the kind of power surfing that's going to get him an 8, which is what is required. But loving to see Warren out there, giving it his all. Really impressed me throughout this event. Come up to the final 3 minutes. Wheeler Hasber from Canada has already made his mark on this heat as he gives way to the priority surfer in white. Tosh Talbot from Costa Rica, who throws it vertically into the lip, makes his way around with a nice wrapping cutback, looking for this setup onto the white water, blows the tail out, throwing the fins and rides out. So he's feeling it. That was strong surfing from the Costa Rican.
As we watch this replay, coming hard off the bottom. The first turn was just really a setup turn. And then a nice wrapping cutback. And then he just throws it up on that north section, pushes out the fins, and rides out cleanly. So definitely going to better one of his scores with 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we can say bye-bye to that 193 for certain. Where it will put him, we don't know. Very strong finish. Always feels good to ride out of that north section. Doesn't feel so good when you don't make it. As my big cuz Nick Donovan can tell you.
Well, I've been down there walking amongst the competitors. There's a quiet air, and everyone is so stoked. It's so funny. Yeah. You know, like everyone's just happy to be able to surf Super Bowl with just 3 other people in the water.
Yeah, and for these competitors who've been grinding it all year on tour, they're super happy. Red.
White, you're too far in the next heat. Red, you are currently in second position. I'm still waiting for this score for White. As soon as I get it, I will give it to you.
1 minute. 1 minute. Waiting for an important score to drop. Judges are deliberating. In the meantime, yeah, everyone is just so stoked to be surfing good waves.
All right, scores dropping in. 6-7 for White. White, you now require a 5.9.
Final 25 seconds.
White's going to look at this inside. Here we go. He's just going to not even get the maneuver. So with 13 seconds.
Get the set rolling at high rock.
Let me count this one in 3, 2, 1. So that's going to end the heat. Surfers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We are going to be on a short hold. So that one's going to end with surfer in blue, Wheeler Hausberg, taking the win, followed closely by the surfer in red, Lucas Ostin, second. So those two surfers will be advancing into the next round. We are back to live action. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. Coming up in this heat in red, Jabe Swarkowski. In blue, Luke Weiler. In white, Louis St. John. And in green, Micaiah Bray. All right, I'm going to welcome my compadre Nick Donowa to the mic. Going to take a little break. I'll be back momentarily.
All right, 24 minutes remaining in this heat. I have been walking all around Bathsheba, just talking to everybody, about what they've been watching so far for the morning into the day, and everyone just has a smile on their face, whether they're spectators or competitors. Those who have made it through, extra happy. Those who haven't, still happy. Outside, this is red. The action continues. Deep bottom turn. Nice wrapping cut back. Goes straight to the bottom. Bam. Vertical re-entry. Drops back in with lovely speed. Wrapping it back. Just one working itself on the inside. Out the back, we have green. Makes his first snap. Loses it and falls. Red still going. He's looking like a final maneuver. Bang. There he rides out. I think he's very happy about that one. That's a good way to start the heat. About 23 minutes remaining. We'll give you a situation update when those scores drop in. What time are we at for the low tide, Bodie?
Oh, I think low tide is somewhere around after the event finishes. I think we're going to be looking around 6 o'clock this afternoon. I will have to double check that. But we are definitely going low as we watch this replay of red. And he comes around and makes a nice wrapping cut back. Kind of checks it a little bit, but now here the wave stands up. Nice vertical attack on that section. Gets it onto the open face, wrap back into the white water. Another cut back. Just gets a little sleepy on him, so a series of cutbacks as he waits for the wave to stand up on the inside. And now takes off and puts in a nice finish. So, good strong start for Jabe. Surfer in red. Swiarkoski. I might need a little help for that. Swiarkoski, but yeah. And the score drops in at a 5.83 for red as we see blue trying to thread the needle and getting unstuck by that north section. That leaves priority with your surfer in white, local boy and powerhouse surfer, Louis St. John. who's going to sit and wait and try to use his local knowledge to be in the right spot and take off on the right one. And we know if Lewis gets the wave, what he can do, and so do his competitors, which is why they've started off this heat by pushing as hard as they can. So last of green, just a 1. Last of blue, 0.83. So the only score of note so far is the surfer in red dropping a 5.83. All right, so I have been educated. It's Swierkowski, Jabe Swierkowski. So apologies for butchering your name earlier, bro. So situation for blue, you're in third place. You just dropped a tiny 0.63. You need a 0.38. Only score of note is Swierkowski, there we go. Green up and right in, Mackay Bray. Whoa, throwing the Clay Marzo there, but coming unstuck.
Looked like a little bit of credit card action going on there. I got a nice little set rolling down into the rip. This is, we know action's going to be great this evening. Kadoosh.
Yeah, when we
It's
see
action.
that rip starting to light up, that's the north section as we watch. Oh, that rolls over under everybody. Watch this one spit. So priority sitting with the surfer in blue, followed by red and white. Blue, red, white for priority. 20 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Okay, we have a priority change. Surfer in white, you will lose priority. Priority now goes to surfer in blue, followed by red. Yeah, the judges determined that white made an attempt to paddle for that last wave, which now puts him into third priority. So a little bit of mistake there by the local boy, but he has plenty of time to recover. No meaningful scores dropped as yet as we are watching the ocean. All right, so we saw surfer in white that's trying to scratch into that one. It just rolled under him. So that will put surfer in white now into fourth priority. Couldn't really tell if he paddled for that one or not.
Oh, no, he made it a little bit more
No,
of
just
an
kidding.
attempt
That was
there.
definitely
we
a
got,
paddle.
We got something going on here. Green, let's take it away there, buddy.
All right, Mackay Bray throwing it up into the lip. Coming out, it's a deep bottom turn. Making his way out onto the open face. Attacking it though, going for the air reverse and coming undone.
Leaving no stone unturned for that one. Saw an opportunity and he took it. I think the wind took him out.
I think all our surfers are recognizing we're getting to the stage that we need to drop big scores as we watch a replay of green. Throwing it up into that lip. Little bit of a check turn there. Setting up this bottom turn. Nicer snap there. Gets a little hung up and then totally mistimes that last section. Decides to throw the air. Last of green, you dropped a 3.00. So that puts you into second place. Situation update. Surfer in red, you are in the lead with a single wave, 5.83. Surfer in green, you have second place with a 3 and a 1.13. Surfer in blue, you sit with priority, you have a 0.63 and you require a 3.5. Surfer in white, you are yet to open your account and anything from a 4.13 will take you into an advancing position. And while things are a little quiet, we're going to go to the glass with Amaya and the winner of last heat, Wheeler Hasber from Canada.
Hi, I'm here with Wheeler Hasberg, representing Mexico, who just won heat number 10 in this round of 64 in EQS 6000 men. Had fun over there?
Yeah, it's so fun today. Yeah, the swell came in. It's so rippable. So yeah, finally we're stoked.
I mean, you've had some good runs here in the past in the juniors, and we're still looking forward to see you crush some QS now. I mean, you had a solid 8 point. That must feel really good under your feet.
Yeah, I was nervous going into the heat, you know. It's just finally there's some waves of, I guess you could say consequence or just like performance-wise. And yeah, I was pretty nervous, but you know, I really like this wave. I've done some good surfing here in the past, so I was pretty confident. But yeah, I was stoked.
Super stoked. Well, on to the next round. How are you gonna prepare for the next days?
Yeah, I'm just gonna, you know, take it one heat at a time. Like I'm still growing, I'm still maturing. Like I feel like last times I've been here, I've been like still kind of treating like surf contests like a kid, and you know, like doing good stuff. But I'm 20. I'm in the 20s now. I gotta start stepping it up. So yeah, but I have to shout out. I lost in cards, so I want to shout out the crew I'm being with here: Sebastian Williams, Titus, Reed Van Wagner, Titus Santucci, all the crew I'm with, and then yeah, I want to shout out to my parents. They've done so much to me, for me, I should say. And then, yeah, my coach, Wave Key, Brad, thank you, and Xanadu, and yeah, thank you.
Wow, what a lovely speech. Great crew around you, very well surrounded, very talented surfer. And yeah, on to the next round. Good luck. Thank you so much for today, and keep at it, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're back live. Shout out to all the Canadian crew tuning in, supporting their surfers. Well done, Wheeler. As we see green, Mackay Bray throwing it up and drifting. Oh, he must have drifted about 4 or 5 feet across that lip line, but then didn't manage to keep control.
I was saying he looked like he's in the wrong sport.
Yeah,
that looked like more
a
snowboarding.
Or a skateboard maneuver, like all the coping. It would have looked good if he'd hung on.
Yeah, that's action heating up, folks. We got some scores dropping. We're waiting for the last of blue, and then we'll give you a situation update.
So yeah, Nick, as you said, you were kind of like walking through the crowd, trying to get a feel for the vibe out there, and everybody's just stoked. I think there's not even a lot of chatter going on. Everyone's just focused on the ocean. There's so much action out there. Waves pumping, surfing of a high standard. And all the athletes are super happy to be here, super happy to be competing.
Yeah, one of the best things is like, you know, when you need to practice, your heat's coming up maybe in the next 2 hours, you can just walk south here, across the beach over to High Rock and Parla, and get your little warm-up session, you know, 20 minutes. You're going to focus on maybe doing some re-entries, focus on your roundhouse or floaters. You know, you have a good area to practice in a very short distance.
Yeah.
Come back over, bang, and you're ready for your heat. You're all hyped up.
Almost like having a training pitch next to the main stadium. So things have been kind of quiet.
All right, we're about 13 and a half minutes remaining. Right now, priority stands at red first, green second, blue third, and white fourth. Leading out into the water is red. Your last ride came in at a 5.83. Second is white. Lewis, your last ride came in at a 4.67. You need a small score of a 1.17 to take out first position. Third is green. Mackay, you have a 4.3 total. And that leaves you with a 1.68 to go to second position. Fourth is blue. Luke, you have a 4.03. You need also a small score of 1.28 to advance. Right, about 12 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Still lots of time, Bodie. What about what's happening on the other side of the island? You know, we got good waves here all day. We've been seeing this all day, but what are the reports from the other side of the island?
Situation blue. Blue, you require a 1.28. A 1.28. You sit in third priority. You require a 1.28. So yeah, I've been getting a couple of reports. Guys, we're having a little fun time at Tropicana early this morning. This north swell wraps down, as we know, from the north of the island, comes down onto the west coast, which is usually protected from the easterly swell that we usually get. So when the swell wraps and comes from the north, it comes down, and all those lovely reefs that everybody is snorkeling on suddenly become epic playground for us surfers. And the swell, not as big as first anticipated, but that's kind of expected when we get these little one-day pulses. You never know what we're going to get. Is it going to be early? Is it going to be late? Half the time it breaks throughout the night. But yeah, some of the spots I've been surfing today, the guys have been having some fun, getting a couple reports of like chest, head high, fun, inconsistent. Seeing a couple of the competitive surfers over there, checking out the other spots.
Yeah, you know, we had Teddy giving us some forecasts, you know, daily, which is really great. I remember when we didn't have that technology, you looked up in the sky and you saw the shape of the clouds, which way the wind was blowing.
It's all about the clouds.
Okay, well, let's watch the water. This looks like white. He has to give way to priority green. Green just wraps it, brings it back around. Just some nice little solid wraps, going to bottom turn. Then he throws it up in there, throws out the tail. Yeah, that's more like it. Man, he's got his one fan on the beach. Bang. Okay, he's going to finish. Yeah, making some noise for your boy, man. Let's hear it.
All right, that's Makai Bray getting some work done. Showing some nice control. Surfing that wave as the wave presented itself. Getting some good maneuvers, showing us a bit of variety. Let's clock up that replay and see how he did as we watch surfer in red pulling in. This is Jabe Swierkowski. Nice wrap and turn up in the lit line. Waiting for it to set up. Another aggressive snap. Throws it again. And a fourth. And he races off down. And a little tail drift to finish. So Jabe is feeling it. Nice exchange between the surfer in green and the surfer in red as we wait for those scores to drop. Nick, what do you think?
Oh, let's wait for the judges to decide. Here's White, Louis St. John, local boy, put down some serious scores yesterday evening. Took this one all the way from the point. See if he can make the most of it. He cuts out. Behind him is Blue, real wrapping cut back into the power source. Now he's trying to set it up, looking for that inside wall. Takes a little high road, boom, wrapping back. He's on the highway now. Let's see what happens. Cracks. There we go. Compressed to right out. And behind him, someone's in the rip getting high over the sky. Okie dokie. Boom, boom.
All right, so we got a little sideshow going on down in the rip. Someone throwing a monster air. I don't even know who that was. But someone looked like he did a massive air. As we see Jabe replay coming in, racing down the line, making his way past that section, just carving it back, waiting for it to set up. Here's where it stands up a little bit, throwing that tail, compressing, getting the back leg, putting all the pressure there. Another series of snapping turns, maintaining his speed, and then a nice little tail drift to finish. So Jabe will be happy with that. And we see surfer in green, Makai Bray. He's got some support here on the beach. A little bit of a slow start. That's a little bit better of a rail turn. Racing down the line. Nice turn there, drifting the tail, showing lots of control as he comes down tail first. Another little bit of a check turn. And a bit of a finish. So the main move there was that tail drift, riding out tail first, showing lots of control. So we have scores to drop for all four surfers.
We're making our judges earn their money right now. Some high quality surfing, and they need to be separated. You know, you can need to be separated.
That is the important thing, to create separation between the rides. This is the judges trying to do. This is where the scoring criteria comes into play. All right, so a couple of scores dropping. Last of green. Last of green, you come in at a 6.27. That puts you temporarily in the lead. Last of red, you come in at a 7.5. That puts you in the lead. Last of white, you had a 3.2. That puts you into third place, looking for a 4.6. And we're waiting for a score to drop for blue. And we will update the entire situation for you guys as we approach the 6.5 minute mark. Priority right now sitting with the surfer in green, followed by red, white, and blue. So as scores trickle in for blue, situation change. As green goes up and down. So last of blue, you come in at a 5.90. That puts you into second place. As we watch surfer Lewis and John coming in. Nice turn. Right under the lip line. Plenty of spray. Lots of power on display as he tries to set up this last section. Gets a little mistimed there. Doesn't get the time in on the entry into that last section he was looking for. So Nick, you want to give us a situation rundown as we come up to the 5.5 minute mark? Lots of scores to draw. Most of the scores in.
Yeah, we're just waiting for this last one of Lewis to come in. Let's look at the replay. Just deep bottom turn. Boom. Hard, deep, real carve off the top. Brings it right back around, gives his competitor in green a shower. Then tries to really force the final maneuver there and the convergence and just gets bucked off. Still waiting for his score to drop. I'm waiting for him to get back out into the lineup. But right now, red is in the lead with 13.33. Behind him is blue. Blue, you need a 7.44 to advance to first. Third for right now is green. Green needs a 3.03 to advance to second. And we're just going to wait for this final score to drop for white.
And in the meantime, the next heat, you guys can paddle out. Stay over to the left. Okay, so last of white, you come in at a 4.77. That puts you into second place. So situation update. Red, you remain in first. Yeah. White, you're in second. Blue, you now need a 3.54 to advance. And green, you now require a 3.17 to advance. With just over 4 minutes to go, priority sitting with red, blue, and then green. So our surfer in red putting a bit of a stamp on this heat so far, but second place is up for grabs as we see the surfer in green having a look. This is Mackay Bray with his support on the beach, and he's looking at this first section, throws it into the section, blowing the tail, riding out one maneuver. Red using his priority, Jabe making his way around, nice little check turn, throws it up. Not quite timing it the way he was looking for. So that leaves surfer in blue in priority, followed by the surfer in white as we wait a couple of scores.
All right, all the action's coming in the back half of the heat. 3 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. What's happening out there? Who's scratching for this one? Oh, looks like somebody's trying to sell something. We call it selling a pig in a bag.
Okay, so last of green. Last of green, 5.7. That puts you into second place. White, you now require a 7.2. And blue, you require a 6.08. Priority now sits with the surfer in white. So white, you are in third place, looking for a score of a 7.2. You have 2.5 minutes to find that wave.
right, looking at this last replay of Green, just full-on smash commitment. Just
Full
cracked
commitment.
the baggins out of that one.
Love
and
it.
He was rewarded with a 5.7 that went straight into his tally that put him into second position. And there's the replay of Red, just floats it over the boat.
So last of Red, 503. That does not factor into your scoreline. Waiting for a score to drop for Blue. Coming up to the 90-second mark. So last of Blue, you drop a 4.1. That moves you into third, and you are now requiring a 6.08 to advance. Green, you still require, sorry, White, you are now in fourth, and you still require that 7.2 to get into the advancing position. 1 minute, 10 seconds to go. So White having a look as he let Blue go. And here we see Blue making his way on the inside, but doesn't see the scoring potential on that one. Under a minute to go. Under a minute to go. All right, we have a priority change. White, you go to second priority. Priority now sits with Red. Priority now sits with Red, then White, then Green. Coming up to 30-second mark. All right, we're going to start counting down as we come into the last 10 seconds. Bathsheba's gone a little sleepy.
Counting down in 3, 2, 1.
All right, so waiting a couple of menial scores to drop. I think Blue was up after the horn. So just standing by to give you official results.
All right, servers in the next seat, please hold your positions. We are on a short break. We got a couple scores to drop. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we are back to live action. Coming up in this heat. In red, Cannon Carr. In blue, Ryan Huckabee. In white, Russell Winter. And in green, Carl Barger. So this is heat number 12 in the round of 64. So we saw Russell Winter put on a stellar performance yesterday and some sizable waves.
I think there was some onions in the booth that day as well.
Yeah, you know.
Super proud of Russell. Russell has been training hard. He's the oldest competitor, I believe, in the event. At 50 years old, doing a bit of a Kelly Slater on us.
I was now Googling or typing to see if he was on the list to see how old he is. 50 years old.
Yeah.
Russell Winter taking out the young boys yesterday as we watch Blue up and riding. Ryan Huckabee. Big shout out to his dad, Phil. I know you're watching. Flagler Beach, Florida. I've known Ryan since he was about 10 years old. He's been coming here for a long time. We've done a lot of trips with him and his dad.
Yep, Ryan always a danger here at the bowl. As you said, been coming here Another one of the guys that we almost consider to be a local, knows the bowl as well as any visitor can know it.
All right, Blues 367. Opener of Blue 367, as that was Russell Winter there. Take. Really? So Ryan currently sitting in 25th position on the rankings. Got a couple of fifths, a couple of seconds. So he would need a lot of luck to get up into that top 10. But there is a wild card. He's been on the Challenger for 2 years. So currently in first position, early going in this heat. And on cue, Phil messages me. Love you too, brother. Thanks for tuning in as we watch green. So early going, Ryan currently in first position with that 367. So we should be about halfway out on the tide already. Low tide coming up at about 5:30 this afternoon. So I just want to remind everyone, coming up on Saturday, we're going to be doing our, as usual, specialty event. We're going to be running a 14 and under division. That is always the highlight of my event. I love doing it. It was an under 12 for a very, very, very long time, but we have very few under 12s. It was really a local event for our local surfers, but our surfers seem to skip some generations and we don't have any 12s, so we have increased it to 14 and under, so it is open to all. As we watch White, Russell Winter, big down carve, picking up where he left off yesterday. Trying to show these young boys how it's done. Surfing very, very, very Taylor Knox.
All right, Russell Winter opening his account, surfing some strong surfing there, showing plenty of flow, plenty of speed down the line, and getting that board on rail. Look at the whip in these turns. How we go? Russell dropping in, throwing it up. Nice little wrap there. Being patient, staying on rail. Wait for it to set up a little bit. Another nice little wrapping turn. Wait for that setup, and here we go, racing down the line, and there's the finish. Blowing the tail again, staying in control. 50-year-old Russell Winter. An inspiration. And Russell has been surfing this wave.
All right, 6.5 for White, 6.5. So White picking right up where he left off yesterday. So White goes to first with 7.2 wave heat total, but still 19 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. And all of these surfers have the ability to get those kind of scores, so it's all going to be about who gets the better waves. Red was holding priority, and he let White go. So that could be a mistake for Red.
All right, I think we are ready to cut to the glass with the winner of last heat, Jabe Swierkowski.
Hi, I'm here with Jay from California, who just won Heat 11 of the round 96 in this BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. Welcome back on the glass. Good heat, right?
Yeah, it was fun. A little slow, but got my 2 waves and made it through. So like you said, it's good to be back on the glass.
Good to be back on the glass. I mean, you had a strong finish at the last QS at Pismo, third. Yep. So stoked for this one, making a heat onto the next round.
For sure, yeah. It's always good to like keep that momentum going, like you were saying. So definitely some confidence from last event, but a little different. No wetsuit anymore, so just kind of a reset and enjoying that we've got some actual real fun waves to contest in. So yeah, all good.
Yeah, a little lighter on the board for sure. What are you surfing today?
Yeah, I'm riding a standard CI 2 Pro, little round tail, kind of standard good wave board at home, but yeah, it's been feeling good out here, so yeah, I'm stoked.
Sweet. I mean, good job, good board. Are you excited for the next round? You want to give a little shout out to friends and family back at home, maybe some sponsors as well?
Totally, yeah. Excited for the next couple days. I mean, today we had a big bump up in swell, and it looks like it's supposed to continue, so I think we're going to have a fun run. So obviously stoked to keep competing, and then, yeah, thanks to obviously CI, guys at home, boards are good. Family and friends watching. Appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again, and good luck onto the next round.
Thank you.
All right, we are back to live action. So situation remains the same. Surfer in white, Russell Winter in the lead, followed by Ryan Huckabee. Our top-ranked surfer in this heat is Cannon Carr. He's sitting at that number 10 spot. So his best result was a win in WRV Outer Banks, followed up by a couple of 3 9s. So he is looking to move up in the rankings, but he's going to probably need some help from some guys that are ahead of him. He's 19 years old. Red, you are in 4th position. You require a 3.6, 16 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Priority order is red, blue, white, green. Sorry. Red, blue, green, white. So red, blue, green, white.
So, fun fact, Russell is the first European surfer to ever make the World Tour.
White up and right, and this is Russell Winter looking to back up that 6.5.
All right, last of white, 317. That replaces your minimal 0.5. So situation update, white, you're in the lead with a 6.5 and a 317. Blue, you sit in 2nd place with a 3.67. Green, you have a small 0.77, and red is yet to open his account. Priority sitting with red, blue, then green, and we got the 15-minute mark.
All right, calling the next heat, Lucas Cassidy, Parker Cohn, Brian Perez, and Gabriel Griffith. You got about 15 minutes. You can check in at your leisure. So with 14 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, as this tide starts to pull out, as it did yesterday, the waves are going to slow down a little bit. So the surfers are going to get a little more selective. Still plenty of swell in the water, still plenty of scoring opportunity. Situation remains the same. White first, blue second. Green is 3rd, and red is 4th.
And got to do a little shout out for the posse over in Tobago. Alvin, Josh, Eamon, the whole crew. They said to let everybody know they're firmly behind Mr. Winter. Russell's brother Dean spends a lot of time over in Mount Irving, so the Mount Irving posse, big one up. And yeah, they're out there supporting Russell as he's on his quest to get back to his best surfing. I hope to come over and visit you guys again sometime soon. So shout out all the crew over there for me in Tobago locked on. Big up on yourself.
So Red being real selective with his priority. All right, here we go. Red, he's going to use his priority. Cannon car. Nice top turn, and oh boy, an uncharacteristic mistake with 12 minutes and 15 seconds. He's going to have to reset, paddle back out, and start fresh. There are very, very small scores on the board for all the surfers except Surfer in white holding down a 6.5. So at 11 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
A red score coming out of 2, out of flat 2. So as Lou said, just a bunch of nominal scores at the moment. Heat not really starting to take shape yet. It's been a little sleepy, but we are seeing some movement out back, and the surfers are repositioning.
There we go, Red, Cannon car. Can't hold on to that one either, so he goes down. So that's gonna, as we watch White up and riding, Russell Winter, 50 years old. All right, as Russell still working his way all the way to the inside. He's gonna add to his scoreline with this one.
All right, nicely surf wave from Surfer in white. Representing the UK, Russell Winter. He's trying to get rid of a 317. A lot of support for Russell. Here we go, dropping in. Throwing it around. Nice wrap, nearly comes unstuck as he gets a little chatter on the face. Makes his way back out onto the open wall. Another little wrap back. Turns on the pumping action down the line. And a little snap to finish. So under 10 minutes to go. And Russell in command of this heat. Do you think we could see him on the glass twice? Looking forward to it. All right, scores trickle in for White. Last of White, 407. That does go into your score. Pushing up the requirement for Surfer in blue. So Surfer in blue, you need a 6.9 if you want to take the lead. Surfer in red, you need a 1.68 to advance. Surfer in green, you need a 2.91 to advance. 9 minutes to go. As we have the old boy, Russell Winter, holding it down. There's a party in Tobago right now. All right, Blue using his priority, Mr. Huckabee, on this little inside nugget, which is going to roll off down the reef and open up for him, giving him some scoring opportunity. 3 nice turns. Nice blowtail. Another hit. And Huckabee coming in and finishing strong on the inside as we watch Cannon Carr right behind him, throwing it up into that section, managing to ride out. Makes his way over that rump, but that's all she wrote. Green, nice exchange as Green comes in and goes for that one big hit and rides out, throwing it into that section, and that's all she wrote. So 3 strong ridden waves. Some excitement on top. Watching this replay of red. Cameron Carr, nice little wrapping turn, staying in the pocket, throwing it up into that lip, managing to control it and ride out. And that's all. The rest is chicken soup. We see the surfer in green, in blue, sorry, cutting back. This is Huckabee, nice little inside wave. Standing up for him. This is where it gets a little more vertical, throwing the tail there, blowing some spray, little check turn, and finishes strong. So we will give a situation update. Last of Blue, your last wave came in at a 5.5. And that will keep you in the moment in second place. Just a couple of more scores to drop. Red, you are in third place. You are looking for a 7, and you drop a 5.83. So you remain in third place, but you cut into the requirement, now only requiring a 3.34. And just waiting for a score to drop for Mr. Berger, who just threw that one maneuver into that vertical section. So scars dropping for Mr. Berger. That's a 5.77. So I'll give you a complete rundown of the situation update as we welcome Nick back to the booth. We got in priority and in first place, their surfer in white, Russell Winter. In second place in blue with fourth priority, we have Ryan Huckabee. And then we have our surfer in red in third, looking for a 3.34. And our surfer in green looking for a 3.40 as we watch Russell Winter. Take it away, Nick.
Wow, that maneuver there is timeless. 2 little cracks off the top, hits it right in the convergence. He knows this is going to give him like a couple more opportunities down on the inside, getting the racetrack. Boom, calls that a day. We got about, okay, situation right now, red. Red, you have priority. You have a requirement of 3.34. Red, your last wave came in at a 5.83. We're waiting now for White's last of ride to come in. I'll give you a full situation update. We got about 4 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, looking at that replay, waiting for that replay to queue up of White. Russell Winter, 50 years old. His timing has been on point. As one of the things the judges, are part of the criteria for those of you at home, is power, speed, and flow. And Russell with plenty of that. Look at this one, Lou.
Yeah, this big down carve right up in the pocket. Another solid turn. Working it onto the open face. And so uncharacteristic again of red. He goes down. That was live action. So we're waiting on White's last wave was a 4.43. So White, you're in first. Blue, you're in second. Red, you are in third. Red, you require a 3.3 to move into first. But you do have a wave coming. I've only now realized that that little down carve. And he doesn't work on that last turn. So situation change. Red, you drop a 3.67. Blue, you drop to third. Blue requires a 4.01. And green, you are fourth. You require a 3.74. 3 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. So here we go, blue up and right in. Comes around the section, going up vertical, pushing out the fins and can't hang on. So he was just going to get that one maneuver. He pushed it hard.
Yeah, blue throwing out the tail on that one, but not managing to hold on. It will make a nice picture, but the judges will deem that incomplete, and that will not get the score required. Blue looking for a 4.01. So priority shift is with green, and then white, and then red. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Our surfer in white sitting in a strong position in first place with second priority.
So watching green, here we go. He's up and riding on his backhand, throwing up the first turn, working it onto the open face. Waves getting a little foamy. Another slashing turn, gets hung up a little bit, and he can't, not going to get back out in front of it, but he does, and he comes off. White, you are in first. Your last wave was a 4.43. You have priority. So you are in first with priority. Red is in second position. Blue is in third position, requiring a 4.01. And green is in fourth. He has a score to come. 3.2, not enough. So red up and right in 2 big turns. Nice wrapping cutback. Next heat, hold your positions. You guys got to turn and go back. We can't see what's what. So just turn and go back 10 feet. Next heat, please. Thank you. Go back to white. Thank you. So red finishes off that strong with 1 minute remaining as we watch this replay.
Nice snap there from red. Another nice vertical attack. Not a complete redirection, but plenty of spray. Nice little wrap back. Makes his way to the inside, and he's going to close out his account with this wave and leave it into the hands of the wave gods from here.
And blue's going to pull in. Little down carve, cut back, waiting for this wave to reform. Throws it up, pushes out the fins. He's going to try and get back out in front of it, and he's not going to do it. With 30 seconds remaining. So score for red coming in. Red 6.43. Red goes to first. White goes to second, but white up and right in Russell Winter. Big turn on the outside. Working it to the inside. He's going to let this one reform, stand up for him. Finishes strong in the whitewater. Countdown 3, 2, 1. So that ends the heat. So surfers in the next heat, please stand by. We are going to be on a short hold.
Another exciting finish to a fascinating heat there, Lou.
So we need the last of blue was a 4.23. Not enough, requires a 5.44, so he stays in third. So waiting for the last of white, but it's not going to make any difference. He's in an advancing position already. So taking the win, surfer in red, advancing. I guess, so we'll wait for this because there is a possibility white goes to first, but nonetheless, he will advance. So scores trickling in. So 4.33 for white, doesn't go to first, so holding down that first position is red, Cannon Carr, and second, Russell Winter. So red and white will be advancing into the next round. So surfers in the water, please stand by. We're on a short hold. Still a little bit too early to start talking about scenarios and whatnot, but Cannon Carr currently sitting in that number. So we are back to live action. This heat just started 10 seconds ago. No waves have been ridden while we were on that short break. Coming up in this heat, in red, Lucas Cassidy. In blue, Parker Cone. In white, Brian Perez. And in green, Gabriel Griffin. So white up and right, and Brian Perez, he's been here about 2 weeks already, really knows this wave well, throwing a third major maneuver. This is the way you start a heat. He's still going, and on the outside, green. No maneuvers. As we're gonna watch blue, closest to the curl, he has priority. He's not going to be able to get past it. So that's going to give priority to the surfer in red, Lucas Cassidy. And red, Lucas, he's going to roll in, pulls straight into the barrel, but comes out early. Going vertical up in the lip and getting taken out by that north peak. All right. 9.0 for white. 9.0. So he absolutely smashed that wave. So Brian Perez from El Salvador has been here about 2 weeks already, currently ranked way down in the rankings. Highest ranked surfer in this heat would be the surfer in red, Lucas Cassidy, coming in at number 6, holding down that number 6 ranking. If we could cue up this white, here we go, this first turn, big turn off the top, but this is the money turn. Right there, big wrapping cutback, pushing out the fins, and then follows it right back up with another major maneuver. Cutting back, setting up the inside, eyeing up where he wants to end the heat, end the wave, and just finishing with some flair. But those two maneuvers, that combination of two major maneuvers on the outside is what really did it. So we are in heat number 13. We got 3 more heats to go after this one. So called to check in, Luke Winaldo, Nick Marshall, Nadav Atar, and Becca McCart. So that will be heat number 14. So Lucas finishing 3rd here last year, also finished 3rd in Morro Bay. As we watch white, he wants to back up that 9-point ride. Another slashing top turn. So coming in 5th in the Corona Pro, 5th at La Marginal. 3rd here last year, 2nd in Pismo Beach. Where he is only 17 years old. As we watch blue up and riding. Goes under the hood, but doesn't come out. That is Parker Cone.
Yeah, absolute pleasure to have Brian Perez here in Barbados. I think it might be his first time. Super nice guy.
So green with higher priority. Up and riding, Gabriel Griffith. Wrapping cutback, sticking with the power source. Eyeing up this next section, pushes out the fins. Opts to get out, which was a wise choice. The wave is not really going to offer much more than that. All right, first of red, 417. Second of white, 267. First of green, 3.5. As we watch this replay, this is the 3.5. So not too major of a maneuver on the first or second turn, which are the outside turns. That's where most of the scores will go. A little bit more of a technical turn there, and the wave just died out on him, and he kicks out. So that was well-deserved, but Parker Cohen in blue just dismantled that north section.
Yeah, Parker trying to open his account, drop his first meaningful score. And we're going to get the replay of that wave, but we just caught the end, and we saw him hammer that section. As we look at Brian Perez dropping in, he's got a nice section ahead of him, but he decides to opt out, go back out, and try to hold on to priority as we see a little bit of a paddle battle start up. Oh, no. Too much separation, and Green decides to save his energy. So here we have the replay. And this is blue, Parker Cohen coming in from deep. Nice little wrapping turn, setting it up. Here it stands up and throws it all as he blows the tail out, shows the fins on that last maneuver. Buckets of spray. And that score drops in.
5.83 blue, 5.83. So white first, blue second, green is third. Green, you require a 3.47. Red, you are fourth. You require a 2.8. Red, your first score coming in at a 4.17. 18 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
All right, we're watching Lucas Cassidy throw it into that section, make his way around. Such a fast surfer, drifts the tail. Again, makes his way back out, whitewater climb, and comes unstuck.
Such a technical surfer, lining up every single maneuver and hitting it in the perfect spot with perfect timing. Just got a little twisted up on that last turn and it comes off.
Slightly missed it, but yeah, super fast, super exciting technical surfer. And we are gonna get ready to send it back down to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Cannon Carr, and the lovely Amaya. Here we go.
Hi, I'm here with Cannon Carr, who just won the Heat 12 in this round of 64 in a QS Men 6000. So a little stressful 25 minutes over there for you.
Yeah, that was as stressful as it gets right there. I'm psyched. Pulled it together at the end, but yeah, I went out there, waves changed, the wind kind of came on, and it kind of turned into a rip current, and we're all paddling against the current, and I was like, okay, where's these north bowls? I don't really see anything. And then there was one I paddled over when I think Green and Ryan already caught waves, and I was like, oh, that thing could have been it, but I was like, oh, iffy, and then I let Russell go, and he smashed the thing, got a 6.5. I was like, oh, that was a little freaking hiccup right there, but all good. Had a couple fall. Finally waited. I think there was like 12 minutes left in the heat, 25-minute heat. Anyone watching, don't do that. Don't wait till 12 minutes to stand up. You'll lose time on your life. That was sketchy, but had those two waves, super bumpy and like sketchy. I fell, and I was like, you know what? I'm actually stoked that happened. I'm not waiting anymore for one of these bumpy ones. I just got to start rolling the dice on these little clean ones. I think from 10 minutes left till 6 minutes left, it was like the longest 4 minutes ever. I think I caught 3 waves, and one of them was a 5, and then at the end right there, that last little one just gave me 2 sections to hit, and I was just thanking anyone who gave me that wave.
I mean, yeah, it's true. Sometimes you have to just do a little reset out there in the water, switch the rhythm, and just take off on the next one. And yeah, as you notice, the rip and the current just turns on as soon as there's a nice swell. So got a little thread mill experience over there. And I mean, what a heat. You were out there with one of your best friends and a legend as well, Russell. Like, wow, that's pretty cool. And he made it through the heat as well. He almost beat you. I was ready to do the interview with him. But I mean, it's nice to have you at the glass. You're such a cool guy. And yeah, I mean, you seem to be enjoying your time in Barbados. Not your first time here. Pretty knowledgeable with this island and all the waves around the island too, huh?
Yeah, I love it. I've been geeking a lot recently. We've been golfing, and I think Rafe took us 2 days ago during the first round. We went and golfed. Barbados Golf Club, super fun. Yeah, just enjoying the island, enjoying being over here, and can't wait to surf again.
Well, can't wait to see that. Good luck on to the next round, and congratulations once again. Thank you.
You frothing Cannon Carr. What an interview. Fantastic. Good luck tomorrow. So red, your last wave was a 5.5. You are in second. White, you are in first. So last of blue coming in at a 3.73. Blue, you now require a 3.8 to advance. And green, you require a 6.2. 14 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, congrats again to young Cannon Carr. What a fun interview. Love the energy. Love the antics. Keep sending it, Cannon. We welcome you back here every year, bro.
$14 minutes.
All right, priority sitting with the surfer in white, then green, and then red. Blue has not established his priority yet until he makes it back into the lineup.
All right, 13 minutes. So blue with fourth priority. Little club sandwich, jelly roll. Have no idea what that means or what it's called.
Look more like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the end.
12 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. So priority is on the outside with the heat leader. Surfer in white, Brian Perez. He's followed in second position, Lucas Cassidy. So Perez sitting on a 9.0 ride, backing that up with just a 2.67 as red. He's going to give way to white. So white up and right and trying to throw away that 2.67, and I think he just did it. Throwing it up, pushing out the fins, working it to the inside. Maximizing his scoring potential. This is his backup score with 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
So that is the surfer from El Salvador, Brian Pink Panther Perez.
So priority goes to green. He's going to roll in on this one. Gabriel Griffin throwing it up in the lip, out onto the open face, cutting it back. He's going to stick with it. And on the outside, red, Lucas Cassidy, first turn, second turn. He's going to get back out in front of it. 17-year-old surfer from Mexico. Finishing strong. So see if that can get him back into the lead. But Perez is going to drop a keeper. So white trickling in. .2 for white. So that strengthens your lead. The 9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Judges working on the last of red. Blue is going to roll the dice. Here we go, blue. Parker Cohn. Big wrapping down carve on the rail. Is going to stick with it. Just wanted to show the judges that he did right out of that maneuver. So
watching white.
Last of red, 627. And Perez just dismantled that lip. So that ups the requirement for blue. Blue, you require well, you have another score coming, so let me check that. And green, so green, you require a 7.5. So once the score for blue drops, blue, 443. So you require a 5.9. Green, you require a 7.5. 8 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. We're looking at this replay of red. That was the first turn.
Yeah, Lucas Cassidy trying to get the little 2-for-1. Slightly missed time, but manages to punch through the white water there, wake his way out onto the open face again, sets it up in the high lip line to try and drive himself forward, and then gets a little 2-for-1 combo on the inside. Well surf waves for Lucas, but if he had connected a little cleaner on that north section, that score could have exploded. So priority sitting with green, then red, then blue. And we are coming up to the 8-minute mark. 8 minutes and 10 seconds. This is heat 13 in the round of 64. We have a further 3 heats to go before we close off the day. And then we'll be looking at tomorrow's schedule.
Red, your last wave was a 627. You are still in second position. Blue, you require a 5.9. And green, you require a 7.5.
All right, the surfers are seeing a little movement out back. They are repositioning themselves. Priority sitting with surfer in green as we see this one rise up. Blue's gonna turn and burn. Under priority, he's gonna see what he can make of this one. Gets a little wedge, makes his way around, throws the club sandwich, rides out, and he'll get a bit more. So this is blue in fourth priority, just trying to do what he can to reduce the requirement. Parker Cohen. Oi, and there we have the Air Perez, giving us almost a full rotation on that section, blowing the tail. I don't know if the cameras picked that one up, but we'll get it on the replay. Brian Perez sitting on a 9 and a 5.23, deciding it's time to put on a bit more of a show. Here's the replay as we watch White scratching in from deep, making his way down, and then here he goes, setting it up. Boom, almost full rotation, not quite. 2/3 of a rotation, rides out, and then blows the tail to finish. So Brian Perez looking to get rid of a 5.23 and solidify his lead. As we see a replay of blue, Parker Cohen throwing the club sandwich. That's a regular move of Josh Burke. All right, so waiting for some scores to drop, and we will update you guys. 5 minutes, 35 seconds to go. We're just waiting on a few scores. Priority sits with green, then red. Green having a look at this one. This is going to line up for him. Big section up ahead. Will he time it? Nope. So green pulls the trigger on priority. Not happy with that. We are approaching 5 minutes. So the following heat, heat 14, Luke Guinaldo, Nick Marshall, Nadav Atar, and Beckham McCart. You guys can start paddling out. Waiting for our scores to drop for 3 of 4 surfers. Last of green was just a 0.57. Not going to factor in. That was just an up and out. Last of red. Last of red, 0.57, doesn't factor in. Lead, you stay in second place. We're waiting for waves to drop for blue and white in particular. All right, as we're watching red, Lucas Cassidy, and he decides to cut out. So that'll just be a small scar for Lucas. All right, we're waiting to update. We're waiting for some scores to drop, Blue. 3 minutes, 45 seconds. I'm waiting on scores to drop, and I'll give you guys a full rundown. All right, scores are trickling for blue. So I'll be able to update you momentarily. And we're still waiting for a score to drop for white. So scores are starting to come in. Okay, so last of blue, you dropped a 5.57. Not enough to move you into second place. White, you dropped, your last of white was a 5.07. Does not factor in. So red, you need a 7.97 to take the lead. Blue, you're in third. You're looking for a 5.98. And green, you are looking for a 7.57. Priority sits with green, and we have 2.5 minutes to go. So, Nick, welcome back to the booth. What do you think? You've been watching the action. I know you've been feeling the pulse of the people, checking out the crowd, feeling the vibes, chatting with the competitors. What's it like out there on the floor?
Well, there's a couple more people that have come down to the beach, first-time visitors, you know, coming from the south of the island.
Yeah.
We have a couple tents on the beach to provide some shade because it is a little bit warm out there.
Yeah, the breeze has dropped off, which is made for cleaner conditions, though.
Oh, my goodness. And the tide is dropping out. Look, we have a paddle giving away blue to priority. Nice deep bottom turn. Carves it off the top. Right in perfect position for this wedge. Bam! Can he ride out? Oh, yeah, he claims it. He claims it. That was Parker Kahn. He was looking for a 5.98 to change position.
Look at the water moving. Look at the water moving, Nick. There are some sets rising up, and our surfers are positioning. Surfer in green is going to pull on.
Dodosh.
Oh, and he doesn't make it out.
Oh.
He used his priority on that one. Coming up to 1 minute, we're going to welcome Lou back to the booth. Lou, you seeing the motion. Next heat, can you guys just stay where you are? Don't come any closer, please. A minute to go. We're going to ask you to show the same respect that we will get everyone to show you guys. So we have a score to drop for blue and green.
So on the outside, red gives way to white. White is the heat leader. He's up and out. He wants to get back out before green. And red, he's going to pull the trigger on this one. He's going to get into it. Here we go, up and right in red, Lucas Cassidy. And he goes out the back. So with 15 seconds remaining, last of blue still set to drop. With 10 seconds, cutting this one in. In 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 13. Surfers in the next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold as we're watching this last of blue. Oh boy. Last of blue. One more. Last of blue requires a 5.98. Drops a 6.27. Goes to second. Turns the heat. So the heat will end with white first, blue second. So Perez and Cone will be moving on into the next round. And we lost one of our top seed surfers, Lucas.
Red, wanna hear about this new super feed stain?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
All right, while we were on that short commercial break, Surfer and Blue, Nick Marshall went to town. If we could cue that up, please. That was the Surfer and Blue last wave.
Yeah, just the one wave ridden so far, and Nick sneaking one in.
7.0 Blue, 7.0. So Nick Marshall making early work of things, dropping a 7.0.
Here we have the replay as we see Nick on his backside, ready making one turn, throwing it up. Oh, nice into the section. Nice little wrap as he makes his way onto the inside, looking for that little reform, keeping the board moving under his feet. Looks like he's wearing a leg strap there and a little having some fun at the end.
This is the younger brother of Jake Marshall.
It looks like his leg is strapped up. Is he protecting a little bit of a knee injury, or?
Don't know. Don't know.
Couldn't tell from his surfing, that's for sure.
No, you definitely couldn't. He made short work of that first wave. So call to check in next heat. Grayson Grant, Cole McCaffrey, Reed Platanius, and Jake Davis. So you got about 20 minutes to go. They're coming up next. That will be heat number 15.
We're seeing some movement out back. Surfers are setting, or repositioning rather. Trying to anticipate where this water is going to hit the reef. And it's going to rise up out the deep, and that swell hits that shallow reef. And that energy resonates off the bottom of the ocean floor. It sends that wave up in the air, peeling over. And it's all about the angles it hits the reef, with some other factors like wind, tide, currents. As we see something rising up out the back, surfers are not interested. There's a lot of east in that one. Those waves tend to not always have the same kind of high scoring capability. Tend to be what we call very much a cutback wave. A lot of wrapping. A lot of wrap backs. You know. So we're looking for those waves that have that north bowl on them that as it converges, almost two swells meeting. And when those surfers can time it right in that convergent zone where the north section meets the east section, that's where the fireworks go. That's where we see the big scores dropping. Recalling last year, remember Talia and Kira throwing some big scores as we watch surfer in red.
Here we go, red. Luke Guinaldo coming out. Big first vertical turn. Banging it on the north section. If he could get around this, he's going to get some more wave. It's going to reform. Doesn't quite get out onto the clean face.
Yeah, two nice snaps on the outside as we are going to go down to the glass with the winner of the last heat. Welcome to Barbados, Mr. Brian Perez.
I am back here with Brian Perez from El Salvador, back at the glass for the second time of the day, who won Heat 13 of the round of 64 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000. Wow, great surfing over there, 9 point. Excellent, man.
Yeah, it's been pumping the whole day, so it's just stuck to me in the wire again. I just want to keep surfing again, and I just having fun, enjoying the time here. A lot of good vibe here, like people are good, and the food is good, and have a John here supporting me, said, told me, and yeah, so stoked to be here again.
Well, you did the job to keep surfing for sure. We're so excited for you on to the next round. You're excited for the next couple days. I don't think it's going to be as big as today, but still consistent waves, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Super excited for tomorrow and next couple of days. Hopefully the waves keep fun. I think it's going to be fun the whole time. So, yeah, just focus, eat good, rest, and yeah, just keep the vibe alive.
Keep the vibe alive, for sure. Love it. Congratulations once again. You want to say something, friends, family, maybe sponsors as well?
Please, yeah, thank you, Hurley, Brett, for the support. And I want to say thank you to Puro Sur. Gracias, Puro Sur, por todo el apoyo. El Comité Olímpico, Indes, y a toda la gente del Salvador que me está apoyando, mi familia. Thank you, John, right there, the coach. Thank you.
The main guy right there, for sure. Thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck.
All right, last of red, 6.0, 6.0 red. As we're watching green, Becca McCart throwing it up vertical. So blue out the back, big airdrop. Nick Marshall just having some fun out there. Red, he's going to pull into this north peak. Here we go, up and riding. Little inside grower. Look how much bigger that wave is when he took off. And negotiates that north section on the outside. So this north swell is still sticking around. So that's going to leave Nadav out there on his own.
With priority. As we look at this replay of young Beckham McCart making his way. Nice little snap. Almost catches the lows, but oh, gets that little ridge. Nearly comes unstuck and just manages to make his way out. So while we're at it, I want to give a shout out to Beckham's dad, Jaden. Happy birthday, bro. I know you're here supporting. So I hope Daya and Beckham are going to spoil you a little bit later.
White, Nadav throwing it up, pushing out the fins, and he goes down. And so last of blue, 2.5, last of red, 4.67. Last of white, 2.93. So blue, red first, blue second. Green is third. Green, you require a 6.18. And white is fourth. You require a 6.58. 16 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so Heat starting to take shape as surfers get their second waves under their belt. Priority now sitting with Nick Marshall, sitting with a nice score of a 7. And it's looking like second priority will be awarded to Green. Beckham McCart. So no pressure, Beckham, but your dad said if you want to give him a birthday present, advance. As we approach the 15-minute mark, we have 2 more heats to bring you after this one before we close out what's been an epic day 4. Plenty of thrills and spills. Didn't quite see the size that we were expecting at first, but definitely seeing some quality waves as we watch young Beckham again ripping into that first turn, throwing it up into the lip. Oh! Just air drops out of the sky, doesn't get the compression in his knees, and comes unstuck. But we see the intent from young Beckham McCart. Been coming here every year. Watch this kid. I feel like he's grown about a foot in the last year. He and his sister Daya are just constantly pushing each other and getting better and better. And the future of surfing is bright as young Beckham's wave comes in at a 3.27. So last of green, 3.27. You stay in third place. You're looking for a 6.18. White, you are in fourth, looking for a 6.58.
All right, red with priority. Guinaldo, he is the heat leader. Floats that section, and he's not going to be able to get back out in front of that white water. So that wave is going to gobble him up with 13 minutes remaining. As white, Nadav up and out. So priority is with Nick Marshall on the outside. He's going to roll into this one. Yep, he's going to leave it go. So last of red, 4.0. So that doesn't go in your score line.
Yeah, surfer in blue, Nick Marshall, sitting with the high score of the heat of a 7 and priorities. He opted not to go on that wave, seeing no need to panic. Plenty of time in the heat. That's good heat strategy. Sit with the priority, wait for something that you know is going to line up a little bit better. And knowing that if he gets a good backup score, that will put him in a very solid position to advance in this heat. As we approach 12 minutes, 50 seconds, I want to say hello to all our viewers all around the world again. We love surfing, and we love to watch surfing, and surfers love to perform for an audience. So the more eyes on the surfers, the more they want to get out there and put on a show.
So surfer in blue holding priority for a little while. He's just sitting on a 7. But 12 minutes, 15 seconds is red. Up and riding, goes vertical up in the first turn. Cutting back, gonna get a little bit too far behind this section. He is gonna rebound for him. It's over the first rib, throws it up vertical. He is the current heat leader. Another little vertical snap. And finishes strong. And on the outside, green. Beckham. Yikes.
Watching this replay of red, Lou coming in deep. Nice aggressive turn, throwing the tail, complete redirection. A little bit of a wrap back, throws it up and manages to float that section, making his way back out onto the open face. This is where that little north peak helps. And he gets a little runner where he can throw in a couple more snaps, just building point by point, building that house. So that's Luke Guinaldo from USA.
So blue had a quick up and down. So he's going to give priority to the surfer in white. He's looking to back up that 7-point ride. Last of green, 3-1-0. So that does not help your situation. You still require that 6.1. 10 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Still plenty of scoring potential. 10 minutes remaining. Each surfer should get at least another 3 or 4 opportunities. We're looking at this of red. Is this going to help him? It looks like it will. 5.77 red, 5.77. So that does help extend your lead over blue. Blue, if you were looking to move into that advancing position, you require a 4.7. Sorry, if you're looking to move into first, you require a 4.7. Blue, he's going to roll in. Thought he was going to go left there for a second. He does have a lovely air game. Nice floater re-entry. And green on the outside. Nice slash by green. It goes over the handlebars, leaving white all by himself on the outside. He sees something, he's paddling, putting himself in position. So last of green, 2.67. Working on the last of blue, 3.87. We watch this replay of blue. Little rock and roll floater. Red, you are in first. Your last wave was a 5.77. And white rolling in a little down on the shoulder. He's going to stick with his reform. It's funny, when we were kids, we used to call it the RIP pipeline. You don't hear it called pipeline too much more anymore. Red, your 2 waves are a 6.0 and a 5.77. You are in first. Blue is in second. Blue has a 7.0 and a 3.87. Green is in third with a 3.3 and a 3.2. Green needs a 7.5. And white is fourth. White has a wave to come. 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. White trickling in, 4.03 for white. So white, you now require a 6.8. You're in third. Green, you're in fourth. You require a 7.5, 6 minutes, 50 seconds. Surfers in the next heat. You all should be checked in, ready to roll. That would be heat number 15. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro Men's QS 6000. This is the round of 64. We are in heat number 14. 2 more heats to come after this one. This event is presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados. This is the 14th consecutive year we've been running these events. We used to do separate events for the juniors and separate events for the QS. But after COVID and due to COVID, we put the two events together. Works way better like this. So these events originally started with a junior event, and then we went to a QS 1000, QS 3000, QS 5000, and now we're at 6000 level. So blue way up inside. Under third priority, nice top turn, coming out onto the open face. So there's just those two maneuvers, and he is looking to replace a 387. 5 minutes, 15 seconds. So servers, you're free to paddle out. Just stay down in the channel, please.
Five minutes in this heat 14 in the round of 64 in the men's QS 6000.
All right, red, he is the current heat leader. Big first turn. Wrapping cutback. Surfs very similar to Noemar McGonigal. Every time I look up and see him on the screen, I think it's Noemar. So 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Luke is currently sitting on a 6 and a 5.77. As we watch blue, he's going to go left. He has a big air game. Nick Marshall, through the reverse. Okay, so last of blue was a 4.23. So that ups the requirement for white and green, but we're going to wait and see if this comes in higher than that 4.23. On a nice top turn and a reverse. So showing some variety and progression. As we watch this replay of red going straight up vertical in that first section.
He went up vertical and came down vertical.
And white, just a quick up and out. So we're still waiting on the last of red and the last of blue. White is just going to be a small score as we watch this blue. Nice top turn, and then just kind of throws a little reverse here, spins it around. Doesn't throw it all the way around.
Well, we have seen some big scores drop on lefts before. We've seen a heat being won on the lefts before. So let's see where the judges go.
So the last of white's just going to come in for it with an offer. So they're going to work on this blue score. Red comes in at a 5.57, so that doesn't factor in. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. White, I'm waiting on the last of blue. So last of blue, 5.23. Blue, you go to first. Red drops to second. White, you are third. You now require a 7.7. And green, you are fourth. You require an 8.4. 2 minutes remaining. White, you are third. You require a 7.7. 1 minute, 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the top two surfers in this heat getting some separation between themselves and third and fourth place. Third and fourth now requiring some pretty big scores to see any kind of movement. Not going to have enough time to do it with two waves, so they're going to need to drop some big scores on this next round. They do sit with priority. So if they are given the opportunity, as we watch green using his priority to set, Beckham McCart throws it up into the lip. Mix his way around. Nice wrapping turn, staying on rail, and he's going to look for the finish. Big finish from Beckham.
Hold the phone because red was going left.
Yeah. 55 seconds to go. Beckham McCart finally putting it together. He's been threatening to put together a big score all heat. Come unstuck on a couple of waves, but he managed to put it together on that one. In the meantime, we saw red taking off on a left, taking a page out of blue's book and going to town. So we'll see the replay on that one because we were following green the whole time. As we're looking at the surfer left, here we go. Big turn, layback hack. A little bit of a check turn, then that wave kind of goes a little sleepy. Does he get more on the inside? And gets a nice finish off the whitewater. That first layback hack was nice, though. Looking at green. This is green's best wave. Throwing it up into that section. Coming out, projecting plenty of turn.
All right, green, 6-2-3. All right, and counting it in 3-2-1. This for blue will count, so we're still waiting on a score for red to come in. Blue. All right, blue was after the horn. So the last of green coming in at a 6-2-3, which cut his requirement, but he ran out of time. So servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. Last of red, 4-9-7. So closing out the heat, surfer and blue taking the win, followed by red. So blue and red will move on and advance into the round of 32 coming up later on in the week. So we're going to count this one in 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, while we were on that short commercial break, we saw Grayson Grant surfing his first wave literally on the buzzer. He caught that wave. So coming up in this heat in red, Grayson Grant. In blue, Cole McCaffrey. In white, Reed Platinus. And in green, Jake Davis, as we look at this replay of red.
Yeah, Grayson Grant representing Sweden. So big up to the European posse locked in. It's going to be about mid-10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in most places in Europe tonight. So good night to everybody in Europe tuning in, supporting your guy.
So first of red, 3-8-3. So red will make his way back out into the lineup where he will either be third or fourth priority. He is almost out there now.
We have a couple of surfers representing USA as we watch White Reed representing Canada. My boy Reed coming every year, big power surfer. Here he goes, throws it vertical, nice quick whip. Looking for more on the inside. There we go, one more, and that's Reed.
And on the outside, Cole McCaffrey going 2 vertical snaps. Setting up this inside. He's got 2 major maneuvers on the outside and finishes strong. So that's the surfer in blue, Cole McCaffrey. See where that.
Nice exchange there. Strong start to the heat as we're watching green on his first wave. That's Jake Davis. Nice lip line wrap. And that's it. He doesn't want any more. He's going to head back out. Just get his feet in the wax. Get the legs pumping, the blood pumping in the legs. Watching surfer in blue, Cole McCaffrey. Going upside down, throws it up, tags that lip again. Nice patient surfing. There's a lot of chatter on the face. And this is where he gets to work, making that board do the talking. 22 minutes to go, and we're waiting for some scores to drop as we look out in the ocean and see some lines.
So judges are working on this, a blue and white.
Look at what's rising up out there, Lou.
So red trying to figure out where he wants to be. All right, no, he's gonna let it go. He's waiting patiently.
Scores trickle in for blue.
So first of blue, 5.5. First of white, 4.0. First of red, 3.83. So red, he's going to turn and burn. Here we go, up and right in on a throaty looking wave going up vertical in the lip. He could have planted himself in that barrel, but opted for the top turn. And if he would have rode out of that, and it looks like he lost his board. So board caddy, we need a board caddy.
Looking at this replay of Grayson going upside down on a massive bowly section. The judges are going to love that. Throws it up again, upside down. But unfortunately, that convergence zone snatches his board. I don't know if his leash popped. Not sure if his...
You gotta swim hard, Grayson. Either that or you're gonna have to turn around and swim right back out. If somebody can paddle the board out to him, that would be great. He's gonna get caught up in that whip. So Grayson, get another board, somebody paddle out to him. We gotta wait, but just chill. Someone needs to take him aboard, or Grayson, you need to paddle right back out. Swim back out, and then swim back up into the lineup. There's a surfer in the rig already with a board, so don't panic. You're fine. You're going to get caught in the current. It's going to pull you out. There's somebody out there with a board. Surfer with the surfboard that is surfing the rig. If you can paddle into Grayson, that would be great. Yeah, somebody needs to paddle out with two boards. So Grayson. So there's a free surfer out there that's coming to you, Grayson. Just, you're fine. You're not going to get hit by any waves where you are. Somebody's paddling your board out to you. So free server, if you can just paddle up to him so that you can get a little break. You're just trying to swim in.
All right, 18 minutes to go. We got some scores to drop. Last of white, you dropped a 2-4-3. Last of red, I know you're in the rip, but you dropped a 7-1-7. And last of green was a 3. So situation is in the lead in red, Grayson Grant. We're just trying to get him aboard, but you are in the lead with a 7-1-7 and a 3-8-7. In second place, surfer in white with a 4 and a 2-4-3. In third place, surfer in blue, you're looking for a small 0-9-3 to advance, and surfer in green, you need a 3-4-4 as we see Reed up and out. And in the meantime, we are going to take it to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Nick Marshall, and Amaya.
I'm here with Nick Marshall, not the Bajan one, the one from the US, who just won the Heat 14 in a round of 64 in the Men QS 6000. Had fun over there?
Yeah, super fun. It's a good time. Started with a good wave and then got a little tricky, but found a left towards the end, so stoked.
Yeah, you got a solid 7 and you're back to that with a little ramp on the left, so it's kind of fun to throw that in there to show some variety and get the ball rolling for the next round.
Yeah, definitely. I think last time I was getting a lot of lefts, and I don't know, I like going left, so I'll probably keep doing it and see what happens.
I mean, fair enough, as long as they score, why not? So how are you going to get ready for the next rounds? Like, what's the plan for this evening, recovery-wise?
I don't know. Probably just have some dinner, relax, and I don't know. Should be ready for tomorrow.
Just like that. All right. Thank you so much. Anything to say, friends, family, sponsors, maybe, people supporting you?
Yeah, shout out anyone at home watching. Appreciate it. Shout out my sponsors, Quicksilver, Sharp Eye, Black Bear. Really appreciate it. So, yeah, stoked to be here.
All right. Stoked to be here. Thank you so much, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your assistance. Grayson, you have 15 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. You are in first position. You are sitting on a 383 and a 717. White is in second with a 4.0 and a 2.43. Blue is in third with a single wave of a 5.5 and a 0.93. Sorry, you need a 0.93 to move up. Green, you are in fourth position of a 3.0. You require a 3.44. 15 minutes straight up. So red's going to pull the trigger after just paddling for 5 minutes straight. Going up vertical. Out onto the open face. Another banging it. All right. His arms might be tired, but his legs sure aren't. So we're going to see where that comes into his score line. As we're going to watch this replay.
Throws it vertical in that first section. Bangs it off the white water. Getting a little bit of a drift there. A little pump action. His must be tired after treading water for a good 10 minutes there. But still managing to find the energy to go in and tag it a couple more times. Make his way to the inside. Oh, a little bit of a hump. That's not tired legs, but well done.
So last of red, 4.43. Red, 4.43. So you strengthen your lead a little bit. So for you folks at home that didn't know what was going on, Grayson had lost his board. And on his way in, he got caught in the rip and had to swim back out. Was probably 100 to 150 feet, yards outside of the lineup. Another surfer brought him the board. There was a free surfer who helped him as well, but he's back in the lineup as we watched Blue, Cole McCaffrey, go up and down. So green behind, up and right in. This Jake Davis, big vertical turn, and that's all she wrote for that. As the swell seems to start to turn back on. 12 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. We're going to call to check in the last heat of the day. Taj Lindblad, Tyler Gunter, Franco Ratunas, and King Nicole.
All right, so priority sitting now with surfer in white, followed by blue and red. Situation update, as all the scores are in, I'll give you a full rundown. Surfer in red, you are holding the lead. You have a 717 and a 443. Surfer in green, you are in second place you require a 7-6-7 to take the lead. Surfer in white, Reed, you are in third. You need a 2-9-3 to advance, and you sit with priority. Surfer in blue, Cole, you are in fourth place, and you need a 1-4-3 to advance. You sit with second priority. Priority white, blue, red, green.
All right, that's sounding really good. Halfway during the heat, we're still running into low tide. They still got waves out there with consequence and rewards.
Yeah.
And rewards, man. I see some photos from Mark Harris he's posting. It's incredible.
Yeah. Situation green, you are in second place. You require a 7-5-7 to take the lead. White needs a 2-9-3 to take your spot. Blue needs a 1-4-3 to take your spot. We have 11 minutes to go, guys. So red up and right in. Grayson Grant, our heat leader, throwing it up into the lit once again. Wave stands up for him a bit more. Oh, nice wrapping turn up in the lit line. Another snap, and that's it. He's going to roll out. So Grayson trying to throw away a 4-4-3. And we'll wait for that score to drop.
Seems like that early heat swim has lit the fire underneath that youngster.
Well, I was going to say, Nick, I don't think I've ever seen anybody lose a board, spend 10 minutes treading water, and not suffer the consequences of that in a heat. He actually, there weren't really any waves ridden while he was treading water. And he managed to get a board, get back out there, and actually get a wave under everyone's priority. So that worked out well for young Grayson.
All right, priority is white first, blue second, green third.
Under 10 minutes in the penultimate heat of the day. We got one more heat to go.
We got blue setting up and riding, dropping in. First crack right off the top. Nice, deep bottom turn. Brings it right into the pocket, the power source. And then, bam, looks for the finishing maneuver, but looks like he got finished.
That's the convergence zone. We should have a reel of the amount of people that go up in that section and are never seen again.
Outside.
Whoa, white on a big drop. Coming from deep, throws it up into the lip in that section. He's going to get a reform. Look at that bowl set up for him. Another nice section. Is he going to ride out? He stays low. And white is going to ride out as we watch green out back, throwing it up into two wicked turns. So that was a beautiful two-turn combo from green. But we saw white hanging on, throwing it up into some big sections. So we got 3 scores to come. Check the replay here on blue.
Oh, that was 12 o'clock turn. Brings it right back. One solid fluid motion. Boom, and the close, and the convergence, and the disappearance.
As we watch white, here we see white Reed coming in from deep. Here he goes, throws it once again, 12 o'clock. Wave reforms for him here, and there he goes, another big section which he manages to negotiate. Reed's a tall guy, so he had to really have his bum on his heels to ride out of that one.
All right, we got the scores are dropping in. Waiting for 2 more for green and white. Then we'll give you a full situation update. Running around 8 minutes remaining. Hold down priority is red, all alone in the back, and he's your heat leader.
And yeah, last of red came in at a 5:07. So that does factor into his scoreline. And we have white dropping in now with a 6-2-7. So situation change. White, you go to second spot. Still waiting for a wave for green.
And it drops.
Green, you drop a 6-0-7. So that changes things a little bit as well. But you stay in third. So situation update. Red, you remain in the lead. White, you are now in second place, looking for a 5-9 to take the lead. Green, you are now pushed down into third spot, and you are looking for a 4-2 to get into an advanced position. And in fourth spot, Surfer in blue, you are looking for a 4-7 to advance. We have 7 minutes to go, guys. So, Lou, while you were out there was plenty of action.
You were looking down reading. You didn't see that wave that just broke. That wave now borrowed straight, clean across the reef.
Oh,
and
from high rock?
spit right here and spit perfect.
My eyes were glued to the screen. I missed on that, but that's a good sign if we can get a few. Ooh, I don't know. Do we have a replay
All
of
right,
that?
here we go. I'm going to give you a full rundown. Red, you are first. You have a 717 and a 5.0. White, you are second. You have a 627 and a 4.0. Green, you are third. You have a 6.07 and a 393. You require a 4.2. Blue, you are fourth. You have a 5.5 and a 4.4. You require a 4.7. 6 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. Priority order, red, blue, green, white. Red, blue, green, white.
Five and a half minutes to go. The tide is draining out. We're about an hour or so, hour and a half, maybe from low tide as the reef exposes itself more and more. That's when we see those beautiful little rock pools come out, where most of us as kids or with our family took our kids there and hung out in the rock pools at some point. Especially in the summer months when it's quite warm out there. I mean, you just need a little natural cooling off.
All right, so priority is with the heat leader, Grayson Grant in red.
And we're under 5 minutes, so that final heat, guys, you can paddle out. Final heat of the day. You are free to make your way out and stay over into the rip on the left. As we enter the final 4.5 minutes of this Heat 15 in the round of 64 in the Barbados BTMI Surf Pro Men's QS 6000.
All right, White up and right in, gets out onto the open face, goes up vertical. Goes up vertical once again. Little caught behind on that one. So he's going to check turn, wait for this to stand up to the inside. And completing the ride on his feet, so that's always a positive. He's sitting on a 6.2 and a 4.0.
All right, let's shout out all the Canadians logged on, watching their boy Reed get it done as we watch him use his priority. Want to shout out to all the Tofino crew supporting him back home. If you're logged on anywhere in Canada, all my crew, all my people all around, whether you're East Coast, West Coast, sitting in Ottawa in the middle, welcome to the broadcast. Three minutes. Waiting for scores to drop. And as we go into this last heat of the day, we look forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow for another beautiful sunny day in Barbados. Lots more action coming to you from the famous Soup Bowl break in Bathsheba, sleepy village of Bathsheba in St. Joseph on the east coast of Barbados, where we get lots of trade winds and plenty of Atlantic swell.
So here's your heat leader, red, Grayson Grant, pushing out the fins, working his way to the inside, another vertical snap. He's going to stick with it, hope he's going to get back out in front of it. He's going to have to hurry, he's not going to get there. And he goes down, so surfers in the next heat, just hold your positions there, guys, thank you. 2 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. So this one's winding down. And we're going to look at this replay. This wave earning him a 4.43, so that's not going to go into a score line. He is currently in that first position. White, your last wave was a 4.9. So green, that ups your requirement. You now need a 5.1. Blue, you need a 5.6. 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining.
All right, so we're seeing Sweden and Canada out front of this heat with a minute to go.
White, he's not giving up that easily. He's still trying to up that requirement on green.
20 seconds.
Green, blue with priority. Up and right, and Cole McCaffrey going up vertical, pushing out the fins, working out to that north section with 10 seconds. As green, he's going to pull into this one with 3, 2, 1. So he is up and he goes down. So we're waiting on this last of blue. This could be very interesting.
I think there's a small one for white as well. White and blue coming in. We are on hold, guys. Final heat of the day. We're on a temporary hold.
So servers in the next heat, please stand by. We've got some scores to work on as we watch this last of blue. So blue drops a 6.37, goes to second. Red first, blue second. So they too will be moving on. So we're going to roll this one in, guys.
All right, some more fireworks. Congrats.
We're going to count this one in. 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. So that is the beginning of heat number 16. This is the last and final heat of the day. Coming up in this heat in red, Taj Lindblad. In blue, Tyler Gunter. In white, Franco Ratunas. And in green, King Nicole. As we're watching blue, Tyler Gunter. He's going to let that one roll and dive off. Here we go, white. This is Franco up and right and going vertical. Franco Ratunas. Working it to the inside. All right, just an offer for blue. Not really going to factor into anything. So just waiting on the call for tomorrow.
Watching the replay of white. Nearly gets a little hung up. Manages to get back out on that open face. Throws a nice wrap. There's a lot of chatter and bump on the face, so he's just waiting for it to set up. And here he goes, looking for a little bit more down the line. And doesn't complete the finish. And that is our surfer from Argentina. Bienvenidos.
All right, white, 3.5. So the opener of white, a 3.5.
Well, as we are coming to the end of day 4. I have to do my usual shout out to all the hard-working officials, judges, cameramen. Shout out to Amaya, who's been taking care of all the winners all day long on the glass.
Here we go, green. Oh,
King Nickel sending it.
As we're watching red, nice little lip line floater, Taj Lindblad. Still rolling to the inside.
Look at the one rolling down into the rip, Lou.
That was a full-on north section there. And there it is showing in Soup Bowl. Here we go. Blue putting himself in position. Tyler Gunter, he's up and riding. Coming out onto the open face, and he goes up and out the back.
Yeah, Tyler getting a little bit of chatter on that face. You can see that board kind of wobbling under his feet a little bit. Didn't feel comfortable to set the rail and just decided to cut out and reset. So just waiting on a score to drop for red. Priority sits of our surfer in white, Franco Ratunas. So red, last of red, 5-8-3. That sends you to the lead. So situation rundown now. Red, you are in the lead with a 5-8-3. White, you have a 3-5-0. Blue, you have a couple of small scores. You're looking for a 2-8-8 to advance at this point. And green, you have a single score of a 1. You're looking for a 2-5-1. We can be sure that those requirements are going to be upped. So forget those little silly numbers I just called and go out there and surf.
So white going vertical in the lip. Nice bottom turn straight up into another top turn. And if he could ride out of that, oh boy, he's still going to get rewarded because those were two nice turns, combination of major maneuvers. As we watch this replay, see him coming hard off the bottom, going straight up in the lip, and nice wrapping cutback, but then just comes unstuck on this turn here. If he makes this turn, so last of white, 5-6-7. So if he makes that turn, that's going to go into the good range for sure.
Yeah, finishes that turn, he'll be close to excellent, I would say.
As we watch blue on the outside, Tyler Gunter up and riding, going vertical right up onto the lip. He's got a nice looking wave ahead of him. Another big top turn. So two major turns on a bigger wave, going to equal a bigger score.
Yeah, Tyler Gunter putting it together. Speed, power, flow. As we look at this replay, Tyler coming in from deep, makes a nice bottom turn, throws it, projects out. Here's the one that we turn looking for. Boom. Right in the lip line, coming down with that lip. And we are ready.
8.0 blue. 8.0. So blue goes to second. Looking to back up that 8.0.
As we see, the Georges rewarding quality over quantity. And while things go a little quiet, we're going to go down to Amaya with Grayson Grant, winner of the last heat. And take it away.
I'm here at Grayson Grant, winner of Heat 15 in this round of 64 80-man QS 6000. So, a little hectic heat over there. Scored a beautiful 7-point and then had a little swim in the rip.
Yeah, definitely a hectic heat. I didn't plan on, swimming the whole heat, but yeah, it was good. I probably shouldn't have wore like a small comp leash. That like as soon as I hit that end section and was like underwater, the thing just popped straight away. So yeah, the Super Bowl is like it's got some power. So we're sure gonna wear like probably this thicker leash next time. Yeah.
lesson learned for sure. Subul has some power, and I mean, today is really delivering with some big sets. So, I mean, you still made it through the heat, so congratulations. I know you're a little tired. I don't want to hold you for too long because you need to catch your breath after this workout you got over there. But congratulations on to the next round. Hopefully you don't break your leash again and you can just build up on the heat total. So congratulations. You want to say something, friends and family, sponsors maybe? Somebody can send some more leashes?
Yeah. Shout out my team that I'm here with. Stoked to make the heat with Cole. Yeah, he's my good friend. So it's a little tough when like you come up together, but it's all good. We both made it, so I'm stoked. And then yeah, shout out Encinitas. Shout out Daryl. Shout out my team. Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow probably. Bye.
All right, that's Grayson Grant, winner of the last heat. We are back to live action, and while we were on that short break, you could see in the split screen some major waves ridden as we watch this one in green. This is King Nickel coming hard off the bottom, going right up in that critical section of the wave. And then finishing with that little lip line floater. So that score yet to drop, starting to drop now as we watch this one from white. This is Franco Ratunas, 2 big top turns. Gets out onto the open face, can't get around the white water and goes down. So waiting for those 2 scores to drop. Green is trickling in. Last of red, 7.5. Last of white, 5.93. So last of green. Last of green, 5.33. So situation, red first, white second, blue your third. Blue, you require a 3.6. And green, you are fourth. You require a 6.27.
Taj has got his cheering squad, and he is giving them lots to cheer about. Ripping that wave from the outside to the inside. That's your heat leader, as we're going to queue up a replay of what Taj just got done. As we approach that 15-minute mark in the last heat of the day. Been plenty of action on top, plenty of thrills and spills, couple of boards being lost. Some big maneuvers, some being made, some not. Here we look at it, Taj coming in, throws it up into the lip, gets on the racetrack. Nice rail turn there. Another little rail turn, setting up the inside section. Here he waits for it to step up, and boom, little tail drift. And that score will drop, Lou.
Last of red, 6.4. So red first, white second, blue your third. Blue, you require a 3.6. And green, your fourth, you require a 6.2. 14 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. So green, he's going to try and put some more points on the board.
King Nickel not liking what he saw there. Decides to get back out, try to get priority, or third priority, ahead of Mr. Lindbog. And
all right, last of green, 143. So green, you require a 6.27 as blue up and right, and he's sitting on the single highest wave of the heat. Nice lip line floater re-entry, but cannot control the landing, and he goes down as on the outside. White looking to put himself in position. Is green going to turn? No, he doesn't. So the wave's starting to turn back on as the tide seems to bottom back out. So 13 minutes remaining. This is the final heat of the day. So we're going to be looking at an 8:30 call. All right, we're going to be looking at an 8:30 call tomorrow for a possible 9 a.m. start. We're going to kick things off with the men's QS round of 32, heat 1 through 8. Women round of 16, heats 1 through 4. And then we're going to go into the men's QS round of 16, heats 1 through 4. All heats will be 25 minutes for the day. So White up and riding, going up into the lip and coming down with it. So Surfer in green with priority, followed by red and blue. So red is currently holding down that first position. "12 minutes.
Really excited for tomorrow as we get into the
Red rolling into this one. He is the heat leader so far as he works out onto the open face, blows out the fins and goes down. The Surfer's on the outside, jumbled up, all sitting right next to one another. All right, green with priority. King Nickel,
nice section.
big section, can't hang on and goes down.
Fully committed.
That is not fun, what just happened. I've been there, I've done that, and that ain't fun. That Super Bowl doesn't hold you down long, but let me tell you, it really shakes you to pieces.
Ragdoll, we call it. Get him in ragdolled. Coming up to the final 10 minutes of day 4. Want to give a big shout out to my co-commentators as well. Nick Donovan has been on the floor all day. Zander Venezia, and earlier on we had Simon Cole. And we're going to be introducing, hopefully, our guy, Paul Irie Wilson, will come and join us in the booth over the weekend. I'll be back with Lou and Nick.
Here we go, green on the inside. Nice top turn, throws out the fins, eyeing up this north section, completes the maneuver, and he goes down on the outside. White, looking at that one. He was in second priority. Priority is being held by the Surfer in blue. Blue sitting on the single highest pay. He's going to pull the dice on this. Tyler Gunter up and riding, coming out onto the open face, throwing it up vertical right in the critical section of the wave. He's already got an 8 on the board, and he's on his way to another massive score. Finishing strong, Tyler Gunter. Well.
Tyler Gunter dropping the hammer. As we watch the replay of this one, Tyler rolling in on the corner, avoiding that first bully section and then throwing it right up under the hood. Plenty of exit speed, straight into another whitewater climb. Shouts the crowd. Couple little more taps, and here we go for the big finish. Boom. That is a solid surfing, and I think we're going to see some movement here.
So 8 minutes, 20 seconds to remain. 8 minutes and 17 seconds remaining as we're waiting for that last of Gunter to come in. Last of green, 4.63, but last of blue, 8.67. 8.67. So blue with a 16.672 wave heat total. He is in first, followed by red, who's in second, Third is white. White, you require a 7.97. And green, you are fourth. You require an 8.5. 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining.
Well, Tyler Gunter, a regular here in Barbados, putting together an excellent heat score, 16.67, sitting on 2 excellent scores. That is the dream scenario for all of our competitive surfers. Generally speaking, especially in a 4-man heat, anytime you manage to drop a couple of excellent scores, you are pretty much guaranteed qualification, if not the heat win. So for red, you're in second. You need a 9.17 to take the lead. White, you are now in third, looking for a 7.97. And green, you are in fourth. You need an 8.57. 6 minutes 45 to go. And that was quite a wreck there from our surfer in blue, Lou.
Whoa. Tyler has been coming here for 10 years.
Yeah.
He knows this wave good. Him, John Mel, the whole crew down that side.
Crazy.
Nolan Raposa. That wave just rolling through the reef.
Yeah, we watch these kids turn up here as little groms, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, with the world at their feet. 10 years later, these guys are turning up with their shaving kits. No more chaperones. First turning up with their parents and being chaperoned. Now they're all adults coming down. Before we know it, we'll be welcoming their kids as we continue to push this event onto higher heights year after year. Started off as a 1,000, I believe, Lou?
Started off as a junior.
A junior event, yeah, just a junior. Eventually making our way up to the QS 1,000.
Then a 3,000, then a 5,000.
And now we're at 6,000 points for the winner of this event. And to put that in context for a lot of people, most events will give you 1,000. So this is like winning 6 events in one go. And it will have significant implications to the final tables. You can see some huge jumps. Surfers that are way outside the top 10 can make their way into the top 10. We could have situation changes with the actual overall leader and whoever is going to go on to qualify for the Challenger Series, which is the next step on their way to the big time. And we love knowing that our surfers from this region that come and compete here at Soup Bowl, we love watching them get onto the CT. Feels like they all take a little part of Barbados with them. Surfers like Griffin and Colapinto, Griffin and Griffin and Crosby, yeah. Cole Hushman. Of course, our boy Alan Cleland, the latest member of this tour to make it onto the CT and make his mark. He wasn't there just to make up the numbers. He was there. He stayed on tour. And he's going to go back out there hungry again this year. It's awesome to see him back home, paying us a little visit. Just like it was awesome to welcome Griffin and Crosby back last year for that big swell. Ripping it up with the likes of Owen Moss and Michael Dunphy, all having a great time as we watch red setting. This is Taj Lindbad throwing it up into that first section, little airdrop. Bam, into the next section, and a 2-for-1. And will he ride out? Yep. And he's going to look for more. Is he going to look for more? Oh, he got 3 major maneuvers before we see White on the outside. Just loses his fins. White was on a nice-looking wave, but fins just skipped out, and that was all she wrote. So we will wait for a significant score to drop for red as we see green, King Nickel throwing it up, smaller wave, but he's gone vert, and he's going to look for that third maneuver. And unfortunately, there's the divergence zone. Heat leader, Tyler Gunter, he's sitting on an excellent heat, so he's just going to be having fun. Look at this one stretch out with that north section standing up. Way. So scores to drop for all 4 surfers as we approach the final 2.5 minutes on day 4, and what a day it has been. Looking at the replay, Lou, here we got Taj Lindbog. Nice first turn, little airdrop. Gets low, 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 and manages to ride out. Taj is stoked with that one.
King, are you okay? You need help?
All right. That's the end of the campaign for King Nickel. Looks like he's okay.
2 minutes remaining. Surfer in green calling it a day, coming to shore. He is currently in 4th position, but we're waiting for scores for everybody to drop. More importantly, red and white with 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. Blue has some pretty big scores on the board. You don't think he's going to get leapfrogged. So free surfers, just kind of hold back right there, guys. This heat is still real important, and this heat is still not given to anybody. So we still got 4 scores to drop, and it could flip-flop at any time. All right, last of red, 8.3. So just waiting on a score for blue. Last of blue, 5.33. So now we're looking at the last of green with
30 seconds.
All right, last of green, 3.87. So blue first, red second, white is third. White, you now require a 9.87. And green, you are 4th. You require a combination of 15.8. We're counting this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that ends the 16th and final heat of the day. So we're going to stand by for the interview with Tyler, and then we will call it a day. So stay tuned. So just to make the call once again, what we're going to do tomorrow, we're going to have an 8:30 call for a possible 9 a.m. start. We're going to kick things off with the men's QS round of 32 heats 1 through 8. Then we're going to go into the women's QS round of 16, 1 through 4, and finish out the day with the men's QS round of 16 heats 1 through 4. 25-minute heats all day long. So we're going to start at 9 a.m. So stay tuned.
All right. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. This is the close of day 4, and on behalf of myself, Nick, Lou, Simon, and the entire WSL team here, thank you for tuning in, and we hope to see you tomorrow.
All right. For all of you out there, just stay tuned. We're going to be doing the interview, have a heat recap, and then we're going to shut things down for the day. So we'll be right back with the final interview of the day. Tyler Gunter taking the win. Taj Lindbad taking second.
Wanna hear about this new super feed stink?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
Taj, as soon as you're ready, you can make your way down to the interview board. Sorry, right, Tyler. As soon as you're ready, just make your way down to the interview board, and then we will close things out for the day. Alright, we're just standing by here to send it down to Amaya. Whenever she's ready, I see Tyler up there, so
Last interview of the day with the winner of Heat 16 in this round of 64 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 6000, Tyler Gunter from California. So, closing down the day.
Yeah, I waited 19 heats to get in the water today. I've been here for a week. Waves were firing last week and just going off today. I was losing my mind just watching everyone ripping. And yeah, I was fired up. Finally got to get out there and land into some turns. It's nice when we got real waves on our tour.
Well, you didn't let the anxiety and the patience get to you because you put down some solid scores over there. Excellent heat total with 2 8-point rides, and you're just absolutely ripping over there.
Thank you. Yeah, fired up. I love Barbados. I love Soup Bowl. I love going right, and I got a magic surf prescriptions board, Roundtail. The thing is absolutely magic, and just fired up to surf some more heats and keep this ball rolling. Let's get it.
Yeah, let's get it. Well, excited to see you on to the next round. Might not be as heavy as today, but I'm sure you'll still crank some great scores over there. I mean, you're an amazing surfer. Love the energy, and you're so used to Subo, so let's get it. You want to say hi to friends and family? Maybe some people are still watching you at home. It's still early.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I want to give a shout out to my fiance. I know she's at home watching with our puppy Echo, and say hi to my family. Shout out to my sponsors, Doc, Body Glove, Bonsai Bowls, Kanan, Surfside Sports, Future Fins. Let's go.
Let's go. All right, thank you so much. Have a good rest, and thank you, everybody.
Similar to what they are today. So that concludes today's proceedings. We are signing off from Super Bowl Barbados in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro and Live Like Zander Junior Pro. Have a good night, and we will see you tomorrow.